Welcome back to the afternoon session. 2 days of racing, or effectively a day and a half of racing, a day and a half of practice and qualifying, and the afternoon session, which will take us through till 7 o'clock this evening. Circuit Paul Ricard has never looked finer. This early autumnal sun, very comfortable temperature. A few weeks ago, everyone would have been cooking in their cars when it was 37 degrees. And an amazing field of cars to come out for the first of the afternoon races. Classic endurance racing, Type 1, sports prototypes, 1966 to 71. And this was a period when the cars were changing immeasurably. Delighted to say I'm joined by Andrew Marriott in the commentary box, but also a man who's raced a prodigious amount. We've got him away from the British Touring Car Championship for the weekend. Tom Chilton, welcome. But obviously you come here to race other things as well, don't you?
I have indeed. Yeah, it's an absolute honour to be here. Had a sunny Paul Ricard here racing with Team Dynamics in our Lotus Cortina, which I was out in a couple of hours ago, running in P2 quite happily until the diff decided to shred all the teeth and lost all drive about 20 metres before the pit entry, which was quite handy actually, so I could just coast into the pits. But that was a solid second place and potentially a first, because I could hold a 2-minute 42 in that, whereas the Mustang dropped off right at the end. So I might have had a bit of a race on the last lap with him, to be fair.
And he had gearbox troubles at the end.
That's why he just...
The last 2 or 3 laps, he was suddenly about 3-4 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
That would have closed the gap to maybe nearly nothing.
Yeah, so it would have been a real... I mean, when my brother raced this car last year, on the last lap, I think it was, he overtook that Mustang for the win. Right. And that could have been the same thing again with me here today, but it wasn't meant to be, boys, sadly.
There we are.
So we can cheer you up by coming to watch a race with us, and this is a classic endurance race at the front of the grid. I mean, it's just an exquisite combination of cars. You've got the open-top chevrons and things, but the mighty Lola T70s and a Ferrari on the front row.
The 512M, yeah, look at that, beautiful.
And we've got a Grand Prix driver on the pole, former Grand Prix driver Jan Magnussen, 24 Grand Prix appearances, starting his career with McLaren, later, of course, with the Stewart team. And maybe, as he said, it came a bit early for him.
Yeah, maybe. He's actually, this race is too early for him because he's walking off the grid, because his teammate Chris Ward is going to take the start in the dark T70.
Yeah, and usually starts. Chris is very quick. But
Jan, just finished lunch, you never know.
Yeah, Jan, with all that experience in Corvettes subsequently, I think he had 21 seasons with the factory Corvette team. And a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone, he put a little turner on the pole, but because he was the platinum, he then had to have a 40-second penalty in the pits, or handicap in the pits, so he wasn't able to win the race.
Well, that's one of the beauties of historic racing. Yeah. A little turner, for people that don't know what a turner is, they were small, very lightweight cars, open top, sometimes closed top, but to jump into a Lola T70, talk about going up the size and power range.
Well, I know what a turner is because I own one.
Yeah, I know you do.
Well, I know all about that this weekend, boys, because I've gone from the Lotus Cortina to my Zytek. So one's got huge downforce with sequential gears, and the other one's obviously a 4-speed manual and cross plies and drifting everywhere. So they're very, very different.
They're still looking for the downforce of the Lotus Cortina, aren't they?
They are, yeah. It's in there somewhere. I mean, I'm actually running the leaf sprung, which has obviously got more rake, which actually gives it a strong front end, which
because
also makes
those Lotus Cortinas had a sort of A bracket that hung onto the diff originally.
Yes.
And it
don't talk to me about diffs, it just broke. I just lost my second. Don't talk to me about diffs.
In those days, and it used to pull the diff apart.
Oh.
Because there was tension on that A bracket. And they had that tricky rear suspension. It's all gone now, I think. You're back to leaf springs, are you, when you're going?
Yeah, we are, yeah. So that's what happened, boys. It was very frustrating.
Well, we've got a great race coming up. We've got Lucas Salusa here in this fantastic Ferrari 512M. And then, of course, we've got Carl Tilley, always goes quickly in a little Chevron that shouldn't really be up there in front of a lot of those Lola T70s. Some of these cars are continuation cars. Some are not brand new, but original. Some are original, some are continuity cars. And there's 2 different sorts of Mark III Lolas. The older ones, the Mark III, has narrower tyres but a bigger engine capacity. And the 3Bs have got the opposite. They've got a smaller engine but bigger tyre width. So.
But the Lola T70 has become such a popular car in historic racing. In period, it was there or thereabouts. But we were talking to, was it Wolf Zweifler? And he was talking about how in period they had X horsepower, and now in historic racing, some of them have got a whole lot more. But, you know, look at the front of the grid. We've got 3 of the top 5 cars are Lola T70s. Then you've got the number 4 Porsche, the 90803, about as long as it is wide.
It's square.
It's a square mounted car. That is just something super special. That was the point where Porsche was really moving into the prototype world, and they changed very quickly.
And that is an original car, that 9083, which was driven by Brian Redman. It was actually the test hack, that particular chassis. And we got 2 fantastic Porsche 917s here as well from back in 1970. The fearsome devices driven by some very brave men, like Sir Richard Atwood back in the day. And they should go well. And another extraordinary driver we got here, and I'm surprised he can get the time off, really, because it's Nick Chester, and Nick is the Chief Technical Officer of the new Cadillac Formula 1 team, but he's also a good racer.
I always like it when tech people do race themselves. I think it helps them de-stress and also just something in their mind. It keeps the sort of dynamics of a racing car absolutely at the forefront. Middle order, you're getting down towards the world of the chevrons, and then the one Di Tommaso Pantera in the race. And so, you know, real difference of cars, different classes of cars. And in fact, that Di Tommaso is with Dietrich von Leek is the best place of the GT class cars. Up front, it's all about the prototypes. And Tom, that's how you'd expect it to be.
Absolutely, yeah. Actually, Di Tommaso, they've just made a brand new one. Have you seen that? It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I think I'd like to drive the new one and the old one, see the difference.
That'd be
quite
fun,
cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Exactly so. So a rare experience for you not to be down on a grid, but you can watch the start with us, and we'll talk nice and generally, because good thing about you and your brother Max, you've covered an awful lot of ground on the racing scene. You know, I don't know if there's a historic class yet for the T-car category you started in.
You remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
When I was 13 years old, I'm now 40, so that was a long time ago.
Well, there was good people. Stuart Hall was in there, I
Yes,
think. Who
Tom
else?
Kimber-Smith.
Tom Kimber-Smith, yeah.
Tom Boardman, Matthew Wilson. I raced against loads of boys. It was very. Oh, who was it? Adam Sharp.
Yeah, Adam Sharp's racing here this weekend. Yeah.
Loads of drivers I raced against back in the day, and it was great fun. Really, really enjoyed it.
Well, you've already been getting up to mischief if you weren't doing that, so that's absolutely fair. Keep you out of trouble, get you on a race circuit. Look where that led.
I think the plan was to keep me out of trouble, get me into racing, but maybe I'm getting more trouble by being here.
Yeah, well, hey, parents don't get everything right all the time. So, yeah, what a wonderful sight. But for fans of Porsche 917, it's just not one, but 2 of them. And the fact that Philippe, son of Joe Siffert, is in one of them, that's sort of completing the circle. From many people's point of view, and some fabulous liveries, and some of the ones that race down in South Africa in the wonderful winter series as well.
The great story about that car that Philip is driving, Philip Siffert, was raced by his father in period. It is a genuine golf car, and it's wonderful to see that being shared with Michael Speyer, chassis number 29.
Yeah, well, the most extraordinary thing, apart from the pace of the Porsche 917, was when the bodywork came off and you saw there was not very much in front of the driver's feet. In fact, their feet were pretty much at the nose of the car, and as someone of the taller persuasion, it makes me wince even thinking about it.
Tom, have you ever looked at the front of one of those 917s with the bodywork off?
Yeah, and I thought I would never, ever be able to fit one, and if I did, I'd lose my legs very quickly if it went wrong. It is quite crazy. I do hat off to the drivers back in the day. They were very dangerous cars to drive. And they still are now, really.
But the 917, particularly in its early days, they did tame it a bit later on. But
yeah, several drivers stepped away from racing them. They tried them in testing. And
at Silverstone, 2 weeks ago, I saw Digby Martland, who was going to drive the car with John Wolfe. And John Wolfe actually crashed on the first lap and was killed in that car. But Digby walked away from it. He said it was too dangerous, not going to drive it. And certainly somebody that wasn't experienced should drive it. And that's what John Wolfe did. And,
but I guess,
the ultimate prize.
You know, safety is something you understand differently from different ages. But at the time, the one thing that hasn't changed, drivers always want to be in the fastest car. There was, you know, you'd be really torn. Do I want to race for Porsche? Most certainly I do. But some drivers stepped away. But we're treated now to this wonderful field of cars. The diversity clear to be seen. We've got an hour of racing ahead. We're going to be racing with the chicane halfway up the Mistral Straight, because quite frankly, without that, some of these cars would be absolutely tanking on when you get up to scene. Describe scene, Tom, to anybody who's not been to Paul Ricard.
So it's a very, very quick corner. It's a bit like at Suzuka, you've got the 120R, the fast left, but this one obviously goes right. It's quite a similar corner. I had the privilege of racing here in the FI World Touring Cars, which I won in class, and I think I finished second in Suzuka, and they're both very similar corners, but just the other way around. But what was crazy was the wind direction affects my Zytek quite a lot, because it's quite an aero-based car. And the session before qualifying yesterday, I ended up doing it completely flat in 6th gear at 180 kilometers an hour. I didn't even lift off the throttle. But then in qualifying, the wind direction changed, and I was having to have a lift into it because it was understeering off on the exit. So it's very sensitive to wind, but you're going that fast, you're heavily relying on aerodynamics, which is the opposite to a Lotus Cortina.
Something dawned on you, it was a little bit different. So let's just go down the order on the grid as the cars come round to take their start. On pole position, it's Chris Ward. His Lola T70 is rather helpfully for us commentators. Car number 70. Second on the grid in a Ferrari 512. Helpfully numbered as a 5112 is the Ferrari. Second on the grid. The Halusa brothers will share that. Then Carl Tilley will be starting third. Totally different car. The Chevron B19. Car number 180. We're looking out for that.
So we are ready to go, Bruce, and here they are firing off, pedal to the metal, and off they go. And it is the yellow Ferrari. It seems to have got the jump on Chris Ward. And look at the two 917 Porsches in the mix there. Absolutely fantastic to see these racing. Yeah, I think we hadn't got the chicane on. They'd be romping on close to 200 miles an hour down the end of that straight.
Well, the best start behind Chris Ward came from Mark de Siebenthal, the number 4 Porsche 90803. He split the Lolas, and the Ferrari that started off the line so well, the 512, is back into 5th position. Then you've got the open top Chevrons harrying them around the circuit, and the real rumble will come 3 corners from now. A right hand, and a left flick, and then the run up the Mistral straight. But as we said, chicanes in place about 60% of the way up the straight, and it is a climb. You do go up the straight, a bit like, it does make me annoyed when people go down the Kemmel straight at Spa. You walk it, it's uphill.
It's definitely uphill.
Yeah. Great shot there with cars going in different directions, but there they are down that straight with maybe the Mistral wind behind them. And it is Chris Ward that is in the lead in the 70 car owned by an American enthusiast, sharing it with Jan Magnussen.
Well, Armand Miel has got up to make it 2 Lola T70s. He managed to get ahead of the fast-starting Mark de Siebenthal, who's in that Martini liveried silver Porsche 90803. The Ferrari's starting to fight back and picks off de Siebenthal as well. Third on the grid, second on the grid, back to 5th at the start, up to 3rd. So he's on the charge, looking to see which is the front runner in the GT class. Is it Detlef von? Yeah, it is. It's Detlef von der Leek still leading that in the Di Tommaso, but William Paul is getting a bit closer in the best of the Porsche Carrera RSRs.
We've got lots of drivers who've had success in this race in the past. It was de Siebenthal who won it last year, and the 2 previous years the race was won by Armand Miel, who is in 2nd place. So we've got all the top people here, but this year, to disrupt all the regulars, we've got Jan Magnussen with this Lola, which has come over from the States with a US owner, and he's put in Chris Ward alongside him, and Chris, all that experience. A lot of them in Jaguars, however.
Just slightly fearing for the pace of Carl Tilley. Oh, he's come into the pits. I thought he just at the penultimate corner, he seems to go wide. Bear in mind, he started 3rd in his little Chevron. Unfortunately, that has tucked away. So the lead Chevron, the lead small engine class car is, oh, that name sounds familiar, Frank Stippler.
Yeah, Frank had a great race in the Alpha just before lunch. Back at the wheel again in that Chevron. 3 times winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours, as we said before lunch.
And Tom, when you're looking at this, you know they've got an hour of racing. Are you already starting to look and go, are they pushing a bit hard too soon on their tyres? Because tyre wear, it's not hot here, but it's still a factor, isn't it?
It is a factor. It's a long race, and even more so the brakes, because they stuck the extra chicane in.
Yeah.
They're having to use the brakes another time. So you've just got to start monitoring your brakes as well, and also when you're changing gear, you need to start looking after those gears. These aren't like a modern day car where you just hit a flappy paddle or sequential. You've actually got to use the clutch and blip the throttle and match the engine speed, and you don't want to rush anything. You want to make sure everything's all perfect. And a little bit of contact there.
Well, this is a replay of the opening lap, and the leading, well, the better of place to the two 917s. That's Michel Spare, was given a bit of a rub by the little chevron in behind, caught on camera. No denying what was going on, but a really good save from him. But again, looking at the field of cars, this is the chicane partway up the Mistral straight. But good to see the car that was given a rub, car number 1, still going very nicely. And looking to the back, can I see any damage? No, in fact, I think largely the nose of the chevron went underneath the bodywork and possibly towards those little thin metal supports of the rear wing, the Langheck tail there.
I'm sure he felt like his feet were underneath his rear wing at that point. Because it overhangs quite a lot, doesn't it?
Most certainly does. So the two Lola T70s just edging clear with Ahmed Mill keeping race leader Chris Ward in sight, just a second or so between them. And then Marc de Siebenthal, having dropped down the position, he's going back up again. He's got ahead of the Ferrari of Lucas Halusa. And, well, there we go. That's nice.
Switch back, though. Yeah.
Oh, and kept the footage. So really good run from Emil Breitmeier. A lot of the drivers in the championship here, they race all sorts of cars. And when you walk down the pit lane or the paddock and you go see what cars they go, you go, how come they've got all of my favourite cars, lucky people? But certainly the Breitmeiers have some great cars. A Lola T70, doesn't matter what livery you put in, it looks fantastic.
It's beautiful, and it is the dream coming to Pete Auto Championships at whichever circuit you go to, because the range of cars is fantastic.
We've got a very interesting guy. We've got just one of them looking at that.
Well, that's Kyle Tilley's car.
That's Kyle Tilley's car. Obviously, he did hit someone.
But he hit the 917.
Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Just looking at the results here. But very interesting guy, down in 23rd place. But he's a guy called John Sheldon, who is a dentist, but also a semi-professional racing driver. And a long time ago, in 1984, at Le Mans, he had an accident at 200 miles an hour. And it's one of the biggest accidents that anybody's ever survived, I think. And he set the forest alight in the process. Absolutely massive accident. And John is now 78 years old. He's never stopped racing. For many, many years, he's raced a Chevron B16, and that's exactly what he's doing here. But okay, it's in 12th place, because he was a front runner back in the day in a car like that, and he's still having fun.
Absolutely. When you got the bug, you got the bug. You cannot stop. I mean, I was out testing on Tuesday for RML and their new GT hypercar, which is a fantastic piece of kit. And Ray Mallock, he's in his 70s, and he was out there in his dad's old car going flat out. I've just gone a second quicker than I've ever gone around Silverstone GP. He's still got the bug.
You know, if you keep yourself under control, you keep yourself fit. You clearly do that, Tom. The desire's always going to be there. If your bits are starting to fall off you, maybe not so good. But they're not yet, are they?
You know, Ray got very close to Formula 1 at one stage in his career. He's still in the Formula Junior front engine category. He is the man to beat. Silverstone 2 weeks ago, he was absolutely walking, and then some back marker collected him right near the end. So that was the end of that day. But he still loves it. So it's quite an interesting story about him and how he didn't get his Formula 1 test, because he won the Aurora Formula 1 Championship. He was meant to get a test, and basically, he felt how tricky Bernie Ecclestone could be.
Well, all the people who've raced for Ray Mallock and RML since were the beneficiaries of that, because it wouldn't have happened without him, and they have made some Have you ever had a go in the road car they've made in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I'm Chief Development Test Driver.
I am. As I asked it with a question mark in my mind.
Yeah, so I've done all of the hypercar testing, if you like.
Okay, explain that car.
Absolutely extraordinary. So if you are a Porsche 911 fan, this is the best 911 ever made. So you give RML a Turbo S, and they put all of their kit on, which is all carbon fibre bodywork, redo all the suspensions, active aero, active suspension. It turns from 720 to 920 horsepower. And so when the whole thing lowers and all the wings come out, I've set it up now, and the handling is incredible. And it's quicker than a GT3 RS around the circuit, quicker than a GT2 RS up the straight. And it's softer in frequency by 3% than a standard Porsche that leaves a dealership. So it's the best of all three in one, which is why in my mind it is the perfect 911. I'm building 39 of them, so it's been an absolute privilege to develop this.
Well, that's just the most fantastic sales pitch in the space of a handful of seconds. So well done, nice and precise there. But you know, it is extraordinary the expertise that has been built up since the days these cars were racing. You know, not long before. In the early 60s, a lot of cars were literally made in sheds. Then gradually it became more and more serious and advanced, but the embrace of technology, and actually the UK has a very leading role in an awful lot of that, but standout marks most definitely, and preparation experts, RML at the very zenith of that, but every country has its specialists, but the fans and the people who love fast cars, they're the ones that really gain out of all of that.
Absolutely, yeah. I was very fortunate to race for RML back in 2013 with a Van Muller in the World Touring Car Championship, and the team was fantastic. We were on for a 1-2 in the championship, but the last round of the year at Macau, I got hit off on one of them, and then I had a throttle sensor break, sadly.
Macau, that most forgiving of circuits, not.
Yeah.
Walls on all sides.
So the big Chevy-powered Lola T70 is in the lead. Most of its success came back in Britain and in America, but not really on an international stage. But we can go down to the pits now and catch the first of our interviews.
Dans les stands, avec un nom célèbre, c'est Siffert, non pas Joe, mais Philippe, son fils. Alors Philippe, depuis le début de l'année, on vous voit au volant de cette Porsche 917. On sait que c'était émotionnellement très important, mais on attendait des premiers résultats. Et là, apparemment, ça va beaucoup mieux avec cette 917.
Oui, alors on a enfin trouvé les problèmes qui nous occupaient avec le moteur. Le moteur a été révisé. Il y avait 2-3 points qui posaient problème, et aujourd'hui la voiture fonctionne très bien. Et puis Michel a pris un très bon départ, il tient le rythme, donc c'est de bon augure pour la suite.
Et quand tout fonctionne, Philippe, c'est très plaisant cette auto sur ce circuit Paul Ricard.
Ah ouais. Et le moteur marche très bien, la voiture va très vite. Et il faut quand même se mettre un bon travail dans la voiture, mais elle est vraiment extraordinaire à rouler.
Voilà, et avoir le nom de Siffert dans une Porsche 917 aux couleurs de Golf ici, c'est juste magique.
So that was Philippe Siffert, son of the late great Joe Siffert, just explaining life. But for the Porsche 917s, it hasn't been the sweetest start to the race. But that car only back in 7th place, so it hasn't lost too much ground at the start. But having looked at that replay, the battle was great. Mark de Siebenthaler, that silver 90803 with the Martini stripes is being kept very, very busy indeed by the chasing Ferrari of Lucas Halusa. And in turn, they got another yellow car in 5th place, making a really big charge, Emil Breitmeier. At the top, we've got, what, nearly 5 laps on the board, under 4 seconds between the top 5 cars. That is very good indeed. Another place gained by the STP liveried Breitmeier car there. His next target will be de Siebenthaler. I expected the Lola T70s to pull clear of de Siebenthaler. They have absolutely not done so. Replay there showing Oren Nataf. Last time I looked, he was in a little Porsche 550A, but he's shifted across for this race to drive something just a little bit more potent. The wonderful handling Chevron B8, but alas, at that final corner there, the handling just sort of went away from him a little bit. Porsches, the best place of the Porsche GT cars is now leading the cars. Jörg Eberhardt, Uwe Kolb and William Paul. They are running very close together, chopping and changing position. That one will probably be sorted out by the race leaders coming through. The race leaders are going to be with them within a lap. Here they come, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together. 35 in 2nd place, that's Armand Miel. He's a driver who, in these Peter auto events, drives even more cars than Tom Chilton, he does.
It's incredible watching that Porsche, how nimble it is through the slow speed. It reminds me a bit of the Zytek. It's very good on the slow speed, twisty stuff, and then it goes up straight. It's not quite as fast, is it?
No, exactly so, but it seems incredibly nimble. Fairly sure I saw that car this year. There's an event called the Ice in San Moritz. We put cars out on the frozen lake. Actually, last year it wasn't frozen, so we couldn't. But it is spectacular, and see a car like that. They go out on a little circuit around the ice, and it could just go in ways that it wasn't really designed to do, but a great spectacle.
Number 25 reported for overtaking off the track. He's way down the field. We've got over 50 cars in this race, so you know all sorts of stuff are happening down the field.
Well, it's not too surprising he might have done that, because that was in that 3-way battle between the Carrera RSRs to lead the GT class. They've managed to depose the Di Tommaso, which is, well, one of them has, which is Jörg Eberhardt, but the other's still fighting with von der Leck. Right, the Ferrari has got ahead of Mark Siebenthaler, so Ferrari ahead of Porsche, but it's Lola ahead of both of those. 3 Lolas ahead of them, because Emil Breitmeier has made a T70 1, 2 and 3. Went up to 5th, up to 4th, now up to 3rd in his yellow T70. And the best of the rest behind them is Frank Stippler in the number 55 Chevron B19. So he's trying to mix it with the big boys. He'll be taking far fewer horses around the track, but spreading them liberally And another car he's sharing with Francois Rivaz. He was sharing Julia Sprint GTA in the touring car race before lunch. Now, definitely the driver on the move. The driver who set the fastest lap of the race is Emil Breitmeier. He's now in third. Look for his yellow Lola T70. There it comes, bursting out, full of intent, down to the first corner. Now, Tom, when you dive up the inside into turn one, you may back out because it wasn't going to happen. I was about to say that's probably not far enough ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of rubber on the outside now where you're supposed to brake before you turn in, and going up the inside is a bit risky now. You need to make sure that the guy in front's seen you. And the thing is in this racing is you don't want to touch anybody because these are beautiful pieces of art. And also I love the rule in this. If you crash into somebody else, you pay 50% of the damage, including your own damage. And I think that's a fantastic rule. I think they should bring that to the British Touring Car Championship because it would be a bit cleaner.
A lot of bankrupt drivers, wouldn't there?
Not me.
Not you, Mr. T.
I don't crash into people. We'd be all good. Yeah, when you make a move in this, I describe it like cricket. You either defend or you whack as hard as you can. So you do a half hit or a half overtake. That's when you get caught out.
That's a very good analogy for people not understanding cricket, which pretty much includes me. No, I do understand it really, but yeah, it's a bit like in rugby. Either tackle properly or don't tackle at all.
Exactly, yeah.
It's in half-hearted final training session before a big match. That's when you get a knee in the face or something.
Yeah. So Chris Ward in the lead to hand the car over to Jan Magnussen in a little while. With Armin Mills dropped 3.5 seconds behind out. The pit window will open in about 10 minutes. And Emil Breitmeier, well, the Belgian driver, second generation driver, in his T70, definitely a continuity car. He is in third, just right behind Armin Mills. So they're having a good battle. And then it's De Siebenthal after that. Frank Stippler is the leading under 2-litre car in the Chevron B19, but I noticed that John Emberson is up there, and he will hand that car over to, I think, Nigel Greensill, won't he?
Yeah, he should be, but just been a bit of change of position there. Mark De Siebenthal's gone ahead of Emil Breitmeier, who seemed to sort of spook himself out, found himself on the wrong side of traffic, but the last 2 laps have been very good for race leader Chris Ward. Well, if you want to go into the penultimate corner, you tend to want to turn left, and I think that's what Emil Breitmeier wanted to do. Too much speed in, and suddenly he's almost the pit entry point, so that's why he's backed off. But it's been the back between Neil and Breitmeier that's caused Chris Ward to stretch his advantage.
But Mark van Siebenthal will have to watch out because he's had 2 track limit warning flags, so he'll be on a penalty next time. What's going on here? Chevrons. V8 got a problem.
Yeah, that's Robert Shaw's car 186, rear bodywork slotted back on. Shouldn't be in the pits otherwise, but clearly a problem because the pit window not open for another 8.5 minutes. Now, that is Frank Stippler pushing on. He's the lead car in the under 2-litre class, 6th place overall, second car in class. Also a Chevron B19, Rolf Sigrist, who is about another 15 seconds back. So Frank doing his traditional excellent job. Then he'll hand it over to Francois Rivaz. We'll see what he can do. But, you know, whenever I look at these little Chevron B19s, I think they're just sensational little cars. And a friend was trying to explain these are very good cars to learn to race on. What would you think if you were put in a B19?
To be honest, I've never driven one, but after watching Frank just flicking the car in there on the power, it reminded me a bit of the Cortina. It looks really good fun, and I think the balance is probably very nice in terms of you can create understeer or oversteer all on your own, depending on how much brake you use or how much power you use, and that's the right car to learn to drive. You don't want a car which is just understeer or just oversteer. You want a car which is neutral, and you can create what you want when you want through the pedals and the wheel, and I think that's the type of car you can do that with, and I think on that basis, I would love to drive it.
Yeah.
I've just talked myself into one, haven't I?
It was a set-up job and an open goal, and boy, did you hit the net. Drive-through penalty now being issued to Emil Breitmeier. He was the driver who just got it slightly wrong and went off the track in his yellow Lola T70. That was the one doing all the attacking. He was the fastest driver as he worked his way from 5th up to 3rd, but then he's made the little mistake, and now he's made a far bigger one. And that is going off the track 3 times. So in he'll come for the drive-through penalty. Then we'll see a fight-back drive for sure. You can be sure it's a 1-hour race. We've got just 18 minutes of expired. But Chris Ward doing a very Chris Ward job, just escaping at the lead of the race. Was helped by Armand Miel being pushed, and Armand is still being pushed, this time by Mark De Siebenthal in that little Porsche 9083.
Tom, just talk us a little bit about BTCC. Quite a few changes this year. Last year, Jake was absolutely on the pace all the time. The BMWs are good. They seem to have dropped off. You've come forward. What's been happening?
Yeah, so as everyone knows, I've been in the British Touring Car Championship forever.
Yes.
I've been a third of its life. So I've done 522 race starts in it. And the difference between last year and this year is we've lost the hybrid battery, but we haven't lost the power. So what we've done is we've taken these heavy batteries out and we've replaced it with a button, which is now not called the hybrid button, it's called the TOCA Turbo Boost button, which is 60 horsepower when you push it. And that basically has changed the BMW, because the weight in the boot from the battery gave the BMW lots of traction.
Right.
They've taken the weight out, and they're struggling for traction. And I know, because I raced the BMW in the British Touring Cars for a bit. Oh, you just got a bit. You've got to make sure you can get the traction, and they're struggling in a bit. But actually, last round, Jake just squeezed past me on like the last lap at Donington on the hard tyre, and I think they might have just got there, funnily enough, on at the end of the year. So I'm quite interested to see how they get on next 2 weeks' time at Silverstone, because I think they've just figured out how to get the traction back in that car.
A bit later in the season, Romain Balestra is the driver that's just climbed out of that T70, which is ground to a halt in a rather... Well, it's not really an awkward place, it's off the racing line.
Looking for rescue. You never want your car to be too close to the racing thing. That's at turn 8, so that's just coming up the early stages of the Mistral Straight. Pit window isn't open yet, so the number 25 Porsche doesn't want to be in there, but clearly a problem for... That's Uwe Kolb sharing with Patrick Kolb, one of the Carrera RSRs. Ducktail.
Just go back to BTC. Still quite a lot of tyre management going on.
Yeah, so each round we have different tyres, mediums and hards, or softs and mediums, or softs and hards. And so you need to choose to run the tyre at the right point, depending on your car handling and the track temperature. And if you're trying to do it strategically as well.
1 second, just getting the safety car coming out. That's really because Beltes's car is in an unsafe place. So the procedure will run through. So sorry, back to you. I just thought I'd point that out to the viewers.
Yeah. So tyre management, as in this, is critical. But we do have a couple of tyres to choose from, and we've always got to run the option tyre in one of the races. It's just when you use it. Yeah. But like at Donington, I won the first race last weekend, and the top 3 drivers have to run the hard tyre in race 2, which is a lot slower. Yeah. And I was very happy when I got off the line and led for the first lap on the hard tyre. I was very happy with that. And then sadly, safety car came out, and then I got basically hit from behind at turn 1 on the restart, which was very frustrating. Nothing I could do about it. Road bottom out-braked himself and hit Ash Sutton, which went sideways into me. So then I lost 10 places on one corner, and it was game over. But it made it really exciting as a positive for race 3, because I came from the back all the way up to 6th with a quick race with Jake Hill on the last lap.
But you had the win, which is terrific.
Had the win, fastest lap, and the pole position. So it was a very, very good weekend for me, and I moved up to 6th in the British Championship. So it was good.
So the race order will stay as it is, but obviously everyone will close down. The safety car waiting to pick up. Has he got the Lola just in behind him? I think he has. It should be Chris Ward's car, number 70. We'll see.
Yeah, I think I just see that poking out there.
Well, that's a opportunity to show how much the Mistral Straight just kicks up at the end. Yeah, there is the dark car with the silver stripe. That's Chris Ward. Pit window, in theory, open is in just under 3 minutes, and at that point, maybe Chris Ward will come in and hand over to Jan Magnussen. Maybe not, but all the teams, of course. Tom, this is a point where the team has to help you. How long do you reckon this stoppage is going to be? Not stoppage, but period behind the safety car. That's what the driver will want to know. They might have spotted the car at the side of the track. Well, actually, hopefully they should. They've all passed it now.
I think they're going to clear the circuit just before the pit window opens. So this is going to be very interesting what happens. It makes sense to me because it all bunches up with people getting in the way of each other to actually just come in the pits and swap drivers, actually, when it opens in 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
You have got people in that queue that have been lapped, haven't you?
Yeah.
Obviously that Corvette has, that old Corvette. Should he have been way by? Maybe he should have been.
So hold on, while we were talking, why did Armand Miel come in his Lola T70? He was up near the sharp end of the field.
Yeah.
He's made a run through the pits, but the pit window isn't open yet for another 2 minutes. I didn't see that on the screen.
No, I didn't.
I was looking down.
I saw he dropped down from second. I didn't understand why. He's been through the pits You know, that's another of those cars run by the huge Keep Europe group. They're pretty smart. I mean, I would have thought he'd perceived some problem. I don't think it would have been, you know, I don't think he came in early by mistake, shall we say that?
No, I don't think so. Must be an issue.
Have you looked at that, the Keep Europe group? They're running about 30 cars here.
That's a lot of cars.
So they run all the cars for the meal. I don't know if you know about this, but the Meal Gwena family, the two families are the ones that started the Richard Meal Watch Company.
Yeah.
The dad's race, the son's race, and very close. And I think they're the #1 customer. But
I had to run their logo for their watch on my Sebastian Loeb Racing World Touring car because Sebastian Loeb was sponsored by him.
Oh,
so
of course, yeah.
that ended up having to be on my World Touring car because I raced for his team.
You didn't get one of the £500,000 watches.
Sadly, when I run the sticker, I didn't get a free watch, but Sebastian Loeb did. I lost out.
It's all in the detail, all in that boring small print, eh? So if you're just joining us, this is the first race of the afternoon session, the Sunday here at Circuit Paul Ricard, the classic endurance racing field. Sports prototypes, 1966 to 1971, a fabulous field of cars. Little hiatus, just waiting for Romain Belter's Lola T70 that came to a halt at the side of the circuit to be pulled clear. But the pit window is very nearly open, and a few people playing catch up as you can behind the safety car. A couple of the front runners have already made a pit stop, and now cars appear to be diving into the pits. Pit window, to my eye, and the clock on the screen is open
now.
But okay, the Gulf. Is this the #1 version? Let's have those. Number 69.
That's Mr. John and B.
Mr. John and B, who just has the most incredible stable of cars. So it's a real treat to see not one but two Porsche 917s in this race.
Initially made all his money supplying bottles of gas to people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got a huge composites business now, and they're still in the sort of gas bottle distribution business. And he's got businesses several places in the world. I think they're composites, so they make bits of wings for airplanes and things like that. But he's got massive collection. He's a huge fan of Matras and French cars, so he's got Matras and he's got Matra Formula 1 cars, Ligier Formula 1 cars. I don't know how many cars he's got, Bruce, probably 60 or so, but he's got some, had here that it didn't race, the most beautiful Ferrari, a 312, which was a sort of car that the start of 1970 was based on, it was the Formula 1 engine and gearbox transmission. It was basically a two-seater Formula 1 car. And his car was one of the factory cars that won races and so on. Well, sadly, it didn't make a start. But he's got lots of cars like that.
He's wonderful.
It's like Zach Brown. It's like Zach Brown. He really picks good examples of particular chassis.
These are, like I said, they're pieces of art.
Yeah,
They've got history with them.
Yeah.
They raced in period, and we're still racing them now. We still want to get on the podium and get a trophy. You know, and they're appreciating assets as well. So, you know, when you can keep getting good results in them, people still want to buy them because they want the best car, or the best handling car, or because it's got the best history, or whatever it is. So, and I just think it's fantastic that people are buying them and looking after them properly with the right teams. I'm actually in the storage business, so I store professionally race cars and road cars. The only insured approved facility in the country, actually, because I like them to be at the right temperature and be dust-free environment and safe and sound.
Just give us the name check of the company.
Birch.
Birch, there you are, Birch. That's where to get your car stored with a guy that really cares. We just saw Nick Chester there taking on some water. As we said, Chief Technical Officer of the upcoming Cadillac team, based at Silverstone, of course.
Safety car in at the end of this lap. You see the lights no longer flashing on top of the car, and the driver in behind him, Chris Ward, no doubt will be thinking, well, that's it. Those are off, and I'm going to dive into the pits. Pit window's open. Mark de Siebenthal continues on his way.
That's
interesting.
That's a strange thing to do. You have to come in surely under the yellow now.
Well, the safety car is in this lap, so they're back to full green flag racing. So, yeah, maybe it was okay. Maybe didn't want to come into a crowded pit lane, or maybe Martin Siebenthal is quicker than teammate Enrique Gampenet and decided to stretch away.
I think he may actually, I take it back, I think he was clever. I think he saw that it was going green. And so this will cost them.
Yeah, it will. So Chris Ward out. And when he can get a moment,
Little Jan will
Jan
jump in.
Magnussen put his seat insert in, then he'll pile on board. Chris is appreciably taller than Jan, so that's why a seat insert was required. Then that moment, when you're hopping in as a second driver, and a driver change like this, a little less haste is good, isn't it? Make sure those belts aren't flopping around in the wrong place.
And you just hope the driver hasn't done a wee in it before.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah.
What's the prevalence of that? Name names. No, don't, actually. It's the Sabbath.
So I obviously, when I did all this back in the day with American Le Mans and European Le Mans, we had to do driver changes in something crazy like 15 seconds. It was really, really quick. And we had bungees on the strap, so it was a quick thing. But the thing is my teammate, Hainari Shimoda, was half my height, a Japanese driver who was just so much smaller than me. So you should have seen the infill that had to pull out when when I had to then
Booster
get in
seat.
it. It was like a booster seat he had, yeah. So you know, I had to change quite a lot in the car and loosen all the belts off, but we still did it within 17 seconds, and out we went. It was incredible. But as soon as you rush and flap, it takes like 8 seconds longer. It's incredible, maybe even longer. Got to stay relaxed, like when you're on track as well. It's like playing golf. Another analogy here, boys and girls. So when you're playing golf, don't try and hit it 250 yards. It always goes wrong. Try and just hit it 100 yards, and then it will probably go 180 yards. And just relax. And that same thing in a car. Feel the tyre and feel the balance, and it all just comes to you.
I think the analogy of golf and motor racing is actually a very accurate one, because there are so many elements that make up a perfect swing. So many, so I'm told. And so many elements is just driving right. And you talk the various different components of the makeup that you have to consider and get right. But if you're trying to think really hard about one, there's a chance the others are going to be slightly neglected.
If you're thinking too much while driving, it all goes wrong. It should be like a sixth sense. Just relax, and it's like for me, it's almost like an out-of-body experience when I'm out there. It's not like I'm doing anything. I mean, I actually compare myself to my teammates quite a lot, because they wear these Whoop watches which measure their heart rate and all sorts of funny things. But they always.
I wonder what that was on your.
No, this is. I haven't got one.
Oh,
no, I have measured my heart rate, and I usually average in the race around 128 beats a minute. But my teammates, they all average, and my brother, they all usually around 170, 180 beats a minute. So they're working really hard in the car, whereas I'm just very, very relaxed. And I think that's the key to it.
Sort of zen.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What's your resting heartbeat? Sort of 60?
Yeah, resting heart rate on a good day is probably 48.
Oh, really? That low? Yeah,
low.
that's a sportsman's type of resting heartbeat, yeah.
I'm just feeling mine. I think it's stopped.
Please not.
Get in a race car.
So, Jan Magnussen out of the pits, of course. He's taken over the number 70 Lotus T70 from Chris Ward, and Chris was leading, but by staying out, Mark de Siebenthaler owns us a pit stop in the 908.03.
He's got.
But we want to see what it'd be when he comes out of his pit stop, because I think he went out onto clear track. He'd been bottled up by about 3 or 4 cars behind this Lola before he dived in, went, oh dear. It's not the day for the Lola T70s at certain points down the order. That's 1-2-2. That's Philippe Dioc. Gets it going again. I think he just had a little bit of a spin, actually. That was all.
I think we've also got some elite handicaps in this race. So I think Magnussen will probably in the pits 20 seconds longer.
Well, Chris Ward has just got out of the race leading car, handed over to Jan Magnussen. And we're going to hear from him in the pits, because Vincent Francin has caught up with him. Good to see that 1-2-2 Lola. It's still going. I was concerned for a moment, but Philippe Dioc pointing in the right direction. So Chris Ward about ready to speak to us. Does he think the timing of their pit stop was right, or was it wrong?
Back in the pits with Chris Ward, one of the British driver expert in historic racing. First of all, Chris, how was it at the wheel now?
It was hard work. I thoroughly enjoyed the session, but prior to today I'd only done 5 laps around because we had 1 or 2 issues. So I was a little bit nervous at the start, watching my mirrors too much, made a few errors early on, but once I got my sort of driving groove, it was much better.
And then there was this safety car, and the safety car procedure is not easy, not for the mechanic.
No, not at all. And what I was trying to do was wave the safety car on a little bit, because the temperature of the car was starting to creep up to 110, 115, so we just need airflow through the car. But great result. Hopefully Jan can bring it back home, and a big shout out to my wife, who wasn't able to come today.
How is it to drive with Jan Magnussen during a weekend like this in this kind of car?
It's awesome. He was an idol for me in my early days. He was so successful, such a naturally talented driver. I think probably more talented than most drivers nowadays. So to be able to put myself up against Jan is a real privilege.
Thank you very much, Chris. Congrats. Voilà, Chris Ward qui nous expliquait que c'était pas mal, c'était une bonne première partie de course. Il a commis quelques erreurs, mais il s'est maintenu dans le groupe de tête. Il joue la gagne et ça c'est le plus important. Et puis est arrivée cette période de safety car. Il dit là c'est très difficile parce que le moteur peut rapidement monter en température. Il faut laisser de la distance avec le concurrent qui nous précède, même si on est au ralenti sur la piste. Et puis le fait d'avoir Jan Magnussen pour équipier, il me dit quand j'étais gosse, eh bien quand j'étais jeune, c'était une de mes idoles. C'était un des pilotes les plus naturellement talentueux, probablement beaucoup plus talentueux que pas mal de pilotes maintenant. Et passer un week-end avec lui, c'est absolument le rêve, même si il regrette un peu que son épouse à lui n'est pas là ce week-end.
Yeah, when Jan burst onto the scene, I think it was 1994, he did the British Formula 3 Championship. I think he won 13 of the 18 races, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Absolutely dominated. Went straight into Formula 1 because McLaren picked him up, and then they dropped. And I've spoken to him since, and he says, I was too young, I just wasn't ready for it. I didn't have the right mindset.
And also, even though he was racing for Paul Stewart Racing at the time, you know, he didn't have anybody particularly managing him. He was just a young guy from Roskilde, who just had an innate talent, but let's face it, he hasn't made too bad of a stab at having a professional career. But if things had been differently, I'm sure he'd have been in Formula 1 for a long time.
And I think we can go back down to the pits again. Folks are certainly working hard down there, grabbing all the big names. So just keep a little out. Yeah, so we definitely got an interview coming up right now. Oh.
Voilà, on se retrouve dans la pit lane avec un autre pilote de notoriété, c'est Frank Stippler. Il a été pilote officiel Audi dans les compétitions GT notamment, et on le retrouve pas mal en historique maintenant. Frank, first of all, how was your stint now?
Very nice in general. Unfortunately, we lost our gap. I had to build because of my platinum status for the 40-second penalty during the pit stop. I think we built a 50-second gap to the second 2-liter car. And then, unfortunately, we had the safety car, so it was gone. Now we are somewhere around. But anyway, it was big fun to ride the car, and with such kind of a weather on a nice track, wonderful experience.
You drove so many times GT3 cars, of course. Is there a comparison possible with historic cars?
Not a lot, no. GT3, you go just flat out and don't care about the technique. And here it's a bit more about being as quick as possible without damaging the car. So everything, not only touching each other, but as well like taking care about engines and gearbox and avoiding some of the curbs because it's too bumpy and these kind of things.
Thank you very much, Frank. Voilà, Frank Stippler qui nous disait son relais, ça a été pas mal du tout. Il a un statut de pilote platinum. On sait que les arrêts sont un peu plus longs dans ce cas-là pour ce pilote. Mais il dit, OK, je me maintenais en deuxième position, c'est pas mal. On verra comment ça va se présenter. C'est très fun, naturellement, de rouler dans ces conditions. Et puis, il a longtemps roulé en GT3, pilote officiel Audi Sport notamment. Il disait, il n'y a aucune comparaison possible. Une GT3, c'est la technicité avant tout. Ici, il s'agit vraiment de préserver le moteur, la boîte et aller le plus vite possible pour essayer de remporter la course en se faisant énormément plaisir.
Tom, what's your take on these platinum drivers? They've got a sort of elite system here. They're getting 40 seconds extra in the pit, so that's affecting that car and also affecting Jan Magnussen. So I don't like it.
The thing is this is gentleman racing.
Yeah.
We all want to win. Let's be honest. We all turn up with our car because we want to win. But on the other side, you've got gentlemen turning up who have one car or lots of cars, and they want to do the best they possibly can do. And they're going to put a quick driver in to obviously make it go quick, which really helps in qualifying and the start of the race. But then fundamentally, if a gentleman driver was only driving on his own, the gap would be too big. So there has to be a time penalty in there. I mean, obviously, if you're the owner of the car, I do agree with the rule. If you're owner of the car, you don't have a penalty. Because then that keeps you wanting to turn up with your car and race.
Yeah, but I just feel that they could be a bit more scientific about it. They got all the they got the lap times of everybody on every lap. I think there'd be a better way of working out the system, but it all seems a bit arbitrary, really. But you're right. I mean, it obviously brings the racing close together. We've had a great that Porsche 2.0. You know, we have Ollie Bryant coming back and catching up in the last couple of laps and so on. But fundamentally, I don't like handicap. Fundamentally, I don't like BOP either. But you know, I'm an oldie.
And no, I don't like BOP either, to be honest, because it encourages people to not do anything, and then they just get a lower ride height or more power.
Yeah.
I think everyone plays funny games with that as well, so I'm not a fan of that either.
Right, just looking at the pace as that politically hot conversation was going on there. Jan Magnussen wanted to see what sort of pace he could manage, but since he took over the Lola that had been leading the race from Chris Ward, 2 minutes 13.3, fastest lap of the race. However, he's down in 13th place. He's going to gain, he can get up towards the top 6, but he's got 21 minutes. It's not a lot of time, and I'm starting to look at Emil Breitmeyer winning this race. He's faster by quite a few seconds than Christoph van Riet, who's in the lead Lola T70, faster than Philippe Björk in his Lola T70, but the yellow one with the STP stickers, that is closing in fast. Another lap or so, he should be on the tail of second place, and I think he's got time to go to the very front.
Allez, toujours dans cette pit lane avec des gens qui font la pluie et le beau temps au niveau des compétitions historiques. Marc de Siebenthal avec la Porsche 908. Marc, expliquez-nous ce premier relais. Vous l'avez passé dans cette 908 à l'avant du peloton, bien évidemment. C'était comment?
C'est magnifique, belle bagarre. Bon, on a toujours l'inconvénient d'avoir un moteur moins puissant que les grosses voitures devant, mais on s'amuse bien. Le départ était vraiment bien réussi, content. Ça glisse beaucoup, la piste glisse beaucoup, mais c'est vraiment très sympa. Beaucoup de plaisir.
Alors on sait que Porsche avait créé cette 908 avec un empattement très court naturellement pour des circuits très techniques. Ici le Paul Ricard, il y a les longues lignes droites, notamment la ligne droite du Mistral, etc. Elle est quand même à l'aise malgré tout la voiture.
Oui, elle est partout, c'est clair, on manque un peu de vitesse de pointe, indéniablement. Mais elle est tellement bien courbe, mais dans les courbes lentes et rapides, elle se comporte vraiment très bien, très neutre. Un vrai plaisir à conduire.
Merci bien Marc de Siebenthal, l'une des voitures pour lesquelles le public a les yeux de chimène, véritablement cette Porsche 908/03 qui date de 1971.
So that was the charging Marc de Siebenthal. He's really driving that 908-03, very beautiful, but his teammate Enrique Gempele has fallen to 5th place, just been passed on that lap by the yellow Ferrari 512M of Nicolas Salusa, who's taken over from brother Lucas. They are both being dropped, though, by the driver in 3rd place, which is Emil Breitmeyer in the yellow STP. There it is, the yellow STP liveried Lola, getting closer and closer to Philippe Björk's car up on the track. He's got another 5 seconds to find. The car that de Siebenthal has got out of has just fallen behind that yellow 512M Ferrari. Just look for the silver Porsche just be coming out from behind the graphic any moment now. But Gempele, might take a few laps to settle down. But I think Nicolas Salusa is always going to be quicker than him. So 5th became 4th for the Halusa brothers, and there could be an advance yet because they're all catching the front-running cars. Van Riet lapping 2 minutes 19, 2nd place Philippe Björk 2:22, 3rd place Emil Breitmeyer 2 minutes 17. So you don't have to be too good at maths to work out. Car in 3rd is closing in and has got potential to get to 2nd. Not, I think, up to the lead.
And I think watch for the Lola T70, the number 35 car Armand Meal, because he's a pretty quick runner. He's won this race twice in the past here at Paul Ricard, and he is much quicker than most of the people in front of him. Another thing to watch for here is in the 2-litre class. It's currently led by the Chevron B21 of Daniel Roustan with Oliver Breitmeyer second. Actually, they're moving around a little bit but I think the person to watch for here could be the car currently in 5th place, and that's Nigel Greensall has taken over that car, and he is by far the quickest guy in a 2-litre car. So he's lapping in 2:15s, which compares with Magnussen. What's Magnussen's last lap? The 2:14.7. So we know about Nigel. He's an extraordinary bloke, isn't he? You probably know Nigel. 62 years old, racing every weekend, and in between that, he's flying to the States to test something and coming back, and then he's doing some rally somewhere in some historic car, and then it's just an unbelievable guy.
I don't know him personally, but he's absolutely flying. Looking at his times, his time, 36.8 sector 1. That's a great time. He's absolutely flying.
He's a guy that for 20 years makes money as a professional racing driver.
Yeah.
Almost entirely in historics, not always.
And Jan Magnussen, Jan is literally flying up through the field. He is.
How close has he got? Now he's got 6 seconds to Olivier Breitmeyer. And
now 4.7. He's closing down quick.
We got so Olivier's the dad, and then the father, the son Emile. He's in 2nd place overall at the moment. So Olivier is in a nice little B19 Chevron.
Yeah, I mean, Emil Breitmeier in the yellow number 124, looking at it there with the STP sponsorship, that surely is as high as he can go. Just over a quarter of an hour on the clock, and he's got to gain 23 seconds. His lap time last time around wasn't as quick as it could have been. He was involving himself in getting past Philippe Gauck to take the second place, but I think his charge will be spectacular. However, I don't think it's going to be rewarded at the end. Push on though, he might. You just don't know what's coming up ahead, and certainly it's a big packed field of cars, so there is going to be traffic at certain points on the circuit that might play into your hands. It might do quite the reverse, but certainly, as we saw, the 124 car was warned for track excess on the way up the order. Seems to be keeping it between the white lines at the moment, but something that still needs observation. And I think we're about to go back down to the pit lane as well, because it seems that Vincent François is being very, very busy indeed. I didn't quite catch who it's with, but we'll wait.
He has. So, yeah, so let's go down and see who Vincent's got with him.
Il se passe des choses dans cette pit lane de circuit Paul Ricard, avec notamment la remontée de la course pour l'instant. Elle est réalisée par la Lola T70 numéro 86. Eric Mesdag était au volant, parti tout dans le fond sur la grille départ. Christophe Van Riet pour l'instant. Eric en tête, mais comment vous avez fait?
Et on a eu une chance extraordinaire dans notre malheur, puisque c'était vraiment un week-end pourri. On a cassé la boîte au deuxième tour des essais libres, donc on n'a pas pu faire les qualifs. On est parti dernier, on est remonté 16, et puis sous safety car, on était les premiers à rentrer dans l'ouverture de la fenêtre. Donc c'est vraiment un coup de hasard et un coup de chance.
Donc d'après vous, la fenêtre était ouverte et le temps d'arrêt a été respecté?
Ah oui, absolument, absolument, ça je suis certain.
Bon vent pour la suite, allez, on croise les doigts pour cet équipage. Christophe Van Riet, Eric Mesdag.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Just while that was going on, I was looking at the gap between first and second. It really is coming down faster than I thought. Quarter of an hour remains, and the car we're looking at now, 86, is leading the race. Christophe Van Riet, Emil Breitmeier doing his best to try and keep up, but it's one yellow T70 from another. 86, one we're looking at, but I think I spotted he'd been warned for track limits. Something has to be seen. Someone who's staying within the track, but being super, super bold in his moves. There was the driver of the number 35 Lola T70, and that was a very bold move. You said look out for him. Armand Mill working his way up the order, and he's just getting right up with the front runners.
There in the Joe Bonnier colours, that Lola T70. The other day somebody lent me a book about Lola T70s. I needed a forklift truck to lift it. Huge, great volume. I sort of waded through it, but it's got the history of all these different T70s, and they built a lot of them at the time, and then more in recent times.
Right. I was slightly concerned that some people seemed to dive into the pits before the pit window was open at the end of the safety car period. I haven't not counting the numbers, but I think, including the car leading the race, are about 12 under investigation for pit window infringement. Some might be coming in too early. Others might have left too early for their statutory time at a standstill. So for now, let's give you the race order. Car 86 leading by Christophe Van Riet's Lola, leading from a similar Lola of Emil Breitmeier that's closing in and fast. 12-second advantage. Third place, the Ferrari 512 for M, that bright yellow car with Nicolas Alusa. Armand Mill has moved up to fourth. Philippe Gauck has fallen down to sixth. To fifth, and Magnussen up to seventh, still on the charge. Bang! Fastest lap of the race last time around, but he's some distance behind Philippe Gauck. He should catch him by the end of the race, but I do slightly worry for this car in the Joe Bonnier Racing colours, yellow with the white broad stripe and the red narrow stripe up from nose to tail. Could be in trouble.
Yeah, well, he's lapping 10 seconds a lap quicker than the guy in front of him, so he'll catch him. If that is maintained, he'll catch him on the next lap, won't he? But Van Riet's still in the lead. But, you know, all these people that went into the pits, presumably too early or left too early, they can all get a penalty. Sometimes if you leave a second too early, they just take a second off you. But I'm not sure what they're going to do with all these people. But it could skew the whole result. And I noticed that Patrick Jack, who's leading currently in the under 2 litre class, he is one of those under suspicion. And as I said, watch for Nigel Greensall, because he's now in second place in that class. He's 3 seconds behind Jack, and he's lapping 7 seconds a lap quicker. I mean, this is the difference between the amateurs and professionals, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, it's a very big difference in lap time. But
you don't get that. You don't get that in BTCCT.
No, you don't. No.
Oh, that'd be luxury.
0.3 of a second. Go. He's really slow.
But for every single person out there right now, they are all driving as fast as they possibly can, at whatever level they're at, and I really appreciate that.
And unfortunately, for about 8 or 9 runners, including the race leader Christophe van Riet, 1 lap penalty for pitting outside the pit window. These are the ones that came in early. We saw the P next to their numbers and thought, hold on, but there's still 15 seconds until the pit window opens. So they have been hampered. Car in second place, 124, no problem for him. That's Emil Breitmeier. Car in third place, 512, the Ferrari, likewise, no penalty for them. Car in fourth, car 35, they're clear as well. The one that gets hit the hardest of the front runners, Christophe van Riet, who's leading.
Yeah, and then that puts Greensall into the lead of that class, because Jack's one that's been hit. Several of those chevrons there. I think Olivier Breitmeier as well. Is he got number 5? Yeah, he's been hit. The 122. Where's he? Yeah, as you say, Philip Gack. He's been hit. This is going to. I hope they can put this into the timing and scoring, because otherwise we're going to have to do a lot of very quick sums, aren't we?
Yeah, indeed. We better not do sums during a race. We'll stumble on those. But just spotted a car. It's a little chevron, B19, turning hard right at the entrance to chicane. He went off, something clearly a miss for him, but actually got out of the way quite nicely. Couldn't have done that if someone was right up his tail and still at full racing pace, and some side-by-side action in the background. Car we haven't seen for a while, but it's leading the GT class. It's the Dito Massa Pantera, the Group 4 version. Ralph Kellen has took that over from Van der Leck, and doing the excellent job you'd expect. So all of those in Porsche Carrera RSRs somewhat in his wake, some distance further back.
Yeah, Ralph Cullen is in that car now, and Ralph's having a very good season in that. He's leading the championship in the GT section in that Data Masso.
You were talking at the start of this race, when we looked down the grid, about Cadillac Chief Technical Officer Nick Chester. Well, he hasn't read the rule book here too well. He's got a 78-second penalty for a pit window infringement. But this is his playground. This isn't... now 512, the Ferrari in current third place, but could, when Christophe van Riet come in, that's got a penalty as well for exceeding track limits during an overtaking manoeuvre. 9 minutes left in which drivers can get further penalties. This is one where the race has really been affected, but honestly, with Christophe van Riet, who's now already been deposed by Emil Breitmeier. Breitmeier was always coming through, but a 1-lap penalty for the driver of 86. There, the swapping of the 2 yellow Lolas, the STP livery on Emil Breitmeier, travelling way, way quicker. In fact, last lap he took the best part of 8 seconds off Christophe van Riet. An insult to injury, Van Riet's got a 1-lap penalty to be added to that as well. So down the order he will tumble. Nicholas Halusa, we thought we'd move into second place, but he's got that warning at the moment for under investigation for overtaking off track. So that could actually yet get Jan Magnussen up into the top 3. He's up into 6th, and at the moment that's effective 5th. Let's take a look at the overtaking manoeuvre. Nice and simple. Out from the slipstream under sheer grunt, past the pits. Into the lead goes Emil Breitmeier, Christophe van Riet back to second. The Di Tommaso, there it is, white with the black bonnet. That's the car leading GT class. And again, whenever you get to look at these cars, there's just such a variety between the prototypes and the GTs, and just the evolution in that short span. 1966 to 1971, but things really changed very quickly during that time.
Tom, a little bit of research for later with the Zytek. You had a problem towards the end of the race, got the second place, but you crawled across the line really. But you've had that fixed, which is a crankshaft sensor, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. The boys were up till 5 to 12 last night, changing the crank sensor, which could be fixed without having to get the gearbox off, which is quite a big thing. Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much to my team for staying up late to fix that. But it was very, very lucky that I even finished that race, because that last flying lap, it was completely failing. And obviously I dropped from second to third overall and second class. But it was frustrating, because I was really upset that I lost it with 0.2 of a second across the finish line to drop to P3 after a 40-minute race.
Well, is that Zytek the one you raced in period, or is it a different one?
So yeah, that is the number 3 chassis. Which was the Work Zytek chassis, and I was the Work Zytek driver back in 2005, and I won Laguna Seca in Monterey in the American Le Mans Series, and I won Nürburgring 1,000 kilometer as well in the 6-hour race. And it was a fantastic car. It was very fragile. It definitely was never going to make 24 hours.
Yeah.
But we could squeeze it out to do 6 hours. And I tried to do the 10-hour race at Petit Le Mans, and we were leading, and then sadly we had I remember it was an earth cable came off one of the fuel pumps, and yeah, no more fuel getting the engine. I remember David Brabham.
Yeah.
Not Jack Brabham. David Brabham was right behind me at the time in his Aston Martin.
Or?
No, he's an Aston Martin behind me.
Okay.
And I remember going through turn 1, and just as you get on the pads, got that steep hill at Atlanta, and literally he must have missed me by about 3 inches. Yeah. I don't know how he missed me, but I was full throttle and nothing happened, obviously. But the car was very, very quick when it didn't fail. And I stumbled across the line yesterday, and I was like, yep, this is kind of how I remember it in period. It's quick, quick till it's not.
Talk about the accuracy of preparation.
So have you owned that car forever? Or?
No, it went over. The history of my car is actually then went over to Japan and raced for a bit, and then it came back to Chris Dyson out in America.
Oh, yeah.
Then we then bought it back off him. To race here, which has just been incredible and brought back so many wonderful memories for me. And it's just as I remembered it.
Yeah.
It's fast and fragile.
Yeah. Yeah. So look at Green. So now he's even quicker than Magnussen. Magnussen's last lap was 2:15. Nigel's down on a 2:14. He is in the lead of the 2-litre class and 8th place overall as they run on the road, but we know quite a lot of those people will be stripped of a lap, so I think Nigel might make it in the top 4 or 5.
Well, I think the interesting thing there is he might be able to at least pick off one Lola T70 in a straight battle, because he's way quicker than Philip Gioc, who's about 6 seconds ahead of him and 6 seconds a lap slower. Here's Nigel. John Emerson started the number 55 Chevron, and sorry, Nigel's in 15, isn't he? So
yeah, Nigel will have the blue hat. Watch out, look for the blue hat.
So that was Francois Rivas, who's in the orange car. That was started by Frank Stippler. So Nigel pressing on, see how high he can get. He was also obviously in an orange Chevron. That was my comeback on that particular one. Right, who is getting, now we've got the Ferrari 512 being hunted down. Armand Miel getting closer and closer. This is the battle for second place. Emil Breitmeyer way clear, 7 seconds clear. The Ferrari in second place, Nicolas Alusa. Pressing on seems to have plenty of speed there, but the story over the last few laps has been that, not by a huge margin, half a second here, half a second there, Armand Miel is closing in. Will he have enough time? Only 4 minutes remain out of the hour. And there's quite a gap behind them, another 10 seconds back to the car that won last year, with the drivers that won last year, Enrique Gempele and Marc de Siebenthal. They might have to accept 4th place.
Were they not one that had a penalty?
No, the one that had the penalty, that the front runners, this is Christophe Van Riet's car, that's just come in and served its... oh, no, hold on, it was a drive-through, wasn't it? No, it was a 1-lap penalty.
1-lap penalty.
Yeah, so Van Riet has just come into the pits for a second time, unless my eyes are lined up with the wrong line.
Look at that beautiful Ferrari. I think that was one of the customer cars. Obviously, the factory raced those in period, but there were several customer cars as well.
Di Tommaso just going into the chicane. That is still leading the GT class.
Yeah.
19th position overall. Next car in class, Remy Terray, the best of the Porsche Carrera RSR runners. Armand Miel, though, doesn't fancy second place one iota. Well, he does fancy second place. Would obviously rather be going for the win, but second is as high as he can go, one would think. He's taking a look, but Nicolas Alusa, I beg your pardon, has him covered off. The Ferrari stays in second.
We were talking about the pro handicap. Had we not had the 40 seconds, Magnussen would have been 24 seconds to the lead of this race now, and it wouldn't have been so exciting as swings and roundabouts, really.
Yeah, it is, but I spoke to them on the podium at Spa. They just understood. It's a little bit frustrating. I think their point of view, sort of contrary to what you were saying, Tom, was that it's a bit confusing for the people who are just watching from the spectator banks who don't know about the penalties. But, I understand about balancing, because otherwise the owner drivers, unless they were very fast owner drivers, they would be also ranked.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's confusing for the spectators.
But also, in the end, I just think the 40 is a bit much. If it was 30, then it would have been a bit of a different story.
Yeah, do you know what? Getting it
right.
Distance at the time is very, very tricky, isn't it? Because every car's got a different pace. Every driver's got a different pace. Trying to work it out is very, very tricky. I mean, if you can not be a platinum driver, it really does help.
Yeah.
That does hurt you a lot. My brother's a platinum driver.
Yeah.
Because obviously raced in Formula 1, and he has to sit in the pits for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Do you take milk with your tea?
Yes, that's what it's like.
Back in the day when I first started reporting club races, there used to be official handicap races. You know, and all the quick people put at the back. It was almost like a reverse grid, to be honest. That tended to be quite exciting. So Emil Breitmeyer, it is the Belgian, runs the both race and rally team there from just across the border from Germany, and he leads Nicholas Halusa, the London-based Austrian, and then it's Armin Meal, son of Richard, the watchmaker, and then Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward are still in 4th place.
Armin Meal is pressing so hard. He's got no tyre life left. He had a big twitch at one corner. The next one he had another big twitch, and then a further one just a little bit later. So with 30 seconds left in this race, there's nothing he can do about that second place. He pushed hard, gave his all, but in the end the car cried enough. But our race leader, Emil Breitmeyer, finding he hasn't got a lot of grip left, but he doesn't have to go a great deal further in this race. 5 seconds clear. He's backed it off the last couple of laps. Will the checkered flag greets him? Well, still 9 seconds on the clock. I didn't see the checkered flag being waved over the wall. I wouldn't expect it, but it could have been prepared. So this will be the final lap, and he has a little ponder. Tom Chilton, looking at this, we like cars to be spectacular, but this is a car with no tyres left.
No, it's very clear. His rears are completely gone. You know, they do run a lot of power, these cars, and yeah, there's not a lot he can do. He looked like a bit of a passenger on that one, didn't he? So he's just only got one more lap to go.
They've also got quite a lot more power than when they ran in period, of course.
Yes, this is very true. The technology and the engines the materials have come on quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively the same Chevrolet, but as you say, better materials.
Right, the big question is, can Nigel Greensall go from 7th place to 6th? As I say that on the screen, he does precisely that. So he's caught and passed Philippe Goet's Lola T70. That's quite a scalp to have on a circuit that has, you know, a lot of straight line running, but certainly the nimble little chevron that Nigel Greensall shares with John Emberson, very good. But in fact, then Gio goes back ahead again, so they're chopping and changing, but this is the final lap, and we'll see which ones gets out of the final corner and accelerates to the checkered flag, the better.
He's purpled sector 1 on the last lap.
Yeah, by Halusa, yeah.
That's Halusa, yeah.
Why didn't you do it before?
Well, for a lot of the race, he was under a lot of pressure, certainly with Armand Mill closing in. Once he's got him out of the way, the gap between the two yellow cars. Here's our race leader, the yellow T70, the Lola. In the background, the slightly brighter yellow Ferrari 512. But yeah, really rocketing along in the hands of Nicholas Halusa. I think maybe a couple of cautious moments, but we did see a couple of slips and slides from the race-leading Lola on the last lap or so. So a bit like Armand Mill, his tyres are sort of less than the very best they could be at this late stage in the race, but he's just got the S's to go, and then the final 2 corners, surely enough in hand, but certainly a spirited end from Nicholas Halusa.
Well, great to have a huge grid of cars, wasn't it, for that race, and provided a lot of entertainment as we head towards the checkered flag.
Has been amazing watching Yang come through the field to get onto the podium. It's been amazing.
So first and second in the shot, the yellow Lola leading the spinner right in front of them. Looking back, they'd taken the checkered flag. Won't interrupt the race leader, but if that had been a lap earlier, it could have done. Down in the Greensall Emberson camp, very happy indeed. In fact, very, very happy indeed. In the end, victory by 2.8 seconds for Emil Breitmeyer in his Lola T70. The Ferrari of Nicholas Halusa chasing him home, and really was chasing. Fastest lap of the race from the Ferrari on the final lap. 3rd place to Jan Magnussen. Just seen the Porsche number 4 across the line in 4th place. Winning the 2-litre class in 6th place overall, Nigel Greensall and John Emberson. And then leading the GT Cup at the start and to the finish, Ralph Kellener's there. Completing the voting in his class.
That is what it's about, that pure excitement. Is jumping around, that joy when you win. motorsport's an emotional roller coaster. When you get the highs, you need to absolutely celebrate them because they feel so good. Because, you know, things do go wrong. I'm quite a good example a few hours ago when the diff broke. I was in second and I couldn't finish. Things do go wrong. So when it does go right and you get everything right and you win, it is the best feeling in the world. And soak it up and go and celebrate.
And if you're not winning, or even in a position to win, you just want to have a good scrap with someone in a similar car, don't you? That is the essence of motor racing. And I think we will take a look back at the highlights of a race full of incidents, and penalties certainly had a role to play. So finish is the message on the gantry. An hour of racing, some cracking racing in there. Classic endurance racing, one grid, packed full of cars. And let's have a look at the highlights. Fabulous array of cars, sports prototypes from 66 to 1971. A fairly tidy start, a little bit of contact, including the Porsche 917 at the front of the grid, being given a bit of a push, and that really led to the demise of Carl Tilley's little chevron. There's a replay from the outside. Brilliant, brilliant recovery from Michael Speyer there to get it in the straight line all over again. But it was Lola T70s at the front. At one point, they were first, second and third. But the one really making the moves was this car, number 124 with the STP livery. Fabulous Ferrari against Porsche battle, the 512 on the outside, and the nimble little 90803 getting past at that point, but the 512 would prevail. And there was a moment. Exceeding track limits, yes sir, put a tick in the box. Going very fast, yes sir, as well for Emil Breitmeyer. But then the safety car was brought out. That gave a chance for some who dropped back a little bit to close in. Some also decided they were going to dive into the pits, but came in before the pit window was open, and that would remove some of the front runners. Most of them, though, at the front end of the field, got it right. Chris Ward out, Jan Magnussen in. Great to see the Jägermeister liveries. And some of the Lola T70s were finding they liked the view of the circuit so much they'd look at it from all angles, but luckily loads of space to run off the circuit and rejoin. Lola T70, Ferrari 512 got very close. That was a really good charging dive up the inside. A lot of respect between the drivers there as Armand Mill came up through the field. Little Lolas having fun on their own, but they'd rather be on the black stuff other than blue. And then some fantastic scraps up and down through the classes. Nigel Greensall putting on a real charge. Armand Mill still pressing on, trying to depose the Ferrari, but with a lap or so to go, the thing that had gone were his tyres. Round he went. He would recover and eventually finish down in 5th place. But victory went to the yellow T70, taken to the finish by Emil Breitmeyer, a win in the bag, but only just. And Emerson and Greensall, victors in the under 2 litre class. So plenty of pride down there. And that's our race winner, Emil Breitmeyer, worked very hard indeed, as Andrew pointed out. It's the younger generation of the Breitmeyer family, the one from the Belgian side of the border, and beautifully prepared cars. And he worked hard. That would have been a very warm racing environment.
Allez, on y va avec l'interview du vainqueur de cette course de classique endurance racing 1. On sait que c'est le 1 des plateaux les plus étoffés de Toronto. Et c'est gagné, Emile.
Ouais, c'est gagné, vraiment content parce qu'au début c'était vraiment pas gagné, beaucoup de voitures très rapides là au début de cette course, donc ça se touchait un peu, c'était très très compliqué, mais bon, content, essayer d'être régulier et on n'a rien lâché.
Qu'est-ce qui faisait la différence finalement? Il y a eu cette safety car qu'il a fallu gérer, beaucoup ont mal géré.
Ouais, c'est ça, et la gestion des pneus, je pense qu'il faisait super chaud, donc fallait pas non plus trop brûler la voiture, donc ils se sont excités devant au début, mais je pense qu'avec le plein d'essence ils ont vite brûlé les pneus. Mais non, content, on a rien lâché.
Bon, les victoires ont l'air de commencer à s'enchaîner avec cette là maintenant.
Ouais, c'est mon petit bébé, celle-ci, je l'aime vraiment bien. C'est pour moi une des voitures les plus fun en historique. C'est joueur, ça marche bien, donc vraiment on a de la chance de pouvoir conduire cette voiture. J'espère pouvoir continuer à la conduire encore pas mal de temps.
Merci bien, le vainqueur est belge en classique endurance racing 1. Il s'appelle Emil Breitmeyer.
Yeah, he's a real all-rounder, is Emil. He also competes in sort of WRC2 level. They prepare rally cars as well, that company, but he's a pretty handy rally driver as well. Not many all-rounders like that, Tom. I don't know if you've ever done much on the loose at all or any rallying.
Well, I actually learnt how to drive when I was 8 years old in a Ford Escort Mark II, and I did that for a couple of years before I then was the youngest person in the world to get a racing car licence on tarmac at 13 years old.
Right.
So I did learn sideways to start with, and I did have the privilege when I was racing for Sebastian Loeb Racing, when we were out in the World Touring Cars in Japan. We went to Yokohama's headquarters, and me and Sebastian were going sideways together with some of these top tyre technicians next to us wearing white gloves and white helmets, and we were drifting around an Alpine section together, which was quite memorable.
I bet it was, yeah. Haven't got any photos of it, have you?
No, I haven't. No photos, no.
Sometimes those things happen, you just don't get the images, yeah.
I've been very fortunate to do some very cool things. I've won in 32 countries around the world, and had an awful lot of fun in my career, and that was one of them. One of those moments which was never on camera, so no one knows about it.
Yeah.
But it was very memorable.
Well, Tom, thank you very much. We didn't expect you for the whole race, so it was a massive bonus. It really adds to the broadcast, and also just to keep up with what you're doing, because it's not just all about going around in circles in cars. As you pointed out, your development with RML, and I'm sure there's some more tricks up your sleeve, and in the fullness of time, we'll see if we can identify them.
Absolutely, and it was a pleasure sitting between the rows between two thorns here.
Right, off you go.
No, honestly, I really enjoyed listening to you two. It's been brilliant. I now see what it's like behind the scenes.
Yeah, have you not done it before?
No, never done this.
Oh, really?
I did British Superbikes when I was 18 years old, and I kept saying the driver on the green bike, and they go, that's the rider on the Kawasaki, and I realised I had to stop commentating for those reasons.
But thanks very much, and the very best of luck the rest of the touring car. We've got 2 rounds left.
Yeah, 2 rounds of the British touring cars left. We've got Silverstone in 2 weeks, so Goodwood arrival next weekend, and then we've got Brands Hatch GP.
What are you driving at Goodwood?
Goodwood, I'm in Aston Martin DB4 GT Lightweight, which was Salvadori's the best Aston Martin, racing that in the Stirling Moss Trophy, and then I'm racing the St Mary's Trophy in Alfa Romeo Giulietta 1959, sharing with my brother Max, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
And also, if people have not been to the Goodwood Revival or not watched it from where they live in the world, it's a massive social event for drivers as well, isn't it? And their families.
Yeah, you get to dress up, and everyone's got a smile on their face. Everyone's going sideways, just like here. There's incredibly beautiful cars with fantastic history. And at the end of the day, the racing is exceptionally close.
Oh, yeah.
And every driver wants to win. And half the field is full of British touring car drivers, which I know very well.
Yeah.
And it's proper racing. And it's nice that these cars aren't just left in a garage or stored correctly at Birch.
Yeah,
but they're actually racing flat out and everyone's having fun.
Do you know what? I think we're going to send him an invoice, for it.
I missed the name of the company, I'm afraid.
Birch.
But Tom, thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you very much, guys.
We'll take your cans off you. And we've got to go racing all over again. We've got touring cars coming up.
Touring cars. They should have stayed for this. But here we are. BMWs and Ford Capris coming up. Tom Chilton leads us. Great insight from Tom, and lovely to hear from him. Because the great thing is, Tom's got that touring car, but he also has the experience with the Zytek, and best of luck with that later. So this is mainly about BMWs and Capris. And back in the day, they had huge battles, and in this series they still continue to have massive battles with the likes of Sebastian Glazer. Armand Miel, just out of the Lola, will be in that car. Maxime Guénard will be back. Emil Breitmeyer has got to go straight from winning this race into a very good 3.0 CSL, 1975 cars. Most of these decent CSLs have 24-valve engines, but some have 12. They're not quite as fast. And then bit further down the field, they are in the same class as some Escort RSs, and then there's a Capri, there's a Jaguar XJS, there's an Alfa, a couple of Alfas, so an eclectic, I suppose, field of 32 cars. But really, Bruce, it's all about BMW versus Ford, just as it was back in the day, some 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 and a bit, 72, 73, 74 were the really big years. And at the time, of course, BMWs were sort of proportionally much more expensive than they are now. And for Ford, they were delighted they could be competing against them because their road cars were somewhat cheaper. But those epic Capri versus CSL battles around circuits like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Racing against BMW. So they had Stardust rub off onto Ford. And of course, Ford could keep up with them with the Capri. It was a very good marketing tool.
No, it really was, but it also produced brilliant racing. There's no doubting that. And again, on great circuits, and they were photographers' delights. Unlike Paul Ricard, they did race here, but when they're racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, when they're racing around circuits like Silverstone, very, very different, but the barriers were a whole lot closer to the edge of the circuit. So plenty of variety for all those cars.
And now, of course, we have specialist touring car drivers like Tom in the BTCC. But back in the day, big-name drivers got into these Capris and into the Fords as well.
Well, the manufacturers really started running junior teams there. BMW have long had that, and Ford had a host of drivers, and they bring in their Formula One drivers. There's a car out in the race with two names on the roof that went very very well together. Stewart and Sever are one of the Capris down there. Their car is starting somewhere down the order. Carlo Vergelet's got that, but it was also, you think of Hans Stuck, he'd raced for both of the manufacturers, and Jochen Mass, we all dearly miss, or really miss, Jochen, who died early this year, because he was an absolute star in those cars. They look great, and we have a whole array of race liveries as well in this. Some would be the works liveries, some would be those of privateer teams, and the Hermitite brand, of course, we see on Armand Mills' Capri that's starting second on the grid, his Cologne Capri, running in those sort of white livery with red, gold and dark colours thereupon. And what was Hermitite?
It was a sealant, an automotive sealant, and a very good one too. And they did have a car racing in British Saloon Car Championship, it's called then, with a guy called Holman Blackburn, I seem to remember. So, but Sebastian Glaser is definitely the man to beat in this. We've also got Michael Kammerman. I think he won the championship last year. But there's been a bit of a move around amongst the drivers, different drivers sharing with different, or people different to the ones they shared with a year ago. Let's just check that out. I know Michael Kammerman is definitely one of the stars of this, and he's going to start in 5th place. But I think this season it's been mainly about Sebastian Glaser. And,
yeah, no, he's had a very, very good run recently, Sebastian, and not just in this car, with which he's starting from pole position, but he's superstar in a Porsche as well. So he's really had a very good meeting here at Paul Ricard alone, let alone all the others that went before. So this is, we've moved on for Classic Endurance Racing 1 to Heritage Touring Cup. Saloons from 1966 to 1984, so a real spread of cars. We've also got the later ones in Group A, but they may be later, but their spec was much lower. So to the extent, much less high performance, the best place of those on the grid is the BMW 635 CSI from 1983, Jean-Louis Rion, but as I say, 19th position. It's the cars up front, the CSLs, and with their extravagant wings that they never ran on the road cars, but they were available in the boot. Those for you to fit onto that. Look at that huge spoiler at the back of the number 22 BMW CSL. The big wing on the Ford Capri, but nothing as enormous as the wings on the CSLs. Right, round the final corner we sweep. An hour of racing up ahead of us for the Heritage Touring Cup. Who's it going to be down at the first corner? The little escorts further back. And the Group A cars, again, including the 635 CSI, tucked down around 20th position on the grid, but it's Ford versus BMW, as it ever was when touring cars had this rich fade. 2, 3 abreast, one of the Luigi liveried cars on the right-hand side of the screen, getting quite close to the ball where he doesn't want to be, but neat and tidy from the pole starters. One of the 635 CSI's made good progress, but
there's one of the Group A cars.
Exactly, car number 13, looking neat and tidy. That's Philippe Truffier. In fact, he's not in Group A, but I'll explain that later. The car could have been, but the way it was entered, it isn't. But anyhow, BMW Capri, Capri, BMW in those top few positions, but it was BMW Capri as the first 3 positions on the grid. Sebastian Glaser, Maxime Guénard, and Armand Mille.
Yeah, but last year Glaser and Kammerman drove together and won the championship. Now they've split, and I don't think they've got co-drivers. Maybe not. And they've got Guénard and Mille. Yeah, again, those names keep cropping up, don't they? Father and son, Breitmeyer, right there in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, one of the Capris in about 8th place, running very wide out onto the straight and braking heavily. There's going to be a bit of a flick to the right. Good move from Nigrin. That was a very good move from number 50. That's Maxime Guénard. He came 3rd in this race last year in this car, but he's got it right on the opening lap, but he's got to keep those tyres sweet for a whole hour. And look how much he got sorted out behind them. Was there a spin there? Yeah, we got waved yellow flags, double wave, so
yeah,
we've lost probably the cars from second, third, third, fourth and fifth.
Just out of our shot there, unfortunately. So we got the BMW in the gold livery, looks absolutely mighty. And so it's Greenar, Glazer, Breitmeyer, son, Breitmeyer, father.
Well, the ones we've lost appear to be Armand Miel and Michael Kammerman.
Yeah,
and bear in mind that Kammerman won this race last year, so that went just out of our sight. They were running in second and third positions, or third and fourth positions, into the chicane on the opening lap, but did not come out the other side.
Well spotted, Bruce, because they were out of our sight. But yeah, so two of the main stars in this, they brought the safety car out actually. So this will close everybody up, so make it a little bit easier for Maxime Greenar and Ford. So it really is Ford and then 6 BMWs behind. And the only really strong Capri, 3100 Capri is the Greenar car. And there is the safety car waiting to pick up the field. And he accelerates away now.
Yeah, clear line of sight. So one of the two fast Fords, if you will, out of the running. That was Armand Miel. Car number 60, another one with just a fabulous race livery. That was the Hermitite car we were describing before the start. So I don't know if we're going to be able to show you a replay of the cars having a kerfuffle at the chicane on the opening lap. It was in the middle part of the chicane. They seemed to turn in okay to the left, but didn't then come back from where it turns right. And having just taken the lead before that, turned into the first part of the chicane, Maxime Greenar, there he is at the front in the Nigrin-sponsored car, with the image of a chimney sweep on its flanks, and that raced across the flanks of an awful lot of cars, and particularly those Zach Speed Capris, those really phenomenal-looking cars, far bigger wings and wider bodywork on those in the mid-80s.
We did look up the origins, didn't we, of the chimney sweep, I think at Spa.
Yeah, it was a 100-year-old company. It wasn't Johnny come lately or Jürgen come lately. So the car's running at a bated pace, but they will get to nose-to-tail formation, providing those at the back keep up with those at the front, because we have a safety car leading us around. It was called out pretty much as the cars were approaching the end of the opening lap, because when they came to the next corner after the one they're about to reach now, which is the turning point to the first chicane, halfway up the Mistral Straight, a couple of cars went for a clash, maybe took a couple of with them, but Michael Kammerman's Capri out of the equation, Armand Miel out of the equation. Oh, and another Capri, Alan Vergele as well. His did not make it through.
Wow, a bit of an explosive start then, Bruce, to this Heritage Touring Cup race.
Now, it looks so they're being instructed not to go through the chicane. Very sensible marshalling there, because the problem, the cars are stranded. There's a quad bike rushing on the right-hand side of your screen to try and start towing those away. There's no point putting the field over the debris. That was really, really quick work from the race officials there, and absolutely the sensible thing to do. So leading this field, Maxime Greenar in his Ford, a bated pace behind the safety car. In behind him, Sebastian Glazer, a driver who was one of the 2 winners last year. Alas, for his teammate here, in 2024, Michael Kammerman, going no further because he was the BMW taken out, or maybe taking out, in that collision at the chicane halfway up the Mistral Straight. Good chance to see the liveries on these cars. A lot of the BMWs running either with black bodywork or white with those BMW racing flashes over their flanks. So we don't know if we're going to be able to see what happened at the chicane. I think not. We haven't had a camera there thus far in this meeting. But I think all one could say is over-enthusiasm or ambition on the opening lap of the race. Very competitive field. So, of course, any opportunity, Andrew, that opens up, you would expect people to pounce if they possibly could.
Yeah, we lost 3 of the best people, but well, two of the best people. I don't think that means we're going to have a race that isn't an absolute cracking battle to the line, because Maxime Greenar and Sebastian Glazer, and indeed Emil Breitmeyer, fresh from his win, are all ultra competitive and very closely matched indeed. In Group A, car to watch for is actually leading 16th overall, Jean-Louis Rion. Now, he's sharing that car, I think, with Nick Padmore. He often does. And he was the guy that really helped Nick in the early stages of his career and gave him his first chance to drive a historic Formula One car. So he's been very good to Nick in the past, and Nick replaying that great opportunity by driving with him in this Group A car. As we said, not as powerful. There we are, bit of work going on. Maybe some got quite. I think maybe that's a pipe or something that's loose down there. That's 55. Alfa Romeo Giulia, Daniel Hager.
Well, that's one of 3 cars in the pits. I talked about Alan Vogelay being out of the race. He managed to come back. His Capri is number 5.
The problem with the exhaust system.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Well, it's unscrewing that, so I'm quite sure what he can do there. There's Hager. There's his moustache sitting there. Open face crash helmet.
So we're keeping all eyes on any notification about when the safety car may come in, on which lap, but at this point on the circuit, it's working down through turn 3 towards turn 4, getting down to the lowest point. The light's still flashing on top of the Audi, so it's not going to be, well, it could still be at the end of this lap, but once you got to the halfway point on the lap, if the lights are still flashing, you'll be going one more time around.
The incident between Michael Kammerman and Armand Meal is being investigated. And I think that they have to rely on Marshall's reports there, because just at one little bit of the track we can't see in the middle of that chicane. I
mean, unless there's a closed circuit TV camera they've got.
Oh, that's
which is
true.
Possible.
That's possible, yes.
Because
there's that Jaguar XJS. Remember those racing in period, and did see Alex Brundle winning a race at Donington. Was it earlier this year or last year in one of those?
Yeah, it was funny at the time. People go, are they touring cars? XGS, they're sports cars. But anyhow, they ran in the European Touring Car Championship, and I had 2 school friends who were massive Jaguar fans. And they travel all around Europe. They go out to Brno to watch them race. Yeah, they were absolutely huge in chasing.
So the Czech Republic, that's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, no, or Czechoslovakia as it was back then.
Oh, now it's called Czechia.
Czechia.
I couldn't quite get that, because it's so like Chechnya, which is another country.
You could get yourself a lot of hot water.
Well, you certainly could. But very clever people, the Czechs. And obviously, Skoda comes from there. There's one of the early countries that really understood the production of automobiles and building cars. Oh, a nice little mix there by our Vision mixer.
Well, it's just such a fantastic climate to be in here this weekend. We've been treated. A bit of rain blew through. You were down in Italy just during the week, and you were getting wet, but you come up here.
I was in Como for 5 days, and it rained nearly all of them. But a beautiful spot, nevertheless.
Green is beautiful. So all the drivers looking at the light bar on the roof, lights still blazing away while the cleanup goes on. Michael Kammerman's BMW CSL and the Ford Capri RS 3100, Cologne Capri of Armand Meal, 2 of the front runners out at the first time of asking, halfway round the opening lap. Safety car was triggered very quickly, and very, very sensibly the organisers have instructed the marshals, don't take them through chicane, let them run up the Mistral straight, and we won't get anybody driving across anybody else's debris, which is a very sensible way of doing things. It also allows the marshals to remove any gravel and grit that's been thrown onto the surface and get those cars clear.
Just a little bit of housekeeping from yesterday, Bruce, in the Porsche 2.0 Cup. Remember, the winner, hard-charging new Dutchman, did have the possibility of a penalty. And indeed, he didn't get a penalty. So Ollie Bryant did finish second, but did win the championship.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it was a great drive by David Verselbergen. And
that's a David Verselbergen.
It's a name that runs off the tongue.
Yeah, exactly.
But had he got a 5-second penalty, you at the time were going, if he gets a 5-second penalty, he's almost 5 seconds clear. And then he did get just over 5 seconds clear, but nothing came anyhow. So,
our previous race, we will check that a bit later, because I suspect the order will be quite scrambled around from what we showed at the end, because all those people that just don't understand that a pit window is a pit window and you have to stick to it. And it's not that difficult. Well, it obviously is.
You may say, but I can hardly think of a race meeting I've been to with a pit window and someone doesn't transgress, or else they come in when the window is open, get out before it's closed, but also within that time they have a minimum pit stop time and they still shave a little bit too much time off it, so they pick up penalties. As a team boss, it would make you pull your hair out.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, the car that I've been running, I found that you were told to be stationary for a minute. Well, there's 36 cars coming in. There ain't 36 people timing you. So you can shave a car.
Okay, gotcha. Right, so the order at the moment, if you're looking at the graphic, it's Maxime Guénard leading his Cologne Capri. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 BMW 3-litre CSLs, all from 1975. Sebastian Glaser, Emil Breitmeier, Philipp Simama, Olivier Breitmeier, Franz Wunderlich and Dominic Guénard.
Just going back to that, so they can time you the moment you cross the inline and the outline. So they know that, but they don't actually know how long you stop for.
Yeah.
You can shave a couple of seconds there sometimes.
So spoke the person who clearly, when doing the egg and spoon race on School Sports, they had his thumb on top of the egg.
Oh, don't say that. It's not that. It's
not.
not.
What all your trophies come
Absolutely,
from?
it's not that. It's about understanding the rules.
No.
And that motor race is about understanding the rules. Read what it says. Read what it doesn't say.
Right, best of the escorts is Raphael de Bourman in car 37. He's running 9th behind the safety car. Then Jean-Luc Blanchemin, Eric Maris, Pierre-Alain Franson. Just seen the 127, really plain-looking car by Pantelis, Lackey Christoforou, and then in behind him the ex-Francois Sever, Jackie Stewart, Capri.
I think that this must have been a big hit between those two cars because they're taking a long time to clear it up.
Well, what we don't know, Andrew, is if there are a lot of fluids that need clearing up as well.
Or did it damage the barrier, of course?
That's possible too. We have no notification for that. Safety car in this lap, though. Message, just as you speak, you're backwards to the timing screen. The message came up, lights still flashing on top of the safety car. So in many ways, when they get round to the start-finish line, it'll be a 45-minute race rather than an hour. But an incident had to be cleared up, has been cleared up. And we'll see how this one runs to the finish. Will it be the lone Ford at the front of the field that will win this? There it is with a Nigrin sponsorship, car number 15, Maxime Guénard at the wheel. Will it be any of those hordes of CSL BMWs tucked in behind? But we have yet to see their full pace because remember, when they came round to the end of the opening lap, A, they'd had a standing start, B, they saw a safety car in the track. They'd already seen the SC board, so they backed off. But we will see what they can manage at full race pace when they get released, and that's coming up very soon indeed.
But it was a hugely audacious and great dive down the inside by Maxime Guénard to take the lead of this race.
Oh, absolutely. So just waiting for racing to resume, and then we'll see who can get the best getaway. All the drivers trying to keep some heat in their tyres, but it's often who can perform best when tyres are just below their very best temperature. Yeah. Right, the sensible move from Maxime Guénard. He's let, as they come through the S's, the safety car pull ahead. That's dived into pit in. So that white Capri with the green, blue and red flashes on it is the one that's going to control the restart. Waiting to go, waiting to go. But this is a very, very tight final corner. He's already made his move. Can't be overtaken for the start-finish line. He just needs the cleanest exit possible. Has the gold BMW behind of Sebastian Glaser done a better one? Not really as yet. Already the first 4 or 5 cars making good their break. Philipp Skimama in 4th place. That
was that bright
green car. Looks as though he's managed to find a bit of an advantage over those behind. First 3 in the order they would have been Guénard, Glaser, Breitmeier.
Yeah, Breitmeier was having a little look at 2nd place, but has dropped back now. That's in the traditional BMW coloured car. Is that a Vorsteiner gold on that car?
Yeah, it is.
I think it is, yeah. Vorsteiner, a very successful beer company in Germany, and sponsored the Arrows Formula 1 team, the well-known racing colours.
Yeah, in fact, it's only when you look over the history of time you realise just how many cars were painted in Vorsteiner colours, but the one that stands out the most is Jägermeister, not just because it's bright orange, but they sponsored pretty much every shape of car.
They did sponsor, yeah.
From single seaters, but largely in arenas like this and sports cars, touring cars and sport cars.
Another successful German company. Hair of the dog, they call it. Look at the flames coming out of that. Spectacular stuff from the Vorsteiner BMW of Sebastian Glaser.
So obviously So obviously the clean-up at the chicane was all fine. You can see the cars running through. There's still a course vehicle, but it's behind the wall, just sorting stuff out. That's probably just putting the kit away. But the first 3 cars starting to make their break. The Capri of Maxime Guénard, Sebastian Glazer, and then Emil Breitmeier in the white, traditional BMW racing colours tucked in behind. Then a little bit of a gap back to the green car of Philippe Simama. So it's Ford, BMW, etc. down to 6th place, and then the best of the 635 CSIs, Nicholas Traber. This is a 1981 car, so it's more modern, but it is actually running not in original Group 5 specs, so that's why it's not running in the Group A class. Right, where is the performance difference between the RS 3100 that's leading the race and the 2 chasing BMW CSLs? Wait and see.
And we got V6 versus straight 6 and straight 6, haven't we?
Wow, look at the punch.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant corner exit by Sebastian Glazer, slightly ponderous from Maxime Guénard.
Yep.
Maybe he's not confident with the heat in his tyres as yet. Yep. Surely that would be enough grunt to get him past down to the first corner. There's no way Guénard's going to back out, but already the nose of the BMW's ahead, but he's got to brake much harder. He's got the much tighter line. Is he going to run wide? Oh, I think he's got away with it just.
He did.
If he'd had to brake another couple of metres later, he'd have been out over the curbing on the exit of turn 1. However, he didn't, and that's why he's in the lead.
Very nice move from one of the series regulars, been racing with Peter Auto for a number of years, as of course as Maxime Guénard, probably the best part of 10 years. Maxime Guénard, I'd love to add up how many wins he's had in the various different Peter Auto races. Probably 30 or 40, I should think.
Yeah, it's been good to him, the series, and he's been good to it, bringing some really interesting cars. But, you know, these cars to me, these are sort of the cars of my early teenage years. Well, not even that. I suppose I was still in single digits when a lot of these were racing, but I just love the shape. It looks brilliant. I love some of the fairly hippie-ish liveries on them as well, particularly the one of Philippe Simama's car, the lime green one in the background. Look at that. Fantastic, day or night.
And with the Italian stripes down the side. Yeah. So I wonder what sponsor that was.
Well, often with cars with Italian colours, it's a combination of various sponsors.
Various different mates they found. Fastest lap of the race goes to Sebastian Glazer out, 2:22.5, just a fraction quicker than Maxime Guénard.
Just saw Nicholas Traber's car going through the best of the escorts. Here it comes, Raphael de Bourman.
Yeah.
Whole gaggle of 1, 2, 3, 4 escorts in a row behind. And then Carlo Vogele, the next of the Capris, the second of the Capris, way down in 12th place. Carlos is, looking to make progress, but being behind the escorts won't be too good for his confidence in many ways. He ought to be ahead of them in the Capri. Those Mark 1 escorts and Mark 2 escorts, both having sort of latter-day runs of those now, and a lot of them being prepared for rallying, road rallying. As an ex-Wales rugby international, Scott Williams, he makes them, and now sort of officially going back in-house as well. Yeah,
and then Alan Mann Racing, of course, Random Imperial, they're also producing some continuity cars, if you want to call them that. Well,
do they all have to be red with the gold roof?
Absolutely do.
Says who? Says you, or that's?
No, I think says Alan Mann's son, who runs the business now. Alan Mann Racing was a big team in its day, running cars at Le Mans and Ford. Rotation there by the orange number 11 car, and that's
Charles Firmenich. I was talking about the Jägermeister livery. That's only a minor one, and they haven't got all of the stickers of that drink you needed the day after, or possibly if you went to bed if you've had a little too much.
Yeah, they call it hair of the dog. I never really understood it quite. I think there's quite a lot of herbs in it.
Yeah, something like that. A digestif in a way.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just ambitious, trying to go down the inside of one of the escorts there. And Charles Firmenich going for a rotation. He should be able to carry on, but that will drop him down the order, no doubt. Still.
So the next thing that happens, we're going to have a pit stop in about 4 minutes. Well, it may not be the next thing that happens, because maybe Guénard's screwing himself up to try and get past the BMW again. So
he is. It's incredibly even. Right, two cars under investigation for possibly not getting the restart right. Philippe Truffier in his 635 CSI, car number 13. I think the other one was car 44, Katrin Jacob, another BMW, but that's a 2002 TII. Just waiting to see proof of that when a screen flickbacks into life.
Yes, De Glazer managed to pull out almost a second now on Guenard. Breitmeyer another 0.7 a second back, and then there's quite a gap to fourth place. It's one of the Shimama brothers, only one of them racing here this weekend, Philippe Shimama, based for many years with his brother, running a very successful engineering business in Chicago, and sold that all up now and moved back to Switzerland and just joined themselves racing. They raced before, but I mean, when I first met Yves Shimama 12, 15 years ago, I was racing the Daytona Classic. They didn't come over to Europe then because he was still running the business in Chicago.
One of the lovely things is if you look at quite a lot of the cars, including the fifth place BMW of Franz Wunderlich, is the windscreen strips, the sound of the driver's eyes, usually with the name of the preparation company, BMW Luigi, two names that went together hand in hand, but also Luigi Racing with Porsche.
Yeah.
Schnitzer, you'll see on the windscreens of many of the BMWs in this race, because of course they did a fantastic job for decades.
They were the ultimate BMW team. They ran a lot of different cars, and Charlie Lamb, of course, the man in charge of that. But the group has got a little list of circuits we've been to, and we reckon Charlie Lamb have been to more racing circuits than anybody else.
Yeah.
But there are some rules.
Okay.
And you're going to be way up on that list, Bruce, I think. Well, you're a bit down on America, but, up in Asia, like, I don't think anybody's been to more Asian circuits than you.
I certainly, in the last handful of years, grabbed a load, but I think my tally at the moment is sitting on 99 that I've been to. I haven't got the ton. That's for circuits, not just visited, but for race meetings.
Yeah, the rules, I set some sort of ground rules out. I think maybe with Marcus Pye. And something had to be a current circuit.
Yep.
And something had to be happening there. It didn't have to be a race meeting, but some cars had to be going round it.
Okay, that's not in my definition, but that's fine. Everyone has.
You might add a few then.
To me, yeah, and I lose a few from other lists that I have because I've been there just because they were closed, but I wanted to go and see them.
Yeah,
they've been closed a long time, like the Sitges Bank Circuit just south of Barcelona.
Yeah,
that's historical interest.
Yeah, well, quite a lot of mine don't exist anymore, but I still count them. And you can count motorbike tracks. And I think, what did we say? Ovals, but they had to be over half a mile or something funny like that.
Okay.
Anyway, my best one was a circuit in Paraguay. That was the rarest. But you have added Dijon to your list this year. Let's go back to the race.
Exactly so. So it's BMW versus Ford at the front, but the Ford, the remaining one in the mix at the front end of the field, under increasing pressure because Maxime Guinot is about to be passed by Emil Breitmeyer. 174 for the CSL, turns into turn one in the lead, just 1 and a bit seconds clear, but that battle behind is becoming very intense. Guinot in the Cologne Capri doing his very best to resist Emil Breitmeyer. Emil's just hopped out of a car in the previous race.
There it says Schnitzer on the windscreen, look, at the top of this gold BMW.
Yeah, and to watch, I must say, just going back to Charlie Lamb, he used to be the man at the helm at Schnitzer, watching the way he ran a team, so professional, so meticulous, and the longer the race, the more number of elements can trip you up. So preparation, just in case something goes wrong, was something that Charlie was very, very big on, and that's why they had a lucky habit of winning races.
Yes.
Right, this lovely early-looking Capri, but this is RS 2600, but without the big rear wings, but still plenty of punch.
Yeah.
That's Carlo Vogelet, and he's being chased down by Philippe Truffier.
Yeah, we talked about Carlos Vogelet yesterday, didn't we? And the family, his father, a great friend of the wonderful Swiss driver Joe Siffert, Grand Prix driver, and I think he was possibly in business with him as well. But we've got 3 generations of Vogelets. Carlos' sons have been racing here this weekend as well. Glazer, Guinard, Breitmeyer, Shimama, and then Franz Wunderlich doing a good job. But I mean, they're all equally matched, these. I mean, they're doing very, very similar lap times, the top three.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are the top three because of the three fastest drivers started near the front end of the grid. But obviously, we lost two of the early chargers with Armand Meal in his Cologne Capri having a clatter with, one presumes, Michael Kammerman, because that BMW driver out as well at the chicane on the back straight on the opening lap. We had the safety car period. We're back racing again at full speed, and the first three cars covered by 2 seconds, but it's Sebastian Glaser leading the way. And then you have gaggles of cars fighting together. Raphael de Boorman is the lead escort driver, but he's 6 and a bit seconds clear of Eric Maris in another RS 1600. But the cars and the drivers fighting each other, braking heavily for the chicane on the back straight, on the Mistral straight. They turn left, they turn right, and it was somewhere around here where there was the incident on the opening lap, Armand Meal against Michael Kammerman, Ford against BMW. That has been cleared up, but all along, just seeing what Guénard can do. He's coming under a lot of pressure for Emil Breitmeier, but he's got that Capri still in second place, but he's not actually losing ground to race leader Sebastian Glaser. I probably thought he might. Oh, I just saw a message on screen flash off before I could read it. It said smoke reported. I didn't read the rest, so is it coming out of one of the cars? One presumes that's what they'd like to report, or not like to report.
It could be someone near the back, couldn't it? But at the moment, just so equally matched here, just 0.6 of a second. And here, pit stop could be crucial. Getting a pit stop and getting it into the window exactly could make the difference between a win or second place. As an escort just went round there, and that's the 63.
He was second in class. Eric Maris just looped. He was about 6 seconds behind Jean-Luc. No, he was.
Yeah,
he was second in class, 6 seconds down on Raphael de Boorman, but
very, very experienced guy. I've seen him driving some much more powerful cars than that. I think I've seen him out in one of those Peugeot Le Mans cars in the past, Eric Maris.
Well, he gets going again, but
that was got a great battle between the two escorts here. But Riot still leading the Group A in the BMW, and the pit window is open. It's quite a narrow pit window, this. They've got to be in the next 6 minutes, so we should see well, we've got cars in now, look.
Well, that looks like it's orchestrated, looking for a driver change, but pit window is open, so it's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, well, this is, I think that's Martin Halusa coming out, and was it Alex Ames going into the car?
Yeah, quite
likely.
Like it. I think it's that way around, but I need another shot. I was looking at a timing screen rather than the moving image picture.
So Martin Halusa, we talked a lot about the Halusas this weekend. He's the father. He's the one that established this dynasty, as it were. And
Alex Ames does the preparation under the SEMA badge, which of course is his surname when spelt in reverse order.
Yeah, preparation. Some of the cars, some of it goes to experts.
Right, the last few laps, suddenly the pace setter, Sebastian Glaser, in the gold CSL, has not only let the others close in, but it's been repassed.
Yes.
So Maxime Guénard put the Ford back
When did you do that? We didn't see that happen, did we? That repass? I think we were
just, I'm aware.
Just when we were looking in the pits. He managed to nip back.
Yeah, well, his last lap, the car now in second place, the 174 BMW, the one in the Warsteiner Gold, was 1.5 seconds slower than Maxime Guénard. Guénard was just under a second down, so that would tally. But was there a slip up anywhere?
Yeah.
Was there a run wide?
Now it looks like having another go at getting back again. And he goes out wide, coming into this chicane, and can he outbrake him? Last of the late breakers.
Well, he's giving himself he's got his nose in front. He should be able to pull across, but does he risk going right the way over? No, he doesn't. Ideally, he'd been coming right to the left-hand side of the screen. His car is smoking just there, but it's because we saw that. I saw that message on screen saying report of smoke.
I don't think it's smoke like that. I don't think they report that.
Maybe they're keeping an eye on it. Jaguar in the background, in the shot there, but that's not challenging at the sharp end of the field.
And this pair they've broken away a little bit from Emil Breitmeier. They're side by side now. What a battle between these two. Yeah, sensational stuff. Capturing some of the great battles of BMW and Ford all those years ago. As you say, the likes of Jochen Mass. Handstuck, he'd be in the BMW maybe.
Yeah, he was with both manufacturers at various points, which made him pretty unusual. Car 84 at a standstill. That's Jean-Franck Ricci and Mauro Ricci. And just waiting to get flagged away. And a very remarkably standard-looking cockpit in there. So the driver who led early on into the pits, Sebastian Glazer, but he's the car with which he was fighting, changing positions. Maxime Guénard back into the lead of the race. He started this lap in the lead. He was passed on this lap, but immediately having taken the lead, the gold BMW brought in, and the second place car as well. The second place of the BMWs, Emil Breitmeyer follows suit into the pits, but number 50 continuing on its way. Maxime Guénard, maybe he's feeling he's got good pace in the car. He's got another 3 minutes and so until he has to pit. Maybe he wanted a lap without being pushed from behind, without having to hunt down.
He has to go in this lap. But maybe he just feels, he's got a lot of open air there. He can push a bit hard.
So Sebastian Glazer driving solo this year.
Getting some advice though.
Yeah. You know, I suppose when you have a long mandatory minimum pit stop time, you have got time to actually have a little discussion with people, and you know, maybe it just settles your nerves.
I think that's right. Yeah, there's some Forsteiner on the funny situation. Beer in Germany, it's quite a fractionalised market. They tend to have regional beers that have nationwide beers in quite the same way. Different towns have their own favourite beer.
Well, we sort of used to have that in the UK as well, and then the large brewers came in and changed it around. But you know, I very much like beer from certain points in the country, not so much beer from others. It's often what you're accustomed to.
Oh, what you grew up with, almost, I suppose, in those early teenage days when you were first sipping the hop. So I presume number 6 car Rion has just come in. He's stretched the window.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for our race leader Maxime Guénard to come in. Everybody else waiting to go back out. Looking through the window, Sebastian Glazer's gold livery car, run by Motor Historics.
Yeah, getting a British team to run that car.
And into the pits, having come in a lap later, here comes Maxime Guénard. Pit window closes in just over a minute, so he's got the timing spot on. How good was the lap before the pit stop, though? Was he able to find an advantage over the CSLs who pitted just a lap before? And here they come back out onto the circuit. Pit window closes in a minute, and the proof of the pudding, was it the right lap to come in for Sebastian Glazer in that 174 CSL? We will find out in a lap's time, because it's where he is relative to where Maxime Guénard is when the number 50 Capri gets back onto the circuit. It's sitting in the pit stop at the moment, the Maurer liveried BMW 635, also at a standstill. Still a lovely shape, the 635.
It is, isn't it? Sublime.
Stands the test of time very well indeed.
Yeah, you mentioned Motor Historics, run by Nigel Medcalf. They're very good at running on Group C cars as well. And a very smart setup. We chatted to them at Spa, if you remember, Bruce.
And you know what they did there? They brought us a plate with cake on it for later.
They did, didn't they? Yeah, so that's why they got a mention now.
We've been so remiss to lead them out for a couple of races.
Yeah.
So all concentration for the drivers in the pits, waiting, and that's car number 13. That's Philippe Truffier. He's in the TC2 class, which is the predominant class. You can see the little sticker behind the front wheel. Right. As we get towards the end of this lap, these are the cars that were in that three-way lead battle at, just before the pit stops. And they're in the same order as they were before, with the gold one in front.
Just
pushed. Sebastian Glazer pushed very, very hard by Emil Breitmeyer in the white car with the traditional BMW 3-colour stripes for their motorsport division. But the important thing is, will they be coming through to take second and third positions? Will they be first and third? Still a lot of smoke coming out of the 174, but where is the number 50 Capri going to be? It's in the pits at the moment, in the pits right now, And they'll be keeping an eye out, but they've got a minimum pit stop time. Will they come out just in front or behind?
I think we'll see it happen, won't we?
Yeah, we will.
Outright.
So into the final corner of the lap. Very slow corner. Still a P against Maxime Guénard's car. Will it go to O at the top of the timing screen? If it doesn't in the next second or two, that means the BMW CSLs would have gone past. But coming out of the pits right now, P goes to O, but having to accelerate hard, pops out just in front.
Has he got enough speed though too?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
But just, in fact, he might have even gained a second in that. But very tight indeed. Shows how evenly matched they are. How, yeah, he's maybe gained half a second in all that. Remember, he'd just taken the lead before the pit stops and it was going backwards and forwards. But as long as he can get his tyres up to temperature quickly and not get caught up and then passed, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do as they approach the turning point for the chicane. Because certainly, do you remember, Andrew, before the pit stops, Glazer's car seemed to have a better braking into that left-hand turn into the chicane.
That last corner is simply called Bridge Corner.
Yeah.
Bridge Corner itself, so Bridge Corner.
Ah, I see. All right, traffic up ahead.
Well, look at that, 3 wide.
But I tell you what, the punch we've had from the Gold BMW coming out of turn 7 onto the Mistral Straight has been enough before to allow it to power by. And now we're just waiting for these runners to go through, including the 635 CSI driver that leads Group A, that's Jean-Louis Rion. Or is it now Nick Padmore? I think it's still Rion. But then, which the cars, it's the 50 Capri comes through next, but he's been caught, not yet past the Gold BMW, headlights on, is right behind him. That is Sebastian Glazer. And then watching from just a very short distance behind is Emil Breitmeier, the white BMW. There it is with the BMW Motorsport stripes on it, but it's how the traffic is going to fall in front of them. Oh, when you've got a really tight battle. Very sensible driving from our Capri driver there. Maxime Guénard thought, I could take, oh no, they're both going to the outside line. Maybe trying to give me space, maybe not, but I'm going up the inside line for the next corner. That was sensible.
It is Alex Ames climbed into the family car of mental blank.
Oh, well, Alex, sorry, I beg your pardon, the Halusa car.
The Halusa car, yeah. And Alex, I mean, better known as a single-seater racer, very good in Formula Junior. He's got a very nice Brabham in Formula Ford. He's quick, and I think he might have a more modern Formula 3 car. I know at the start of the season he raced it down here, so he does know the track well. And see his lap times, certainly first sector quicker than the people around him by a substantial amount. So maybe we'll have a bit of a push for the Halusa family car with Alex Ames. Could get it into the top 5 if he really pushes hard. There's still 20 minutes to go.
One of the cars, I was going to say 138, I've just noticed it stopped at turn 11. That was going well. It was at about 5th place in the early laps, and that unfortunately just pulled to the edge for Frans Wunderlich, so the front runner falls. But it's really about this top 3. At the moment, as we have the change of places, it's going to be a top 2. I think there's a bit more grunt for the BMW than there is for the Ford. Certainly we've seen great progress when it comes out of this next corner, the left flick onto the Mistral Straight. Last time he was rather scuppered by a lot of traffic up ahead.
It's going to be again. How many times have they changed first place now? 3 or 4, certainly.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
And that's the sort of racing we like. Here they are coming up against the back markers.
And actually, as that happened, the BMW in 3rd place, Emil Breitmeier, was able to close in a little bit after that place change for the lead. But this has chopped and changed. It's seed and sword. The 50 BMW Capri was in the front. Here is the manoeuvre. So they've gone down through the S's. And that was being allowed to get in front on the approach to the first chicane. And that was, I'd say that was sensible from both drivers. It was a clear, ambitious move, but there was no way Maxime Guénard was going to let his car get hit by it. So he just moved slightly to one side, let it happen, and we'll fight back. But every time I look at their battle, there seems a bit more punch from the BMW onto that back straight. I mean, thank goodness for him. Oh, more to the point, thank goodness for Maxime Guénard, there's not, they are using the chicane, because otherwise that BMW would pull ever further clear. But at the chicane, the Ford handles that little bit better and hauls him back in. But look, the gap has suddenly opened out. It's over a second. Back markers no doubt would have played a role in that. But, oh, another 635 CSI having a little bit of a moment, but appears to rejoin.
Yeah, don't think Nick Padmore got into the car the man had sponsored in those early days, Jean-Luc Riol. Although the car does still lead Group A and is 17th place overall.
No, looks like Philippe Trouffier's coming in for a second pit visit, so that wasn't what was ordered. He seemed to have quite a slowish pit stop, so maybe they were just attending to problems, but the 635 CSI trickling back in, so that will tumble down the order a bit. That's a Group 2 car, so it can only run in the top class. So first to second, I said the gap had opened up 3 seconds now. And then Emil Breitmeyer is all over the tail. So maybe Maxime Guénard's got a bit of problem with the Capri. Maybe it'll pick up the pace again, but suddenly, a short while ago, we had Breitmeyer in the white number 22 BMW falling away in third place, and now he's right onto the tail of Maxime Guénard in second place, but every time he pushes,
I think he's going to lose second place now.
I do, that's the second lap running. He's gone quite wide. When we say he, we're talking about the driver of the Capri, that's Maxime Guénard, and the BMWs, they do have more punch. And for the second time in 3 laps, coming up the straight here, the Ford is passed. First became second, second became third for Guénard. Has he got a further problem?
I think he's got some problem. It could be just with the tyres.
Right, I tell you who has got a problem. The driver who made that move to take the lead of the race, Sebastian Glazer, who was coming down into turn 4, and he's under investigation for exceeding track limits. That would be all 4 wheels over the painted line. So maybe the battle we're looking at now is not the battle for second and third. It could be the battle for first and second, but let's wait until any punishment, if indeed is, offered to the driver. And the driver in question, Sebastian Glazer, a winner last year, desperate to make, but was he too desperate to make it 2 in the row at Paul Ricard?
We've just got the 3 Group A cars in this, 2 BMW 635s and the Jaguar XGS. The Jaguar XGS is now challenging Jean Mille, the sister of the Milles that we've seen racing, and she's been challenged now by Tony Fouan in the Jaguar.
Yeah, great to have manufactured variety, so good to see the Jaguar in the field. Of course, it's not likely to be challenging those cars at the very sharp end of the field, because that's running Group A, far less horsepower allowed in that category. So another lap goes on the board. Sebastian Glazer, 3.9 seconds clear in that gold BMW, car number 174, but he has got that potential problem coming his way for overtaking off the circuit to get past the Capri. But the Capri now, in Maxime Guénard's hand, has fallen back a stage further, back behind Emil Breitmeyer. So it's BMW CSL, from BMW CSL, then the Ford Capri RS 3100.
Glazer, Breitmeyer, Guénard, Shimama, Breitmeyer Senior and Traber. And Alex Ames down in 7th place. And but he's a long way behind Traber. So I think the Traber's 2 brothers, aren't they, in that car? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see the little BMW 2002 TII, very nimble. That's car number 44 in the hands of Catherine Behrens. She's running, you know, at the tail end of TC2, but there's no way that car would be up fighting with the front runners. It's a car of considerably poorer performance, but still very spectacular in its day. It's earlier too. It's from 1970, so you know, clearly a spec that wouldn't allow it to fight the cars from the mid-70s that are fighting at the front of the field. Further potential problem now, definitely car number 174, our race leader, Sebastian Glazer, being reported for track limits at turn 4. So he's sort of got a couple of things hanging over him at the moment, and he's got to behave for the next 15 minutes and not get any more, or the punishments will come raining down on him.
Any battles going on? Well, as I mentioned, the Mille-Fouan battle, BMW versus Jaguar XJS, 2 seconds between those, and a battle for 16th place as well, 15th, 16th place. But Ames is 4 seconds quicker than the 2 people in front of him.
Here's a chance to see the Jaguar XJS.
Oh, there it is.
Much longer, not much lower than the Escort, but not got the pace, because 127, that's Pantelis, Laki Christoforou going through, and for the Jaguar driver, that will be falling a lap behind the sort of car that if you saw them on the street, you go, which is the quicker car? It'd be the Jaguar XJS rather than the RS 1600 Escort, but in racing trim, running to two different category rules, of course, that seesaw pops off in the other direction.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier Mark Sumter and Paragon Porsche, but just a couple of miles from there is a guy that specialises in XJSs like that. You've got a field of them.
Yeah, people with racing cars and road cars can be extraordinary. They've got a love for them. Sometimes they just gather.
Well, I think this guy, he'll sell them to you if you.
Good news.
Yes.
For the 174 crew.
No action.
Sebastian Glazer, no action for that overtake past the Capri. The Capri now, Maxime Guénard back in third place. But importantly for Glazer, he's rubbing salt in the wounds. He's nearly 7 seconds clear of the next BMW of Emil Breitmeyer.
But Bruce, he's probably oblivious to all that because they haven't got pits to car radio unless they've got a very sophisticated pitch signalling system. He won't even know that's been happening.
I'll just give him a thumbs up as he passes the pit wall.
Yeah.
Simple, basic.
Yeah, but now Glazer really stamping his authority on this race ahead of Breitmeyer and Guénard. That's Emil Breitmeyer, already with a win this weekend, or this afternoon even.
Wonderful place to go racing. At most points there's plenty of track width, not just so you can go side by side, but so you've got a variety of lines. And the corner that probably has the greatest variety is this one here. It's double droite, so you can go in wide, you can go in tight, you can go somewhere in between. And it does mean that many a time you can be fortunate in an overtaking manoeuvre there. You can outwit someone. And also, Andrew, if you're in a position where you've got two front runners coming through with two back markers sticking in front of them, that's where you could really have a bit of a gift or a bit of a monster.
Absolutely, it can go either way, as you say. Just checking to see if Ames can get to Traber. 3 laps here is 7 minutes, and we've got 11 minutes of that left. And just doing the sums, he's 6 seconds to 18 seconds. He could probably make up. So that won't be enough.
Unfortunately for the Capri and Maxime Guénard, this is not a planned pit stop.
Look at this.
He was falling back a little bit in third place, and he's just reported into the pits. Is that for retirement? We don't think it's a drive-through penalty. So suddenly, bear in mind, of the cars at the very front of the grid at the start, there were 2 Capris. Halfway around the opening lap, it was down to just the one, which was Philippe Semama. The other Capris in the race were considerably less competitive, and now suddenly he's gone into the pits, and I just heard an engine being switched off. That could well have been his.
Yeah. Oh, disappointing for him. Fortunately, he's got lots of different cars he's racing this weekend, but nevertheless, he had a very good run, spirited drive, and some great overtaking moves at that earlier battle. But I expect we'll hear from him in a moment.
Well, super twitchy from Sebastian Glazer. Won this race last year. Looks set very fair. 6 and a bit seconds cleared. 10 minutes and so remaining. And Emil Breitmeyer doesn't seem to have any answers. Last lap alone, Breitmeyer lost the best part of 2 seconds. So no wonder the gap's going out. Soon it will be comfortable. There's Breitmeyer just coming out of the chicane. The white BMW. Look at the 3 multicoloured BMW motorsport stripes. Here he comes up the crest to Seine. That very, very fast right-hander at the crest of the hill.
Yeah, it's interesting complex. Listen, we've got, as we mentioned, the airfield. We've got a couple of pretty swanky-looking 5-star hotels right outside the gates.
We get to drive past those, don't we?
We do, yes. We're more Holiday Inn people.
Yeah, give us a ring road and a hotel. That's fantastic. But you know what? It's a great place to stay. And as you've reported, a lot of the people, drivers racing here, will probably come down in their own planes or rent a plane with some friends, land right next to the circuit. They can turn right to go to their hotel, left to come into the circuit. It's a lovely, lovely place to come.
Great battle between these 2 blue and white escorts, and the one running colours of Vince Woodman, famous touring car driver of yore. And I guess that's a guy he must have raced.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I love about that is when a driver carries a race livery over from one model to another. He had that on a livery on a Capri.
Yeah.
I used to love in my early days of coming racing, or before I came racing, and I was just reading about it, just picking up magazines and seeing the race liveries in other countries. You know, you're looking through motorsport and motorsport, and then finally getting to come out to the tracks and seeing the national racing scenes. There aren't so many strong individual national racing scenes anymore. They tend to be more pan-European. And of course, for that, the budgets go up somewhat.
Yeah, Dutch tend to do their own thing, don't they? They've got their own series.
Yeah, and the Scandinavians a bit centred on Sweden.
Yeah.
Mainly they sort of stick to themselves, but they eventually, if they run, let's say, a Porsche Carrera Cup, I mean, Sweden's got one of those, they'll come down and they'll compete in some of the German series rounds and so on and so forth. And of course, for Lamborghini with their Super Trofeo, they have, I think, the 4 championships around the world. You've got the Asian, the European, the North American, maybe it's only 3, now I think about it. And then they go and have their final round at what they call the World Finals. And then the next 2 days are spent competing against their rivals from the other championships.
Yeah.
The World Finals. Misano this year, last year Jerez de la Frontera, and that was my first visit there for a very long time. Another circuit I rather like.
But what's
the bonnet is up.
Yeah, Maxine Guélard.
So he came in. They haven't
just
sorted the bonnet, and he's gone back out again. Or maybe he came in with another problem, looked at it, and the bonnet didn't get put back down.
Yeah,
That's more likely.
Where's the roll of race tape? Or gaffer tape? Or duct tape, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but that's dropped him right down the field. And where is he running down? Well, it was only to 5th, you see.
Yeah, his next target, or the target that he came out to try and get back in front of, was Christian Traber.
Yeah. So Alex Ames has taken best part of 18 seconds out of Traber in the last 3 laps.
Right, if we look back from the bright orange Jägermeister liveried car that had this little problem earlier in the race with the Swiss flag on its rear wing, is the car that's leading Group A. The Jaguar, also from Group A, has had a rotation. He'll get going again, but quite a lot of people getting caught running wide at turn 7. And he'll now be a lap down on Jean-Louis Rion's car, which is the 635 CSR, car number 6. We've just been looking at moving images of that. But has that bonnet sat back down? Of course it hasn't.
It hasn't, won't now.
And he's got Olivier Breitmeier tucked in not too far behind him. What's their pace going to be, respectively? We'll see next time around. No, I mean, the Capri's still got pace, but it's going to be a distraction. Certainly imagine going up the Mistral Straight and suddenly you've got your bonnet slammed against the windscreen.
Here's this escort battle. The guy's got his hand out of the window. What's that about? Oh, no, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. There's something. There is something hanging there in the side window. So Glazer with a handy lead now over Breitmeier. It's on 5.6 seconds.
Catherine Behrens just having to let a Capri go past, and then in behind 635 CSI. But this is a battle for 4th place. Maxime Guénard in the Capri with the Nigrin sponsorship and the Castrol liveried Olivier Breitmeier driven CSL in behind the black car with the BMW Luigi windscreen sticker. Into the final 10 minutes. We descend into the final 6 minutes.
Nice viewing position up on the top of those pits. Got a good view from there.
Yeah, fantastic viewing position.
That bonnet is flapping around. Look, Bruce. He'll see that. He'll know that's happening.
He'll see that. He'll be able to hear that as well as it batters its way around. But his main target is to stay ahead of the black BMW, the yellow BMW Luigi windscreen sticker. He's going inside the X7 and Stewart Ford Capri. That's clearly a less developed model, also 500cc smaller in the engine department, being the RS 2600. 2.6 engine was one that used to have in the German market in the early 1970s, not in the British market.
Yeah, well, he's just going to have to hopefully stroke it home now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's doing a neat and tidy job, but it will be frustration. I mean, anyone who's in a bit of a battle for the top 3 and you have to come in through the pits, you feel as though the whole thing's out the window. If he can come home in 4th, that's not too bad.
We didn't see it. Did he come in? Of course, the bonnet was flapping and they tried to fix it and they didn't. Or did he come, as you say, Bruce, did they quickly open the bonnet? Look, I don't think so, because the amount of time he lost was not that great, was it? I think he lost sort of 30 seconds or so. Well, how far is he behind? He's a minute behind. So yeah, so he probably lost
a minute.
Just no, I'd say 50 seconds, something like that. But,
well, I think his pace, he was there or thereabouts. He had a couple of laps a little bit slower than the ultimate pace set by Sebastian Glazer. Emil Breitmeier was behind him, was suddenly in front. Then he ran in through the pits. Right.
Yeah, maybe.
Black and orange flag for car number 50, and that is Maxime Guénard, because that bonnet is a flapping, and nobody likes that, particularly with the high-speed Mistral straight. So he's got to come in and get that fixed. The black BMW behind will therefore gain 4th position, and for Maxime Guénard with another run through the pits, that will probably put him down behind Alex Ames, I reckon.
If the scrutineers can look at that, they can really assess whether does he need to come in, and indeed that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, there's evidence of a little bit of tape.
Well, there's racer tape all the way down there.
Yeah,
so it came up, they didn't fix it, and spoiled his race. Yeah, the silver racer tape down the side.
So for all those cars behind him, a chance to rise up a position. And now we've got Christian Traber up into 5th place. Olivier Breitmeier moves to 4th in that black BMW CSL. And then the 635 CSI, but a Group 2 version. Christian Traber is the next one in line, but he's only a second or so down on Breitmeier, so he had been doing very nicely. Best of the escorts is still Raphael de Bourman. Will he get in front of Maxime Guénard before Guénard gets back out onto the circuit? Well, we'll keep you posted on that front.
Well, that's a slightly different livery, and that 16, isn't it?
Yeah, but much more unusual with that metallic green upper half of the car going around the outside of one of the escorts. And the number 11, he's had a little bit
torrid,
of a
I think
spin
a
here
torrid
and there.
race, yes.
So that's Charles Firmenich.
I'm not convinced that is the Jägermeister colours. I think it's a different shade of orange. But there's no...
Well, he has got some Jägermeister stickers. Maybe it's a... Yeah, I think there was one on the flank.
Oh, we'll have another. Well, I'll take it back.
But it doesn't seem to have all the sort of the crest that you have on a lot of the Jägermeister.
Interestingly, the Capri has come out behind Glazer now, but a lap behind, of course.
Yeah, if that's what's happened. So yeah, out onto the circuit. Maxime Guénard came out in 7th position. Might be slightly slower because often it showed that you was coming out of the pits, but you haven't got up to speed, while those coming down the start-finish straight will move ahead.
Few track limits, but they're first infringement, so we don't worry about those. And Glazer 7.7 seconds ahead of Breitmeier. Shimama well back, some 30 seconds back.
So looking like a nice smooth run, 7.8 seconds clear. The driver of the gold BMW, Sebastian Glazer, winner of this race last year. That race, though, he didn't do it solo. He was partnered by Michael Kammerman. This year, Michael started the race in a BMW, and unfortunately for him, halfway around the opening lap, ended it in a BMW.
Great drive from Alex Ames, you know. I think he's going to make 5th place. He was taking chunks of time off Christian Traber, and now I think he is in striking distance, just about a second behind him.
Well, I tell you what, I reckon he could take 4th place as well, because Traber's just moved up to 4th, getting ahead of Olivier Breitmeier, and now the CSL of Breitmeier, I'm sure Ames ought to be able to pick him off.
So what's happened to Olivier Breitmeier then?
No, he's there.
He's there.
Just got overtaken.
Yeah, he's got relatively slow lap times as well.
Yeah, so the Martin Halusa, Alexander Ames BMW, that's not this one, it's the one that's got the metallic green upper half and the white colours below, but still smoking away as it has been. There were reports early on. Our race leader, 174, remember he had the slight concern. Here we are. Is he going to be greeted by the checkered flag? I think he went across. No, there it is. He was going to be almost bang on the time, and the car that had been challenging is very close at the finish, but unfortunately, those 2 runs through the pits to mean it's lapped.
Yeah, the car that had been leading, of course.
Well, they chopped and changed the lead.
They did. It was a terrific battle. There's the Jaguar's going to make it, albeit in 3rd place in Group A. He crosses the line a lap behind. And now we're going to see a few other situations to
Well, Emil
be resolved
Breitmeier's taken
here.
second place. Who's coming home in third? It ought to be Philippe Scamama in the
Here's another
sort of
back marker.
lime green liveried CSL.
I hope we can hang on to this chop, but there's somebody madly waving in the background there.
So Simama comes home in third position overall in that bright green car. Who is going to be next? Will it be Christian Traber in the 635 CSI? Will it be Alex Ames in the metallic green CSL?
These have been lapped, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. We're waiting, but the next three cars could be very, very close together. So if we can keep this long shot, look to see who's going to get fourth place.
Well, they're coming just round the bridge corner now. And they come into the line now. Well, they're a long way back from the rest of the field.
Yeah, but very, very close to each other. They were about 50 plus seconds.
That's another back
Christian
marker.
Traber. And I fancy car 16, Alex Ames has just got into fourth place.
Yeah, he did
Christian
it.
Traber.
Yeah.
So 2 places gained in 2 laps for Alex Ames at the end. But victory to Sebastian Glazer, car number 174, and it was a cakewalk for the BMW CSLs in the results. Let's go down to the pit. And the highlights. What do you like, CSLs or Ford Capri, Cologne Capris? It was a CSL taking the front with Sebastian Glazer, winner last year, looking to try and make a repeat, but he wasn't able to get away. We had a safety car period early on because that was caused by 2 of the front runners going off at the chicane on the opening lap, and then it was about dictating the pace on the restart. And we soon had 3 cars breaking away. At the front was Sebastian Glazer. Emil Breitmeier was in the mix, but so too was the Ford Capri that really pushed them very, very hard indeed. Maxime Guénard keeping them honest. He was to end up going through the pits not once, but twice, unwantedly. And there, the number 11 BMW going for a spin for Charles Firmenich. Then a little off-track moment came the way of the Jaguar XJS. The escorts kept us thoroughly entertained with their little spins, and they would all rejoin and carry on. Great little car to have in period. But here was the battle. BMW, Capri, BMW. They chopped and changed, and it looked for a while as though this car, the 174, was going to come away with victory. But then the Capri came back into it, but then it hit a problem, came into the pits for an extra run. The Alphas were making up the numbers to an extent to the back of the field, and it was all going the way of Sebastian Glazer. Some of the cars that ran close, Frans Wunderlich was one of them, but he went off. Philippe Samama started rising up through the field in the number 88 CSL. But all along, things were happening. And then number 16, Alex Ames, with a late charge, was picking his way up the order. And this was a problem. Already 1 extra pit stop for Maxime Guénard with his Capri. They flagged him in for another one to fix that bonnet down, and that dropped him down to an eventual 7th place. But the checkered flag, with a margin of 7 seconds, went to Sebastian Glazer. His CSL BMW clear of Emil Breitmeier, and Philippe Samama made a 1-2-3 for the CSLs.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with that Capri, because those bonnet pins, they stick up, and I think that the main pin must have broken off, and that's why it was flapping up like that.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good consideration there. So it looked like a BMW cakewalk, with them finishing in the top 6 positions with that 635 CSI breaking the run of the CSLs at the top of the field. But the Ford Capri that came home in 7th place, eventually a lap down, was a car that challenged all race. Maxime Guénard, that was the one with the Nigrin sponsorship. A lot to chew over there, but coming out top for the 2nd year running, Sebastian Glazer, I'm sure, will be very, very happy indeed with that. He worked hard, but these cars look great, and I know people all around the world watching that would very much enjoy the flame spitting. Certainly Andrew Marriott did.
I certainly did. Bit of a waste of fuel, really, but yes.
Spectacle is everything.
No, Bruce, 3 races remaining. The Endurance Racing Legends 1 and 2 categories. And then we're going to finish with the Gentleman's Challenge. Well, that won't be until 6:15. But we've got a little break now for some 20 minutes while there's a grid walk. The Endurance Racing Legends are going to be out on this front straightaway, as they say in America. And we've got Emanuele Collard in this, who has had a great weekend. Alex Muller is going to be driving in the Dome this time, and Alex is a quick guy. And then Tom Chilton, who is with us, who's going to be in the Zytek, Olivier Galland, lots of other great cars. So,
Yeah.
well, yes. So Collard is going to be the guy to beat in this, isn't he?
You'd think so. He didn't put a wheel wrong leading away yesterday and just pulling clear all along in that Audi at the front of the field. But Alex Muller, yeah, we'll look to see what he can do.
He's a professional driver,
yeah.
with a long career and with a lot of success in the past. Xavier Micheron is going to start 6th in the Riley and Scott. Mike Newton will be the front runner, one of the front runners in the LMP2B class, which he dominated all season. And then yesterday, Mark Drain in the Courage did beat him, which is a little bit of a surprise. I haven't caught up with Mike, but maybe there was some small problem, or maybe just Mark had a super effort and did manage to beat Mike Newton fair and square.
Remains to be seen, but when we have the grid walk, we had one last night as evening was falling fast ahead of the final race of the day, the 2-hour blast for the 60s endurance cars. Very evocative shots of people down there. We had the full moon in a beautiful clear sky. Wonderful warm evening, and the racing was kept us very entertained. So that was fabulous. We eventually finished not at 10 past 10, but closer to 10:30 last night. It was a packed second day of this 3-day meeting, the 15th running of Les 10 Mille, the 10,000 laps, the 10 Mille Tours here at Paul Ricard. And speaking to people in the paddock who haven't been here for a few years, they say, gosh, isn't it such a smart place? And people who like to come here every year to race, and you can see why.
So Max Chilton actually just looked out of the window. He's just pulling out of the garage and accelerating down the pit road with that Zytek. As he was explaining to us when he raced the car in period, and it is the same car, although it's gone out of his ownership and back into the Chilton family ownership. It had similar sort of horsepower to the Audi, but now the Audi's been allowed to wind up its turbos quite a bit more, and it's got quite a lot more horsepower in the car, which will be driven by the 25 times Le Mans starter, Emanuele Collard, and a man with a lot of huge amount of success, European Le Mans championships and many other accolades.
A lot of success stateside for Manu, that's his nickname, shortening for Manuel. But I thought a lovely comment from Tom Chilton was the Zytek is as it was in period, fast but fragile.
Yes, and we saw Manu being interviewed after his victory yesterday, and suddenly he's become a silver fox, hasn't he?
It happens. It's an overnight thing for people.
Well, something else happens, so I'll take my cap off. No hair at all.
Yeah, no, it's great to see people who just carry on racing. Now we've got a car that appears to be stopped down at turn 7. And looking down the order, that's the Maserati of Alex Wittweger, the MC12. Such a spectacular car, running in a livery of the Vitaphone racing team, run by Michael Bartels, that had so much success back for year after year in the GT1 category. Raised the bar, others tried to beat it, but actually for the second race running here, the car that's starting the GT class on pole position is no less a car, no less a driver than Mike Hazeman's, raced in a Lotus Elise GT1, a car from 1997, so fully 11 years ahead of the Maserati that we're seeing, unfortunately, at the side of the track. But you know, to race a car in period and still be racing it all these years later, familiarity plus ability mean that that car in the hands of Dutch racer Mike Hazeman's leads the GT class will be starting from 8th overall, and alas, unless the number 2 can get going again, the second car in the GT class, the Maserati of Alexander Wittweger, will not be starting this race. However, let's wait and see. One of the cars that proved very popular yesterday was the Nissan GTR 2010 car from Eric Debar. Yeah, mighty Skyline GTR, legendary shape across the years, huge performance, the ever-increasing performance from the Skyline GTRs, and they're firm favourites wherever they race in the world. Pit lane will be closed in a couple of minutes, and I'm thinking we're getting pretty much everyone out there, but let's hope the number 2 Maserati MC12 can be got going again. So it's just great to show people, particularly people who didn't see these cars race in period, to give them a chance to see what they're doing in the here and now. So waiting for the cars to go to the grid. And the next grid will start in a few minutes' time. And this will be the grid for not the last race, not the penultimate race, but the anti-penultimate race. So 3 races from the end of what's been a fantastic meeting. And we will see who's going to come out on top. But if anybody can beat Emmanuel Collard, they would have cleared a very, very high bar. He was supreme yesterday, taking victory at an absolute canter. And at the end of it all, came home by 29 seconds clear. That's the measure of the man and the measure of the ability of the driver. And the car that came home second was Olivier Gallon in his Panos. I'll fall quiet for a moment because the next grid will be coming in a few minutes' time. Just take a little breather. Gathering thoughts, thank you. And Andrew Marriott returns to the commentary box. We've got 3 races left to go. You've got 3 races left to watch. And how about that? Glass of water. That's a lot of talking over a few days. And the pit lane is closed. I just saw a car go down the pit lane. It didn't see, past our commentary box window. Didn't see if it was a car trying to get to the grid or just a course car. But we've got this diverse grid coming up ahead of us.
And I think we've got one group, haven't we, that has not raced yet. So we're going to see the gentleman. Sure, endurance racing legends last night. Saw the gentleman challenge.
No, we've had all of these. These are the lucky groups that get 2 races.
Oh yeah, CERL. That's right. I had some sort of strange thing in the back of my mind that one group hadn't had a race. We've seen everybody now. We're going to see ERL 1 and then ERL 2. ERL 2 being the race with lots of Porsches in it.
Yeah, certainly for Porsche fans, and much as we have loads of Ferrari fans here, loads of fans of all the individual marques, it's a real treat for them, but it's a wonderful sort of race where they get interlocked.
Seen quite a few planes taking off. See anything really tasty out there. There was a couple of nice Bizjets I can see.
I reckon Concorde's coming in a couple of minutes, or it might be the race start. We'll see which comes first.
Just a little Piper taxiing. So we commentate on the on the aircraft.
Oh, I haven't done enough preparation. so
yeah, back just as we got a moment. Back in the day when I worked for Motoring News doing Grand Prix, the proprietor's son, Michael T, who was an outstanding photographer and also effectively our production manager, he got into flying. So that meant that we had to fly to the Grand Prix in Europe with him. Sounds great, doesn't it? Going in a private plane. You forget, little planes like that, there's no food, there's no toilet, and we've got a guest. So yeah, so it wasn't quite, and he was quite dangerous as well because he's still learning to fly.
Danger's your middle name.
So we got Lee Max Page just joined us.
Right, that's absolutely tip-top perfect timing. Lee, good to see you again. Joined us at Spa.
Yeah.
How have you come on a warm day with cold hands? That's quite remarkable. Yeah. Very good. So, all set for... We've got repeats of races here. If you're a lucky one, you get 2 races here at a meeting like this. And this is the second chance we have to see this cracking field of endurance racing legends.
How special is this?
Draws your eye, doesn't it?
No, we're very pleased to go because we got to a point where we were starting to commentate on the movements in the airfield over there. And I was telling a couple of stories about back a long time ago when I was going to Grand Prix and the proprietor of the magazine or newspaper I worked for, Motoring News, decided to take up flying. We had to go with him to these races and he was learning to fly. And I don't know how I survived. And we did land once at an airfield. We landed at Heathrow in a private plane once for some stupid reason. I can't remember. It was quite exciting. And then another stage, I endeavoured to run out of fuel, and we literally landed with sort of fire trucks chasing after us. And as he taxied, the final bit of fuel stopped. It was not fun, I tell you.
Not fun at all.
And when you work for Motoring, you didn't get paid much either.
Yeah.
The only thing you got was a decent car. Anyway, let's get back to the racing. And there's a rare Keeler, or actually a Chevron that it was.
Yeah, that's Marc Julie's car, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a real enthusiast, and
yeah.
I mean, as you know, I'm a Porsche specialist, and there are not so many Porsches in this grid today.
No,
but it's nice to see Marcus Paltala from Finland out there with his 996 bi-turbo, which he drove back in the day.
Yes, but we got a very famous Porsche driver in Emanuele Collard.
Well,
so,
I mean,
yes.
how lucky are we to do these races with people like Emanuele Collard? I mean, he's such a talented driver, and he's so nice to drive with.
Yeah.
You know, amongst as us amateurs, you know.
Yeah.
You can go to school on his line and learn a couple of corners. He's a delight.
Well, you've been involved in this too. This is the first year it's been telecast and have the live streaming. So Bruce and I are really seeing it close up for the first time. But you've been involved with it for a number of years.
Yeah, we've
seeing it grow.
We've been supporting Peter Auto for well over 20 years now.
Yes.
But and for many years, you know, we've supported 50s, 60s, and 70s Porsches. And it's only in the last 2 or 3 years, with the emergence of ERL, which is for GT1 and GT2 cars and prototypes, has our job significantly changed because there's so much interest in these cars. These are the cars that we've grown up watching at Le Mans, and it's a dream come true that now we can get hands-on with them, and we're lucky enough to drive them. We're super busy in our workshop building them engines and gearboxes for them and prepping them. It's enormous fun for our whole team.
And Audi and Porsche have been connected, of course. You've never got anything to do, been involved with Audis at all?
No, not at all. But it's we're passionate about seeing them on track, because we've seen a lot of our cars that we're running back in period racing against them, and we're so blessed to have the owners of these cars want to bring them out and exercise them.
Very interesting car, that one on pole there, because it literally is a parts bin special. So that was, they had a lot of parts left over. They had chassis left over, so that car was built after they'd finished racing over in America, actually, and then became a hugely successful car in what they call vintage racing, as you know, in America, with Andy Wallace. And
I think the other Audi, the Nicholas Halusa car, is a Le Mans podium car, isn't it?
Yeah, second place.
Yeah,
it took with us. Stefan Ortelli, who was seen walking around the grid here this weekend.
Another wonderful guy, so passionate about these cars, and such a great racer, of course. And we're lucky to be able to have the opportunity to be with these guys. And
have you got a race to go yet?
I'm in the next race, in the ERL2 race, driving 997.
Yeah,
it's a very nice touch, Lee, ahead of this, just having people down on the grid, a chance to really see the car. They can see them in the pits, but something about seeing the cars on the track.
It's wonderful,
yeah, we're going to go down to the pits now, and we've got someone down there. Let's find out who.
Et on se retrouve sur la grille de départ de l'Endurance Racing Legends 1 avec un grid walk. Il y a pas mal de monde ici, il y a même beaucoup de monde, on peut le dire, sur le circuit Paul Ricard. Alors là, il fait chaud au soleil. Là, on est un peu à l'ombre avec Emanuele Collard. C'est plutôt sympa. Emanuele, hier, on se rappelle de la course numéro 1. Bah, vous avez été brillant. Et même si vous avez un statut d'élite où vous perdez un peu de temps, 50 secondes, un peu de temps, c'est une manière de parler, vous avez gagné. Donc cet Audi est à l'aise ici.
Oui, bah c'est une voiture faite pour ce genre de tracé, justement, où il y a beaucoup de lignes droites, des grandes courbes rapides. C'est là où elle est vraiment très forte, quoi.
Alors cette réunion de véhicules anciens, depuis les années 50 pour certains, jusqu'aux années début 2000 pour d'autres, c'est quelque chose qui vous botte, on vous y voit souvent en tout cas, Emmanuel.
Bah moi ça j'adore, parce que c'est des voitures de ma génération. En fait, c'est des voitures que j'ai roulées il y a 20-25 ans. Donc forcément ça me plaît beaucoup. Et puis ce qui est génial, c'est que c'est des voitures super sympas à piloter, non seulement ça, mais en plus c'est des voitures très sécurisantes, avec un niveau de sécurité adapté. Donc il n'y a que du positif là-dedans.
Et ces voitures, au fil des ans, est-ce qu'elles ont conservé toute leur superbe? Est-ce qu'elles sont toujours aussi rapides qu'avant?
Alors c'est exactement les mêmes voitures qu'à l'époque, tout est pareil, si ce n'est les pneus, puisqu'à l'époque on roulait avec des pneus confidentiels. Et aujourd'hui, on roule avec des pneus du commerce, entre guillemets, donc c'est forcément moins performance à ce niveau-là, mais tout le reste, autrement, c'est exactement pareil.
Bonne chance pour la deuxième course, Emmanuel. Voilà, qui va prolonger le plaisir d'être à l'ombre quelques instants. Et puis, on va prendre Pierre, le cadreur, et on va partir à la découverte d'autres pilotes sur cette grille de départ.
He's found it quite amusing driving this Audi because he raced against them with Pescarolo with about a third of the budget at Le Mans, and kept them pretty honest, of course.
Yeah.
So he was saying after the race yesterday, how happy he was to finally see what he got beaten by.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So Lee, just tell us a little bit about your company. I know we talked at Spa about it with John Hindolf, but we've got an interview coming again, but we'll get on to that. So we're going to go back down to the pits we hear, and then we'll talk a little about Maxted Page and everything you're doing there. Are we going down there?
We are.
Yeah. So apparently the driver who was about to be interviewed has done one of those runners. Had it happened to me, but it looks as if we are going to be able to go. So let's get down there and see who Vincent has got to talk to.
Voilà, sur cette grille départ où on a rejoint Olivier Galland. Cette fois-ci, il est là, Olivier. Il est passé à un endroit forcément où il faut bien de temps en temps, juste avant une course. Rapidement, Olivier, vous êtes prêt à monter dans l'habitacle de cette panneuse. Alors, on sait qu'hier, c'était un tout petit peu juste pour aller chercher Emmanuel Collard. Est-ce que vous pensez que les conditions ont changé d'une manière ou d'une autre aujourd'hui?
Non. Ça dépend du petit déjeuner d'Emmanuel Collard, mais je ne crois pas que je puisse aller le chercher. Je vais essayer d'aller chercher Max Chilton, enfin Tom Chilton surtout. Et Manu, on verra bien, mais je pense que c'est le favori quand même.
C'est le favori forcément, ça fait plaisir de voir autant de monde sur une grille de départ, un grid walk historique.
Oui, bien sûr, on se sent comme des pilotes de Formule 1, donc on se sent comme des stars, c'est top.
Merci Olivier. Allez, Olivier Galland qui a déjà remporté l'une ou l'autre course ce week-end, notamment en groupe C naturellement. Ça c'était plutôt sympa. Regardez derrière nous le monde sur cette grille de départ. On vous retrouve dans quelques instants. On essaie de trouver quelqu'un d'autre à l'interview. On vous revient tout de suite.
I thought I saw a pitch walk coming on there. So
yeah. He did. We took the sharp intake of breath. Thought he was Martin Brundle and thought better of it.
Yeah, that's Olivier, based in Dubai these days and been racing.
Yeah, he's a regular competitor here.
Yeah, but they're in the cosmetics business.
It's a super big family, the Peter Auto competitors. Yeah. We all know each other and enjoy seeing each other socially as much as on track.
Yeah. So Maxted Page, what you up to at the moment?
Well, we're a UK-based preparer of historic Porsche, mainly racing cars. And as I say, it's the job has evolved to become more involved with these later ERL, GT2, GT1, GT2, and now GT3 cars with the emergence of the new series next year and MRL series.
So you're not involved in any of the 2.0 cars? Or
yes, we're also building many 2-litre cup engines.
You're building the engines, yeah?
Yeah, we're building engines. We've done, I think we're up to about 20 engines out there.
Yeah.
And so we do a lot of winter refreshes of those engines and support one or two cars here this weekend.
Yeah. So I think we're going to have another interview, and again, we'll just see who Vincent has found. I'm sure it'll be going to be very interesting indeed.
Retour sur cette grille de départ, on va le faire en anglais effectivement, mon cher Martin Aluza. C'est le papa d'une célèbre famille autrichienne dans le milieu de l'automobile historique de compétition. Dans l'Audi R8 LMP à côté, c'est Niklas Aluza, c'est un de ses fils. Il y a Lukas Aluza et puis le troisième
Andreas Aluza, Niklas Aluza et le aîné Thomas Aluza.
Et il y a Thomas Aluza, il y en a tout plein, vous l'avez compris. Martin, we'll do it in English, it will be easier for you. It's a kind of family passion.
Absolutely. This is the greatest thing about it. We can spend a weekend together, racing, having fun, rooting for each other.
You are racing, but all your boys are quite fast.
Yes, they're much faster than me, of course.
But they're young.
That's true. They're young, and I pay the bills.
And you pay the bills. That's the most important, of course. How many meetings during a year for the Aluza family?
Oh, between 8 and 10.
With various cars?
Yes, as much as we can, but because we have so many drivers, so if, for example, at Le Mans, I think we had 7 cars.
7 cars at Le Mans, it's quite a lot to manage.
Yes, but we have a big team, a very good team, and so that it works that way.
This is Audi R8 LMP, of course. We have spoken a lot during this weekend about the future for Peter Otto with the Le Mans Classic Series and the coming of new categories with modern cars, not so old cars, of course. What do you think about this?
I think it's a great idea because that's the way the time is going. This is the most modern car we have, but we now have to consider moving up in time.
Maybe a GT3 next year?
Yes, perhaps, because we started off with pre-war cars, and we are coming up since then.
Voilà, il y a 4 garçons chez les Alouza. Ils font entre 8 et 10 meetings de course par an. Ils ont commencé avec des voitures des années avant-guerre, pre-war, comme il vient de nous le dire. Et puis là, c'est la voiture la plus récente, l'Audi R8 LMP, que Niklas va piloter dans cette course de l'Endurance Racing Legend 1.
So he's just out of his racing suit because he was in the previous race up till halfway, handed the car over to his racing manager, Alex Ames, who then took it through to 4th place. So, and he has got some wonderful pre-war cars as well.
Yeah, Martin's got some beautiful cars, and it's so nice that he can come here with both of his sons and
well,
3 of his sons. 3 of his sons, yeah. And yeah, what could be nicer than sharing with your family?
No, that's absolutely right. So yeah, so you're doing the engines for 2 litres.
We do indeed. Yeah, we look after some of those.
And anything for road cars, or not? That used to be your business. Or?
Yeah, we started off, humbly, and it sort of evolved in the area which we were more interested in, which is racing.
Well, where are you based?
We're based between Halstead and Sudbury in North Essex.
Right. Okay.
So we're rurally based, and yeah, we've got 10 employees, and we look after some of the greatest Porsche racing cars in the world.
Yeah.
We're finishing off the rebuild of the 19.
We got another interview.
Voilà, dernière apparition sur cette grille de départ parce qu'on doit évacuer. Et Eric Debar doit monter dans cette Nissan. Eric, vous faites rêver pas mal de gens, et notamment les jeunes générations avec cette auto.
Ah ben oui, c'est une belle auto. Enfin, moi, je découvre ce championnat. Vraiment un régal. De belles voitures. Pas mal de copains qui roulent ici. Ça fait toujours plaisir. Et tout le Castellet, toujours une belle organisation. Donc, on va se faire plaisir.
On sait que l'année prochaine, il y aura un nouveau championnat avec des GT3. Ça va titiller votre curiosité, ça?
On y sera avec une Ford Matek.
Avec une Ford Matek, voilà qui est pas mal, une Ford GT1. Voilà, c'était la dernière interview sur cette grille de départ dans le cadre de ce grid walk. On a passé à peu près tous les types de voitures, bien évidemment. Bon, on n'a plus qu'une chose à faire, c'est se barrer d'ici parce que le départ du Tour de Chauve, c'est dans quelques secondes. À tout de suite.
Thanks very much. Never a good idea to interview someone with a crash helmet on.
Yeah, we're still involved with the earlier cars. We're rebuilding the engine from the 1970 Le Mans winning 917 chassis 23 at the moment. Yeah, which is a fabulous job to be doing.
Yes, because we had 2 917s racing today.
Yep.
Mr. John B's car seemed to be a bit troublesome.
Did it? Yeah, I must admit, I've only just arrived at the circuit. I was taking advantage of the sunshine here and having a lazy day by the pool.
Good. We were here at 8 o'clock this morning.
Well,
yeah, that must be a fabulous project.
Yeah.
A silly question. How do you know how to do that? I mean, what guidelines are there?
Well, it's a question of consulting all the old engineers' notes. There isn't actually a factory workshop manual for the 917 engine, but there but there are a lot of engineers' notes, and there's quite a lot of reference from that Metzger wrote some very interesting articles for the Institute of Mechanical Engineers at the time, explaining his rationale for the build of the engine. And when you read through that from engineer to engineer, it's actually extremely helpful. But yeah, it's still
what about the parts?
A lot of them we have to remake.
Yeah.
It's no good, even if original parts do exist, they're usually worn and they've been removed for a reason.
Yeah.
So a lot of them are remade internally, but of course we're preserving the important parts.
Pistons would come from Marla though, will they?
Pistons will come from Marla still. Yeah, they come from all the same manufacturers, and we'll have to get them remade. But it's a question of preserving the engine case and the provenance of it as much as possible. And anything we remove, of course, just gets cleaned up and kept to one side.
Yeah. Obviously, that's a fabulous project. Is that an engine will actually see racing life again? Or
well, because of the car's value, it will just continue a life of demonstrations, which is still wonderful. So it has to work properly, but it's never going to be raced hard because it's.
Yeah, I'm stunned that Joseph at Son is racing that car that his father wanted.
So cool, isn't it? Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, so we're getting ready for this. How long we got? 3 minutes now before this sets off. You talk to us a little bit about driving the circuit when we get going.
Sure.
But
we won't keep you long into the race on the fact you're in the next one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an extremely beautiful circuit to drive. It's very technical, and being so flat and with double radius corners and so on, it's quite an art, and it's one that I don't think you ever learn fully. But as I said earlier, it's wonderful to be able to follow some of these pros. And
yeah, we've heard quite a bit, as you say. I mean, you couldn't have a more wonderful person to follow than Manu Collard in a race like this. But as we went into darkness last night in the race, it's one thing trying to see a turning point on this circuit with few clear markers at the side of the circuit in daylight, but at nightfall it must be so tricky. You get a bit bamboozled with all the painted lines out around the outside.
You don't notice those so much, but in some ways at night when it's cooler and there's less to distract you, you can get into a better rhythm. It is relatively well lit because, of course, this is a 24-hour test facility.
Yeah.
But it's a different thing. And these cars, of course, unlike cars from the 70s or earlier eras, they do have pretty decent lights because they were 24-hour cars.
No, absolutely, for sure. Well, Lee, I tell you what, maybe it's best to give you the biggest run into your race. Are you happy to leave now, or would you like to sit for the first lap or two with us?
No, I sit with the first lap.
Oh, good. I just don't want to cause you not to get your car inside.
No, I'm already. I'm in my kit, and yeah.
Okay, good.
I'll join you for a few more minutes.
That'd be perfect.
Well, so we're hearing lots of news about the progression of Peter Auto, and also this exciting news that the final round, although it's not going to count for the championship, will be in Daytona at the 24-hour revival meeting.
That's for the 60s cars, which is great, and it's lovely that they're still preserving a solid platform for people to still race those cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're adding into it, and they're adding this more modern technical cars, which are now considered historic.
Yeah.
And there's so much platform for them going forward into next year.
Yeah. So here is this Audi, the parts bin special, I call it, the Brad Kettler built car.
It's still an extremely
they're all genuine bits, you know.
Yeah.
They had so many spares, they built up this extra chassis. And I say it's had a lot of success in America.
He ran away with this race yesterday.
He did,
it
indeed,
was in a different
actually, we had Max Chilton in here earlier. When he was racing the Zytek against this Audi, the Audi had like, what did he say, 460 horsepower?
480, I think.
480, and he had something similar. But subsequently, the rules changed, and so the Audi is running quite a bit more than that now.
Yeah.
And his Zytek is still the same. So.
Yeah.
Here's a marvellous story. So he's racing a Zytek, so he raced in period. Actually won 2 or 3 races in, and has bought it back.
It's so nice, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of the original drivers of these cars getting reunited with their old cars, and that's wonderful. And very often owners that have brought them into their collections will have a lot of fun in inviting the original drivers to share.
Yeah. So one car we haven't mentioned, but you certainly can't miss, is the Lark McLaren.
Well, I mean,
GTR. And we haven't got. There's 4 of them sitting down in the JMB pit, and we don't quite know why. One of them's racing, and the 3 others aren't. But maybe there's some McLaren day here.
Well, I think it's thanks to Francois Perraudot, who along with Manuel Collard.
Do you think he owns all those?
I think he owns probably the larger percentage of them, if not all of them.
Yes.
And he's a great supporter of historic racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And great to see him, using these cars as they're intended to.
Yeah. This Audi's owned by Perraudot. And then we got the domes. That was an interesting one. 2 domes, the Jan Lammers team cars.
Yeah, with their multi-liveried, multi-sponsorship
I've forgotten how many euros to get a patch, but it wasn't that much.
Absolutely horrific for model makers.
Yeah. Yes. And, of course, Dome, Japanese car manufacturing company, race car manufacturers, get ready to rock and roll here at Paul Ricard as we head towards the evening. And is it Manu Collard who blasts into the lead? Or maybe Alex Muller in the Dome can do something about it. Look at the Panos coming down the inside, but he has to drop back a little bit. And it is Collard who turns into that first corner first. We're also going to be watching out in the lower categories. And I think Mike Newton did get away in front of Mark Drain, who is his main rival. But there is the Audi in the famous silver colours in the lead. There's the Panos. Would you like to sit that far back in a racing car, Lee? No. It's absolutely extraordinary.
Well, did the second dome just go into a bit of a rotation, I think?
Oh, did it?
No, it seemed to be going a little bit sideways. You haven't changed for third position because the Panos has come through. Olivier Galland has moved ahead of Tom Chilton. First four making break. No, hold on. Yes, I think we did lose the second dome because that's the black Riley and Scott of Xavier Micheron coming through, so my eyes did not deceive me.
So was that the Bolivian guy that spun there?
Yeah, Felipe Ortiz.
Yeah.
Wonderful burble from some of these cars, leading the GT class really tidily. He was excellent yesterday. Mike Hazeman's now making it run up the hill.
Yeah, again, a charming guy that ran that car in period and comes back to join us. It's so cool.
Well, first two cars making their break, and Alex Muller, of course, will be is sharing the chasing dome with Yvan Vercouter. So he's going to try and get as close as he can to Muller in the first part of the race before he has to hand that one over. And looking to see if everyone else is behaving and whether Felipe Ortiz was able to get going again after his spin. I sense he can. He's at the back of the field now. But unfortunately, we lost before the start of the race. On the start of the race, Philippe Collinson, that great big Lola B9810. It was fairly well placed at the start of the race. But now that's not the race-leading Audi, but that's the one further down the field, going back. But importantly, Nicolas Alusa getting it back on and then going off the other side, just ahead of the GT car, the GT leading car, the Lotus, the bright yellow Lotus of Mike Hazeman's. And he's got Mike Newton and Mark Drain not too far behind them.
Yeah, he's just out-dragged him there, and he'll get back into his rhythm.
Yeah, had a bit of a lock-up, didn't they? Had a lock-up behind from the Courage of Mark Drain. Off the course, but back on again. And
drivers all talk about just how technical this circuit is. If people think this circuit is just the Mistral Straight and Scene, there's so much more to it. Those final two corners, they're an absolute handful, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're awkward. I mean, the biggest challenge after Scene corner, which is the fast one after the straight, is coming into the double right, and there are so many lines through there depending on what's going on around you, and it's very easy to be too greedy and get on the power too quickly, and front washes out. But
yeah, I mean, it's because large parts of the circuits are remarkably wide, and therefore it does offer the scope for people to have a little bit of ambition. Whether they've got the ability to pull it off is always another question. But from a commentary and spectating point of view, it's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's difficult to cover some very good drivers. I mean, I've seen Nigel Greensall drive around me in all kinds of different shapes.
Just what he does.
It's what he does.
Also, some mention that running there in 5th place is the Riley and Scott of Xavier Micheron, Ascot Collection seller and collector of fine racing cars. And Xavier drives very nicely. Number of cars. He's got 2 Riley and Scotts. I think they're both for sale.
He's a super guy, you know, along with Sam Hancock and ourselves. You know, we're all buying and selling these cars and helping bring people to enjoy them in the series.
Xavier was only born with one hand, so he really does very well for that.
Yeah, it seems to be no disadvantage.
We just saw a car go the yellow.
Yeah, the Lotus just gone in the pits. I was looking behind him because this GTR, it looks like it shouldn't be racing against the prototypes, but it's doing a really, really good job. But having led the GT class, Mike Hazeman has peeled into the pits, so now it is Eric Debar leading that class in that great big Nissan GTR. Talking about great brig, it's the Panos in 3rd place. Finished 2nd yesterday in the hands of Olivier Galland, but today he's back in 3rd with Alex Muller, trying to keep with the Emmanuel Collard-driven Audi and doing a very good job, just 1.2 seconds down in 4th place now, hopefully with everything going smoothly, because last night right at the end 2nd place became 3rd for Tom Chilton. Remember coming out of the final corner?
Yeah.
And it wasn't his fault.
Tom was having problems. Alex Muller's driven everything from Formula 3000 to Craftsman, did a couple of Craftsman truck races in the States in NASCAR. As a European coming into Craftsman trucks, he found it not very easy.
Let me offer you some advice that you don't want to follow.
Yeah. See that wall, boy?
Well, luckily the wall's well back here.
Yeah, well, Alex Muller doing a good job of hanging on to Collard in his early stages. And
I think a supremely good job. In fact, this first part of this lap, he's closed in very slightly. The second part, he should close the gap, 1.4 seconds. But there is the troubled Lotus. So, again, slightly historically accurate because it was fragile when it started in 1997. But clearly very quick in between. And Mike Hasemans knows it very well because he was racing in a period. Gap actually went out 1.5 seconds. But this is a really, really good run from Alex Muller. You can imagine Manu Collard in the lead Audi, cool, calm, unflustered as he is out the car.
And despite that excursion, I see that Mark Drain has caught up with Mike Newton again.
Yeah, Drain is in the red Courage. He's actually getting a little bit harried by Eric de Bar behind because plenty of horsepower in that in the Skyline at the back, the GTR, the hallmark car of the Nissan range, and has whole legions of fans in Japan. They turn up at circuits, and when they're competing, they've got all their special flags. I mean, there is no racing fan like a Japanese racing fan because they are just so enthusiastic.
Disappointing to see the pill beam didn't start. Remember, it had problems yesterday, and I thought maybe they'd be able to fix it. Because I've been racing that car for the best part of 20 years, so started racing at Le Mans in period, and the same guy's still racing it till day. But was sadly not getting behind the wheel here at Paul Ricard. And there is Drain really putting a bit of pressure on Mike Newton, who's had another couple of wins in this class at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Mike's being, just driving the line he wants to drive at the moment, keeping it smooth and clean, hallmark of his career. Good to see. I talked before the start of the race that the Maserati MC12 was going nowhere. It did make it back to the pits and broken down on the circuit, but alas, the good news is they got the car back. The bad news, it's still sitting in the pits.
Yeah, we'd like to see Sam Hancock out in that again. He was great yesterday.
Yeah. Chicane or no chicane?
Oh, no chicane.
Definitely, yes.
Certainly not for these cars, but with 2 Litre Cup, it's great fun to have the chicane.
Yeah, of course.
They're all about the corners, those cars. Yeah. Well, I'm going to love you and leave you.
No, but, I think it's fair. Thanks for staying for the first handful of laps.
Thanks for doing what you're doing to bring this to a wide audience.
And we're going to wish you the greatest of luck with your race, and also I hope to hear that 917 engine you're building run one day.
It will be soon enough.
Right. Thank you
Good work.
very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well done.
Thank you very much indeed, Lee Maxted Page. He's heading downstairs. He hasn't got much to do apart from a race coming up shortly. So
have fun.
We'll hang on in here.
Cheers.
It really augments having extra people come and join us in the commentary booth. It's great fun, but also you find out insights you didn't even know you were looking for, which is always good. And Lee, very understated, but clearly, to be rebuilding engines for Porsche 917. You don't do that just with a bit of a run up and hoping for luck. Right, I'm deeply impressed by the pace of Alex Muller in second place. He's now 3 seconds down on Manu Collard. Bear in mind, yesterday Manu won by 29 seconds. But then, of course, Manu's going to carry on all race in that Audi, whereas Alex Muller is going to have to hand over the second place dome to his teammate Yvan Vercoutert. A car that I've really been pleased to see having a good rumble, and it does rumble indeed, is the black Riley and Scott. Chasing is Xavier Micheron at the wheel, as you pointed out. Just 2 seconds down on Nicolas Alusa in the second of those Audis. Different cars from different parts of the world. Pretty much the same time. Just the Audi just 2000 and 2002 for the Riley and Scott.
Yeah.
They're mixing it and matching it.
So let's talk about Riley and Scott. One of the great race team constructors in the States, now just called Riley. Originally Bob Riley, and now his son Bill, and they've run a great. So they run all sorts of programs for different manufacturers. Scott was a guy called Mark Scott, who is British and was one of James Hunt's mechanics way back in the day. And they went to America and joined together with the Riley family. Very good book written by Bob was the father. He's not alive anymore, but he wrote a very good book. And Bill, quite a quiet guy, but he really knows how to run race cars. And lots of manufacturers go to him to run their programs.
Yeah,
but these cars were prior to that. So they made their reputation with these very solid sports cars, run so well at Daytona, and that particular car, I believe, is one that did run at Le Mans. Micheron's got 2 of them. He was telling me at Silverstone that one of them he would run the Le Mans car here. Well, Mark Drain has got past Mike Newton. Meanwhile, the Lotus had gone out and it stopped again.
Yeah, I was delighted to see it get back on the track, but then I saw something saying something stopped at turn 5, and unfortunately it's car 43. But where did Mark Drain get past to lead P2 class, get past Mike Newton? Felipe Ortiz is still making a recovery after that early spin. He's separate. There he is in that dome. Remember, that started in about 5th position, but he's now picking his way through. He may interrupt the order. He's got past Eric Debard, who was right on the tail of the Red Courage a few laps ago. The Red Courage, as they go past the stricken Lotus, got ahead of Mike Newton. Time of plenty for Mike to get it back, but I must say Mark Drain has really stepped up to the mark.
He has.
In the Courage this weekend. You always expect Mike Newton to be at the front end of the P2 class, but he's really seems to just found he's got some spring in his step, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, both successful businessmen. Collard, though, a professional racing driver for over a quarter of a century. So we said 25 Le Mans in the book. And so much other racing, lots of success over in America.
Yeah, Porsche Super Cup champion in period, and Junior French single-seater series champion.
Yeah.
When they were very strong championships, the French ones, but not so strong now. But they don't stand alone in that. The level of drivers coming through a bit stronger 20, 30 years ago.
I thought Tom Chilton would probably be in 3rd place. And I'm a bit surprised that the Paynos has stayed in front of him. We know they changed this crankshaft sensor last night, and a very big spin there.
Well, that's Felipe Ortiz. He was coming up through the order. He was trying to work his way past those P2 class leaders. That would have got his heart rate going. We were talking to Tom Chilton about what your heart rate is in the car. His might have been 160 before he had a spin around, and he got it together. But I think he's lost power during that rotation, or maybe he's just waiting for his heart rate to come below 3,000.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Well, he's got an interesting crash helmet as well, hasn't he?
Mark Drain was very fortunate not to be taken out. Just maybe a little bit too much ambition from Felipe Ortiz there.
Maybe took a bit of air away from the front as well.
So that's right towards the end of the lap, but he's gathered it together and will now proceed. Or not. No, he hasn't got it going.
And that's a Bolivian flag. Red, yellow and green stripes is the Bolivian flag on his crash helmet. And racing for Holland he still has the original strip, but when he raced this car in period.
Yeah, and this was a great sponsorship initiative to try and get racing to Holland to compete competitively at the Le Mans 24 Hours with just a range of people putting in a small amount of money to get the car on the grid. On the grid they got.
I suspect Felipe paid more than a small amount of money to drive the car. I'm not sure what his history was before he went to Le Mans.
Right, Manuel Collard, how is he going? Car 83 leading the race, 5.6 seconds clear of Alex Muller. This is a really good run, well, most notably from Manuel Collard, but he's doing what we expect him to do. But shortly, as he gets a lap on the Kyler, the blue, yellow and orange car, started life as a Chevron, went to race in the States. In the background of the shot, there's the 2nd place car, lights ablaze, Alex Muller. He's actually in the first part of the circuit, he's gained half a second, possibly because Manu Collard was a little bit delayed by the Kyler, but running on the dirty side of the track. It's almost like he's seeking the shade as he runs up the back straight, the Mistral straight here. Alex Muller, I'm deeply impressed now, just 4.9 seconds down. Why is he raising his pace, or is Manu Collard just cruising?
I think check some lap times here.
Well, we've heard problems for Lotus 43. Mike Haseman's brought it into the pits, went back out, pulled off the track, has got back to the pits. We'll find out why the Elise has failed. Bear in mind, it was way clear in qualifying in the GT1 class. So let's go down, because Vincent is about to speak to Mike Hasemans.
Retour au stand également, comme vous l'avez annoncé, de cette Lotus Elise GT1 numéro 43. À mes côtés, Liam Hasemans, un des membres de la célèbre famille Hasemans, avec toi, bien évidemment, au sommet de la hiérarchie. Alors, Liam, c'est un week-end un peu compliqué pour la Lotus.
Oui, non, malheureusement. En fait, la voiture, elle est super rapide, hein, comme d'hab, mais juste, on a eu quelques petits soucis, en fait, électroniques. Et on a déjà eu ça hier dans la première course. La voiture, elle est super bien. Mike, en fait, il est entre toutes les LMP1, donc c'est super. Mais ouais, c'est juste, en fait, on a un petit souci vraiment avec une petite pièce. Et du coup, on a un petit faux contact à chaque fois. Donc le moteur, il avance et puis on a une petite coupure. Et c'est pour ça, là, il a pu rentrer au stand. Mais voilà, impossible de continuer la course, malheureusement.
C'était un peu compliqué avec la Bizzarini, l'ISO également. Petit problème récurrent, là.
Ouais, non, en fait, voilà, hein, ça fait partie du sport mécanique. On est évidemment tellement dépendant de ce qu'on a. Mais en fait, on a des super vite. Enfin, les voitures sont super rapides. La Bizzarini, hier aussi, ça allait super bien au début. Juste voilà, comparé avec les Cobra, hein, ils ont des freins un peu différents. Nous, évidemment, avec les petites plaquettes, rouler comme ça pendant 2 heures, c'est très compliqué sur ce circuit. Donc, mais bon, on va essayer de revenir pour Estoril avec un peu plus de chance.
Ma dernière question, Liam. Je pense que vous avez été lié, vous êtes lié à la NASCAR Euro également en ce qui vous concerne. Hein. Alors entre la NASCAR Euro moderne et les compétitions historiques, il y a un monde. Hein.
Il y a un monde, mais franchement, je prends tout autant de plaisir à rouler ici que de rouler l'Euro NASCAR. Donc ça, c'est vraiment déjà super chouette. Ici, en fait, c'est surtout aussi de l'atmosphère autour du circuit, le nombre de monde qui vient, mais aussi juste de pouvoir rouler des anciennes voitures comme celle-ci. C'est une occasion unique. Donc non, c'est sûr que c'est vraiment super chouette.
Ce qui est sûr, c'est que chez les Hezemans, la passion ne s'arrêtera jamais.
So I threw down for an interview with Mike Hazeman's got his son Liam, who's very trilingual there.
Oh, certainly.
Really good interview there. But little, as ever, it's the little bits that break on racing cars that cause them to pull off, and a little problem, the electronic system there brought an end to the race for the Lotus.
Not for the first time. That car is a worry. Collard is lapping on 150.2. He was just about his fastest lap yesterday was a second faster than that. There's no question in doubt that the Dome is going quicker in Alex Waller's hands than it did in the hands of its owner, Ivan Vercouturier. But Collard is not at his maximum. I think he's keeping a little bit in reserve, and I don't think the Chilton car is right, actually.
No, quite possibly not. It's just done its fastest lap of the race. It's staying about a second off the tail of the Panos of Olivier Gallon. The best battle of the race is the one we're looking at now. Mike Newton fighting back against Mark Drain. These are the two cars running the LMP, or two of the three cars that were entered for the LMP2 section. One didn't start. That was the Pierre Bruno-driven Pilbeam you were talking about earlier before the start of the race. But the red car is the Courage. That's leading the LMP2 class. The white, red and blue car is Mike Newton in his MG tucked in behind. And all along, they've got the more powerful, but obviously less aerodynamic car in the background. That is Eric Debye in the Nissan GTR.
Yeah, different engines. The Chilton car has got the AER developed engine. It has Oliver trains into the pit. But the window is open, so that's fine. But Mike is continuing. And,
well, Mike had closed right back on the tail. Remember a few laps ago, Mike Drain got ahead. Didn't really pull far clear, but Mike in the last lap or so closed in. Wasn't close enough to try and make a move quite on the run up the Mistral straight, but was happy to go there. Happy to go on to another lap. Pit window still open for another 6.5 minutes. Is our race leader, Manuel Collard, just under 8 seconds clear. But I must say, Alex Muller is doing a really, really good, impressive job in the number 15 Dome, holding down second place. In turn, he's got he's got 24 seconds of a margin over Olivier Gallon, who's just come into the pits. That's why it's slightly extended in his Panos. But Tom Chilton, therefore, is up into third place out of the track. He hasn't pitted yet.
I'm sure Mike Newton will be getting a bit of advice from Phil Barker, who back at Le Mans 20 years was there, talking into his helmet. And that car now run by Front Row Racing. Excellent preparation. Business built the six-wheel Tyrrells, recent replica six-wheel Tyrrells.
Well, they're good to have back, because anytime you can have a bit of a novelty, it's always good to see. And for younger race goers, a chance to just see the idiosyncrasies of cars in the past. Right, at the moment, Mike Newton just in front of race leader Manu Collard. They've trimmed him by half a second there, but Manuel doesn't have to take any risks. He's got that buffer of 8 seconds. That's fine. He's cool, calm, collected out of the car, and in the car even more so perhaps. And that was really probably the trademark. When things go wrong, and they often go wrong in long distance races, you've got to be analytical. You've got to be cool, not get flustered, lose your mojo. And that really is one of the reasons why so many people employed him, including Francois Perrodo, whose car he's driving.
Yeah, well, he was Perrodo's driver coach.
A long time.
And they did a lot of racing together in the WEC, didn't they, in Ferraris? Paltala. Sitting there in the Porsche.
Pit window still open for another 4.5 minutes, so Paltala just taking it nice and easy, sitting, waiting. And then he'll go out and rejoin the circuit. But he won't, of course, be going out to rejoin the circuit because Lionel Robert will do the second part of this race. There's Robert's name above the door. Pierre Martinet, the sponsor on the door of the car, and they've had such a long connection with Porsche in racing. Martinet, Frère. Number 14, first infringement for track limits. That's at the first corner of the circuit. Car 14, however, is the Dome of Felipe Ortiz, which has been in the pits and come out, but is now the best part of 2 laps down. That rotation at the start of the race, he was about 5th on the opening lap. Remember, he didn't get as far as the Mistral straight before he rotated out of our shot, allowing the first 4 cars to escape. And since then, he's had that big Larry moment at the penultimate corner of the lap, Virage de la Tour. And at the moment, he's in the pits, and now just out of the pits, but he's blown his race in terms of a top result.
Yeah, I said yesterday I thought Paltala was a BMW driver. I think he was, but he was farmed out to America to race for Will Turner's excellent team out there. And he did have a class win at Daytona, and also victories at Laguna Seca and Watkins Glen 6 Hours. Well, that was back 11 years ago now. So,
yeah. A lot of drivers have careers that go on a lot longer than they did long ago, not just because cars are safer, but just because there are people that will pay them to support them. Right, Mike Newton's coming in. The big question is when he gets that MG EX264, the car from 2005, back on the circuit, will he come out ahead of his rival in the Courage, and that rival being Mark Drain? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
I knew Paltala had something really good on his CV. I'll tell you what it was. He won the Spa 24 Hours back in 2015 with Mark VDS team in a BMW with Nicky Katzberg and Lucas Luhr in the Z4. You were probably there.
That year, no, I was not there. I've been pretty much every year before and since, but that was one of the years. The Spa 24 Hours went into a bit of a decline, and it's come back, and it's just punching big time now.
He's a good runner, Paltala, because he was also second overall in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So there, the Audi is just in and being run by the JMB Classics team.
Yeah, Manu just sitting there, cool, calm. He came in with a 9-second advantage, built it up bit by bit. But in the first stage of the race, he certainly was kept on his toes by Alex Muller, who was sitting about 1.5 seconds off his tail for the first handful of laps. But then thereafter, he just eked his way clear. Manu Collard, nothing dramatic, just all in good order. And that's exactly what people expect from him. Always quick, always calm, and just looking super smooth.
Yeah, the JMB team that are running that car had Jean-Pierre Jabouille as part of their organisation, but the JMB was Jean-Michel Bourresh.
Ah, yes, I just couldn't remember that. We were having a little debate last night. I think it was in the car on the way back away from the circuit, but yeah, indeed, and they were prolific. They ran a lot of people in.
Yeah, they had ran some very good cars indeed over the years.
So I just suddenly thought there might be a problem. Yeah, there is a problem for Eric Debard's Nissan. Seems to be running off the side of the circuit, and that's the car that was the leading. His middle sector time should be around 30 seconds. It's 56 seconds. So the Nissan GTR that was way clear in class. Second in class is Nicolas Joffre. So suddenly the McLaren F1 GTR ought to be going through any second into the lead of this race. That's the one that has a lot of people excited. The Lark Racing.
Yeah, looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, black with pink.
Yeah, they had 2 of those cars in period. So Mike Newton is just about to come out the pits, and has Phil Barker done his job and got him in and out very close to the window, and I suspect he has, and it might put him just in front of Mark Drain. there's the Collard Audi. Francois Perraudot has apparently got one of the very best racing car collections in the world. I don't know him, but I hear he's an absolutely lovely chap. He's huge in the oil industry.
Yeah. No, it was his father's company. His mother runs it with Francois, and Francois, absolute gentleman. Remember a couple of years ago at Le Mans, might be 3 years ago, he caused an accident on the Mulsanne Straight, and it took out, I think it was Alex Sims in one of the Corvettes.
Yeah.
Most drivers would walk away. He immediately went to apologise to him, and there aren't that many people of that cut of that full gentlemanly cloth, it must be said.
Well, that was interesting what Lee was saying, that if you have an accident here, cause an accident, you have to pay for 50% of the damage that you've done.
Yeah.
Determining whose fault
it was
the
Tom
accident
who said that, actually. And
was it Tom said that?
We're looking at Tom now, and he's trying to get up and catch the Olivier Galland car. So, of course, with Muller and Collard and Muller in that order having come in from first and second, we've got those in third and fourth, up into first and second. Olivier Galland in his Panos, there he is. As you point out, such a long car, and you start walking from the front. It's a long way until you get to the cockpit with the engine mounted up front.
There's very few racing cars in the world where you sit that far back.
In terms of cars where you literally sit on the rear of the car, it always makes me laugh when I see those, is it the Cheetah sports car with almost no rear end on it whatsoever, not a prototype. Do I mean Cheetah? I think so. I'm sure I'll be seeing one at a Goodwood Revival next weekend. Looking forward to that. So Tom Chilton, little bit of mechanical problem for him. Was it a thrust bearing or something? As he came out, it hit him right at the end of this race last night. He came out of the final corner in second place, and under acceleration lost second place to the Panos, the car in front of him.
It's a crankshaft sensor.
Oh, crankshaft sensor, so it's a thrust bearing in another car.
So this Audi looks strange with no red on it, because they had tended to have the silver with the German colours, didn't they? And the different team cars, one had yellow mirrors, one had black mirrors, and one had red mirrors.
Yeah, the colours the German flag, but but largely when you had Audi racing it would be the silver with the white, black, and red. You're quite right.
I commentated on a race at Arvas a few years ago in it was German 2-litre super 2-litre touring car.
Yeah.
And there was a big battle. It was right near the end of the season. And it depends who was in what position. And Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich changed the colours of the mirrors between two cars between the two races.
Really?
Yeah.
Just to fool you?
No, not to fool me, to fool the rivals.
Of course.
Do you know what? It fooled me as well. It absolutely did.
Clever.
Well, it's, there's stories like that in the old days. Racing cars with brake lights with a switch, and you can switch the brake lights off. So somebody behind you suddenly get a big scare and sort of over brake. So all sorts of tricks in racing, aren't there?
I find this very hard to believe. Right, still waiting for the order to be, after everyone's made their pit stops, to be restored. Expect Emmanuel Collard to go into the lead. Importantly, Alex Muller is staying on board the Dome that was running in second place. It's a car he would be sharing with Yvan Vercoutère, but obviously Yvan, I think, drove all of yesterday's race, and maybe that was how they decided to fix it. And Alex running all of today.
I'm getting the feeling that Tom Chilton is pushing hard now against...
Yeah, but look, of what we had yesterday, longer pit stop for a driver of the ranking of Emmanuel Collard, so he's come out behind the Panos, behind the Zytek, and he's hunting them down. So let's see, 2 seconds a lap faster last time, but that was also included the outlap. This Audi dominating the race in the first stage, car 83, the car built by Brad Kettler out of Audi spare parts. You can imagine there were a lot of Audi spare parts because they took nothing for granted. Would have built built many more spare parts than some other rival manufacturers would have produced for their cars, just in case.
Absolutely.
That's the sort of thing that Wolfgang Ulrich and the gun don't never be underprepared. That's their mantra. So the Panos leading the race. Olivier Galland, we heard from him down on the grid, smiling away.
But Alex Muller's still pushing on hard, and just did a 150.252.
Yeah, but he's dropped 19 seconds behind Manuel Collard.
And Mike Newton is indeed in front of Mark Drain by just under a second. And I think he got the jump on him through the pit stops. Here is the Panos. Jan Magnussen, we talked a lot about him this weekend, who was in that Lola, and he drove that Panos with David Brabham. A lot of other people enjoyed the rumble of those machines.
No, exactly so. Sometimes in historic racing, you suddenly realise you're listening to an engine note that you haven't heard for a very long time, and it can be really, really wonderful. You just forget, you sort of attune yourself to the current racing engines, but some really, really stand the test of time.
So we've got 9 minutes to go, and I think it's going to resolve itself. Collard just put the fastest lap in of the race thus far, 1 minute 49.383, and yeah, I think he'll be snatching the lead back very soon. Just about to go past Tom Chilton. He's still got Gallant in front of him.
Well, we've only got 2.5 seconds covering the top 3 cars, but clearly the fastest of that trio is the 83 Audi, closing in on Tom Chilton's Zytek. And as Tom was telling us, the horsepower differential between them in period wasn't enormous. But however, going back to its original spec before restrictions means the Audi has a whole lot more grunt. You'll see that as they come up the straight. They're not going to the chicane. There's the move. Mike Newton coming through. The second car in P2 is the red one. That's the Courage. But it's the 3 cars coming up behind. The Panos, that's right there with them. Already the Audi has flashed past Tom Chilton's car. So what he told us about the horsepower differential, well, that was clear to be seen.
Marvellous machines here. Oh, Mark Drain almost took Collard off. Do you think Collard had to take big avoiding action?
Well, that would have made Collard's tyres rather dirty, running out beyond the circuit, kicking out the dust. And according to where Mark Drain puts his car now, this might allow Tom Chilton to get back ahead. However, he then suddenly had the Lionel Robert-driven Porsche right across his bow, so he couldn't do that either.
Yeah, Lionel Robert is another veteran of Le Mans, isn't he? Saw him there for a number of years.
So Collard up into second place. He's now just been reported for track limits infringement. That's what we saw as he came between Scene and...
he had nowhere to go.
Well, he had nowhere to go because he was going much faster through Scene. And then this is a replay. Up to the fast corner they go. Look for the car at the background with the yellow nose. That's the Audi. The red prototype goes through the corner, is much slower, and he's moving across all 4 wheels. There was nowhere for Collard to come back onto the circuit, but I don't attach all the blame to Drain.
Very early on, Manu knew that Drain hadn't seen him or wasn't going to move over, and so then he had to take to the infield effectively. But it's just one warning, isn't it? And who was out of the window? Who got their thumbs
Felipe Ortiz, but he's already had 2 problems. He spun on the opening lap, and then he had another moment at the penultimate corner a while ago. So
1 lap penalty.
1 lap penalty. Right. Leading the race at the moment, Olivier Gallon, leading him for not much longer, Olivier Gallon, because Emmanuel Collard is right under the rear wing of that Panos. Up to the slope they go, the Mistral Straight climbs, it kicks up at the end and not offering the inside line. Olivier Gallon hangs on for now, but the performance of these cars is different. 2 seconds a lap faster is Collard's pace, and he almost gets put onto the painted lines on the inside on the approach to Double Droite, but just enough space was left open for him and sweeping through. That was, just typically cool, calm, collected overtaking from Manu Collard. He's got the performance advantage, he's got the experience advantage, and he puts his Audi back into the lead race. 5 and a bit minutes remain. It could be 2 from 2 for Collard.
Yeah, wonderful shots here of Emmanuel Collard back where he belongs in the lead.
Yeah, the P2 class, again, remaining in the hands of Mike Newton, but at the moment, Mark Drain still very close behind. So they're having a great little battle through to the end.
Yeah.
But nobody's able to battle with Emmanuel Collard. He's got past Olivier Gallon's Panos, and really moving through the field.
I'm sure Gallant will be happy with his second place. Tom Chilton now up to, well, still in third.
Not that far behind.
No, he's always had him in his sights, hasn't he? He's been hearing the rumble of that big Elan tuned Ford V8. Mike Newton is hanging on, has pulled away from Mark Drain actually 4 seconds. Drain having got involved in that little bit of an incident with Collard. So
yeah, Mark Drain able to run at equal pace to Mike Newton as they battle over LMP2 class honours, but that little moment just caused him to lose his momentum a bit. And last time around, they both lapped within what with 1/10 of a second of each other in terms of pace. McLaren leading in the GT class, the Lark McLaren, the F1 GTR, one of 4, sitting resplendent in one of the pit garages, the GMB Racing pit garage, but it's come out on top. Of course, the Lotus led that early on. The Maserati started the race, didn't start the race, got back to the pits, got a lap in, and reported back. So 2 of the big rivals gone. That means the only person that really has a chance of toppling the McLaren is Marcus Paltler or Lionel Robert. We couldn't tell you who stayed on for the second part of the race, but they are quite a distance further back, and the clock has not much time left on it, only about 200 seconds.
pit boards come out, and Mike Newton goes by.
What we're seeing in the back is the dome. Here it is.
Yeah.
This is the car that is running. It was running second. It was the only car to really keep Manuel Collard's Audi in its sights in the first half of the race. He's flashing away to try and distract or alert Mike Newton, who's leading the P2 class. A lap down on him. He just wants to say, let me pass, because I'm trying to set off after Tom Chilton. But alas, for him, each lap he's been losing ground. The pace is now coming back to the Audi of Alex Muller, but it's too little too late, I'm afraid. It looks though the order is going to be at the end of this race, 2.5 minutes time. Emmanuel Collard, Audi, Panos of Olivier Gallon, and the Zytek, the car owned in period, or raced in period by Tom Chilton. He's back on board having bought it, and it looks though he is going to come home in third position. Top three cars by the end of the race will be covered by 10 seconds, or maybe somewhat fewer. Just looking to see who may gain a position. Really, the one closest to gaining a position is Mark Drain. He's just cutting back into the advantage of Mike Newton.
Yeah, he is.
There he is, just going into your shot, out of your shot, and in again. There he is, the red Courage, chasing, hunting, but surely under 2 minutes to go, he's not going to win the class. Or is he?
Do you think Muller had a longer pit stop, do you think?
Muller, yeah, way longer.
I think it's a gold, you see.
Yeah,
so
probably.
I think he probably got the extra, he got the 40 seconds.
Yeah, and he's sitting, he is gaining the cars in front, but not enough.
And Collard got the same. I'm just looking at him against Gallon, because I guess that's what happened.
He's just so super smooth, Collard.
Yes, indeed.
It's just the car doesn't look flamboyant. It's literally unliveried. He's just, all the drivers who come in to talk to us in the commentary booth said just how technical this circuit is.
Yeah.
But it's as though it's not troubling him. He's obviously got plenty of downforce. He works his tyres very, very nicely indeed.
He's done thousands of laps around here.
Yeah.
Actually, thousands of laps. He would have been here probably in his days when he was factory Toyota driver. Testing here as well, probably doing 24-hour tests and all sorts of things. He'll know absolutely every little bump and nook and cranny of the Paul Ricard circuit. Le Castellet.
The car leading him around is the car that's leading the GT class. It's the McLaren F1 GTR, 1995 model. Of course, that was the year that victory was taken by McLaren, its first attempt at Le Mans. And JJ later was one of the drivers of that. The Lark car, that's Japanese sponsorship. Well, of course, the race-winning car had Japanese sponsorship, the Ueno Clinic.
Ueno's an area of Tokyo.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
It is indeed, but that's been driven very nicely by Nicolas Joffre. But this has been driven extra nicely by Emmanuel Collard. I did wonder if he'd get 10 seconds margin over Tom Chilton, who's in third place, but he's nearly got 10-second margin over Olivier Gallant in second. We've reached the end, and there is the checkered flag, timed almost to perfection by our race winner, Emmanuel Collard, and in the background, GT class victory going to the McLaren. There it is,
Yeah,
the
beautiful
car.
You can't miss it.
Shining in the evening light here.
So I think it came in a different way, but we had the same top three.
Yeah, we couldn't see anybody toppling Emmanuel Collard, even with that extra long pit stop, nigh on 10 seconds clear. The Panos of Olivier Galland in second place, only 1 and a bit seconds clear of Tom Chilton, so at least he had no problems, but they were fighting to the finish and were separated by a whisker last night, so they know they will be able to race each other in future events. 4th place eventually to Alex Muller's Dome, held back by that long pit stop. 5th place, the second of the Audis, that was Nicolas Salusa at the wheel, and then Xavier Micheron completing the top sticks in his Riley and Scott. GT honours, LMP2 honours to Mike Newton, and GT honours to the McLaren, as we said. So that was the second race for the Endurance Racing Legends 1 grid, and we're going to very shortly treat you to the highlights and see how this race unfolded. Last few cars just taking the flag. That was the Porsche that was second in GT1 class.
Yeah, waiting for these highlights, and I think they're just coming up in a moment as we see the Riley and Scott cross the finish line there. So here we go. And
so let's go back to the start of the second race, the Endurance Racing Legends 1 group. Those are the prototypes and the GT1s from the 1990s and 2000s. At the start, it was Emmanuel Collard getting into the lead as expected. The second of the Audis in the race, Nicolas Salusa, getting a little bit looser than he would have liked to be, but he was carried there by the GT class leading Lotus. That unfortunately would have its problems, but certainly Alex Muller was pushing on very hard. Great to have the Kyler rare car competing on the grid here. And then the battle in P2 was nearly sorted out by Philippe Ortiz, who wasn't involved in it but nearly took out Marc Drain's Courage. He got that dome pointing forward again and proceeded up the order, but everything was about Emmanuel Collard. Alex Muller stayed close for a while at least, and then Emmanuel Collard started to pull clear in his Audi. 3rd place was being held by Olivier Galland. Tom Chilton was fighting behind him in the Zytek. There it is, blue and white Zytek, and out of the pit stop after the extra long time because of his high ranking emerged Emmanuel Collard. He was going to hunt them down. Hunt he did all the time, getting closer and closer. He would move back into the lead of the race near the end and go on to win by just under 10 seconds. GT honours would go to the McLaren of Nicolas Joffre. But then there was a big sort out, and look at this moment. The red Courage didn't appear to see Emmanuel Collard, pulled over on the exit of scene, and that led to a big moment, heart in mouth for Emmanuel Collard. He got back on the track, however, was able to continue on his way. Smoothly, he picked off Tom Chilton, he picked off Olivier Galland, got in the lead and headed off. There he was, just passing the car, the McLaren that win the GT class, but really doing exactly what's expected of him. Supreme excellent, taking the checkered flag, Audi and Emmanuel Collard.
Yeah, lovely job, Bruce. Calling those highlights, never an easy thing to do. People don't realise.
Well, you never know what you're going to have next as your next image.
No.
You don't want to start a sentence when just a statement might just be right for the gap. But anyhow, well, in longer races, you're trying to remember what happened at the start. If
exactly.
It's an event full of incidents.
Emmanuel Collard's got to jump out of that Audi now. I don't know if he's going to go on the podium because he is in the next race. And he finished 4th yesterday. And here, not only finished 4th yesterday, but it's based on the previous qualifying, so he will actually start on pole position. We've got the one for the British to watch for is the Corvette of owned by John Emberson, the 2010 Le Mans car, the C6 ZR1, and Nigel Greensall will be in that. We've got Kyle Tilley in the race, another Brit from Bath, although based in America, well, based in an aeroplane mainly, I think, these days.
Yeah.
And we've got Mark Sumpter, the Sussex Porsche dealer, in there as well. So we've got lots of... Lee Maxwell Baxter Page, who was up here in the booth with us. He's in his 997 GT3R 2013, a later car, so he's in the invitation category. But I think the main interest here, we've got, of course, the Ferrari of the F430 GTC Evo of Philip Cadori, who won yesterday and Collard is in a similar car. So, and I've also got Sebastian Glazer in a GT2 Evo Porsche from 1999. He was second yesterday, and behind him was the another Porsche of Tim Pappas and Jerome Binkermolen, also with us in the booth earlier on.
Yes, in the sort of, when you look down the field, Porsche, Ferrari, that Chevrolet Corvette, as you point out, John Emerson in fourth place. But further back down, a little more variety. We've got that BMW of Scooter Gable, but that's down just outside the top 20. We've got the Moser that had a little moment, but Adam Sharp should get that proceeding up the grid from 25th. And those are the main differences, along with the Marcos, of course, as you pointed out, Stephen Keating. He's down there just outside the top 30. But largely, it's how do you like your Ferrari versus Porsche battle?
Yeah. There's, look, there's Collard. His hand is shaken. The car is just... There's Alex.
That was the Halusa car.
Yeah, that's a Halusa car, but so Collard going to look at that. And Alex Ames just down there, having had that excellent drive in the BMW, back in his civvies.
So still 3 days of remarkable weather here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Sometimes you can rely on it, but there's been a couple of hot spikes this summer that really made it really not as pleasant as it would be for a lot of these drivers if they were here 2 weeks ago, but they're not. They're here now. And the weather, this evening setting, is a lovely place to be as we get ready for the penultimate race of the 15th running of the endurance racing legends. But let's go down for interview.
Retour dans la pit lane ici du circuit Paul Ricard avec Alex Miller à mes côtés, pilote de la Dôme numéro 15. Alex, it was not such an easy weekend for you with Emmanuel Collard and DOD. Very quick, of course. How was it?
No, it was not very easy. We're still learning the car and discovering the car, and especially in comparison with Emmanuel Collard. They had been here the week of testing, and we didn't. So we have still a little bit issues with the car, and I did a mistake on the takeoff. I stalled the car, so I lost some time. I would say second place would be realistic today, but yeah, with a heavy penalty the elite drivers has, we had 50 seconds. It's super difficult, yeah.
But it's promising because we know that the Dome is a very quick car.
Yeah, the Dome is quick. I mean, the first and the second sector, I was faster than Collard, and the third sector I was losing, and that is a little bit the setup and the downforce and the grip sector. So, again, the Dome is a super fast car. In period, the Dome never beat the R8. So I don't know why we can do it now. We're trying our best.
You'll be back with this car, Alex?
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, well, I think so, yes.
Thank you very much. Voilà, Alex Muller qui nous disait bah, c'était une course un peu compliquée. De manière réaliste, j'aurais pu terminer deuxième. J'ai commis une petite erreur. Et puis, bon, on manque un peu de setup et de roulage avec cette voiture. On continue de la découvrir alors qu'Emmanuel Collard a roulé en test ici la semaine avec l'Audi. Et puis, retournons à l'époque. Dome n'a jamais battu Audi, tout simplement. Donc, il dit, je ne vois pas pourquoi nous, ici, on battrait à la régulière Audi. Et quant à savoir si on reverra Alex Muller avec cette voiture, il dit oui, c'est prévu en tout cas. Bon, donc, on peut travailler, bien évidemment, pour la rendre encore un peu plus compétitive.
Well, Alfonso, thanks very much indeed, and interested to hear from Alex Muller there that the Audi have been testing all week, he said, and they hadn't, but also that he was also one of the guys with the elite penalty.
Yeah, it makes an enormous difference having that elite penalty, but you know the fact that I really rather love the fact they're still trying to develop the cars 20-something years on. Racers are racers.
Absolutely. And getting to work on different tyres to the ones they used in period, of course. So Collard is on the pole. Tim Pappas, the New York property developer, is second. Philip Kadori, the Hong Kong hotelier, I suppose we call him, is third. And there we go down the line. Kyle Tilley, ERA team owner, and runs a pretty great ship there. So, should have fun and games in this little race. Bruce, what time is this about to start? It's meant to start in 2 minutes' time, according to my timetable. And on the screen. We're told it's going to start in 5 minutes' time. So
that's not too bad. We lost a bit of time first thing this morning, but unfortunately someone drove around the circuit for quite a while with an engine that was disgorging its oil content, but really we fought back very well indeed. It's been a packed 3 days of practice, racing, qualifying, racing, driver parades in between. And
what's this race meeting called?
1,000 Tours.
10,000 tours.
10,000 laps.
Yeah, 10,000 laps. I think we had more than that, to be honest.
Well, could well be, and there have been some fantastic displays out on circuits, and a lot of people lucky enough to be able to go out during the lunch break and take an incredible array of cars, from four GT40s to a Peugeot 504, and other things out for some laps.
And a very strange 2CV, which seemed pretty fast, and maybe had some different engine in it. You thought?
It drew your eye. I didn't see it. You told me. But now, if you're a fan of GT racing in the 1990s into the 2000s, well, these are the cars that you would have liked in period. Do they still look modern to your eyes, or do they look a little bit older? Certainly the ones from the 90s now, including Tim Pappas's car, the number 540. That's from 1999. It's a GT2 car, so lots of grunt, but it doesn't handle as well as those chasing cars from best part of a decade later, the F430 GTC Evo Ferraris, you know, considerably more modern, but then again they deliver their performance in different ways, which makes it always so interesting to watch on the sidelines.
Now, those Ferraris, of course, have been through several evolutions since the 430. We've got next to the 456, the 488, and what's the current one called?
496.
496, yes.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. 296. I've gone
296, yes.
296. I've just gone mad. It's the end of a meeting. That is still called a Marcus, however.
It is a Marcus. Built in Wiltshire.
Yeah. Built. Actually, it's when you go back and look at the histories of some of these sports car marques, you realise they were built in really very humble locations, very, very simple buildings. But that's how they were done in the day.
They're the former Steve O'Rourke car, and some of the names that drove it. Derek Bell, Mike Yules, Tim Sugden I mentioned yesterday. Steve O'Rourke, the owner of that car.
Yeah.
It's still pretty warm. We're in an air-conditioned commentary box, but I think it's still pretty warm down there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see people in shirt sleeves. You can see people holding up parasols just to keep the bright sun out of those cars. So that's definitely something to be considered.
I like that. Look at the board in the middle of our screen. Not leave the grid. Evacuation.
Yes, I know. It's a little more immediacy.
Yes. Again, a car with, we mentioned this before, the names of the original drivers in period. This is Mark Sumpter, though, the Sussex Porsche dealer.
Dealer and racer. He's made a good career hand in hand, both of those categories, suiting him very nicely.
About 4 or 5 years ago, he upgraded his showroom there down on the road towards Eastbourne from Tunbridge Wells. It sits there on the right, a Paragon Porsche. And there's always a nice display of cars outside, and every evening they put them all away.
We can't spoil the locals too much.
Oh, but I've got the good workshop operation there as well. Had a lovely little motor show in Tunbridge Wells.
Yes, I saw some images of that
the other day, and Mark was there, of course, being one of the local people. But Crosswaite and Gardner brought some fantastic cars. They bought one of the Mercedes pre-war Grand Prix cars that they built a run of 6 of them, and they had one of those there, and also was a factory Cadillac, because Jota is a local team to Tunbridge Wells, and very interesting. It was a car that it was a last year's car that had been crashed in a test. I'm trying to remember who crashed it, but anyway, it has become a car just as a show car. and they'd done something to it to make sure that it never raced, because they were worried that in 10 years' time it got into a series like this.
Yeah.
And they did a repair of the crash car to be a show car, not to be a race car. So they did something to it. I won't explain that.
Very, very wise indeed. So, grid setting off on the formation lap, a 40-minute race, and Emmanuel Collard, probably cool under the collar rather than hot under the collar, hops into the pole starting Ferrari. That's car 95 alongside Tim Papas, the white Porsche with the black and green lines over its nose down to its tail. Then comes Philip Kaddouri, then John Emberson.
Just to finish that thought, the reason we had this motor show in Tunbridge Wells in the Pantas was the fact the first ever motor show in Britain was in Tunbridge Wells, the Solomon's estate. So anyway, it was a lovely little event and lots of interesting people there.
Yeah, it's always good when cars get put in front of people. You can't rely on people all wanting to rush off a track or able to rush off to a track, but take it to them, you win some new fans, and in time they'll all start watching on TV, they'll all start going to their circuits, and some may even start racing, so it works all around. And this, of course, any historic race meeting is also doing precisely that, educating people about how the cars went together, and for those of us who were there in the time, reminding us how they all went together. There's the lone BMW in the field, Scooter Gable, car number 5 in the middle order there. Yokohama, obviously in the colours in which it raced in the States.
Yeah, absolutely.
So largely think the changing format of GT2 and GT3, the cars from the 90s had plenty of oomph, but then the handling and the developments went on to the cars a full decade younger and largely there at the front of the grid. But that first Porsche in the line, the white one with Tim Papas, who'll be showing that with your own Blekemolen, is very, very handy indeed. Up this stretch of the track, we're running all the way up the Mistral Straight.
But just what you said about the development, but less horsepower because of regulations. So the Papas car is actually 10 years older than the Collard Ferrari, but is on the same pace.
Yeah, it's interesting, just the different ways they can put their performance together. So everybody just getting heat into their tyres. The temperature is still very comfortable here at Circuit Paul Ricard. We need people at the back to get a little bit closer because you don't want to be lagging behind when we get to the rolling start. And the race is going to be quick fire. Just 40 minutes of racing action. Who's going to come out on top? It's either going to be a Ferrari or Porsche, or could it be the Chevrolet Corvette?
Could it be the Corvette? Could Nigel Greensall paint some of his magic onto this car yet again? It all depends a little bit on the sort of job that John Emberson does at the start. Or could Carl Tilley spring a surprise? He was a winner here at this meeting last year, not in this car, but in a different category.
Yeah, well, Carl needs a good result this weekend. It hasn't really gone his way at all.
No.
But we've got this great mix of cars. The sun, I just checked the temperature, still 26 degrees at 5:30 in the afternoon.
But Carl Tilley and Ollie Bryant got second place in the Porsche 2.0 race and won the championship.
But
so, yeah, but I know what you mean.
Some other events, we had the Chevron retiring very early.
Absolutely, yes.
In this race. But what a long field of cars stretched through. So it's Ferrari from Porsche, Ferrari from Corvette on the second row. And that yellow Corvette in the hands of John Emberson will have plenty of grunt when they accelerate away. So the pace car pulls off, and as the cars come through that very tight final corner, 40 minutes will be on the clock, and then soon they'll be counting down. Once those lights have gone green, they don't know when the lights are going to go from red to green. They don't want to anticipate the start. But just remember, turn 1, quite a tricky corner, very hard to find a turning point. The massive rumble of the Corvette means the race is underway past our commentary position down to the first corner. It looks like a tidy start from Emmanuel Collard. It looks as though Collard actually fell back. Tim Papas got his nose in front, but Philip Kaddouri, I think when it all settles down, might have come through. Yes, he has. Kaddouri into the lead. Collard, he's moved over a little bit wide. Collard gets alongside. Looks though Tim Papas is having a wrecking. Wow, that was a real change around. And up, the next person who went really well was Glazer, up to 4th place.
Collard carried so much speed through that corner, went all the way around Kaddouri into the lead. The Corvette dropped back 3 or 4 places for sure. Emberson down into 7th, I think. But better that than get caught up in some incident. Now they go down that
Yeah, I think there might have been an incident because some of the cars at the back of the field have dropped back quite a way. But anyhow, I think everybody's still going. But that move from Collard, I thought job was done for Philip Kaddouri. And now Kaddouri's about to lose second position because using all the horsepower, Tim Pappas is blasting up the Mistral Straight. Should have his Porsche. Yes, already he's up before they get to scene up into second place.
Carl Tilley didn't start, by the way.
Oh.
And neither did the Moser. They had lots of problems with that car. And neither did Robert Offley or Pierre-Alain Thibault. So 4 non-starters.
Yeah, and stopped somewhere else on circuit. Pierre-Alain France in his 458 Italia as well has pulled to the side. But a really clean start from Philip Kaddouri. Went from third on the grid to lead into turn 1. Out of turn 2, he's still in front. You thought, well, he's going to lead onto the Mistral Straight.
Yeah.
Not a bit of it. The pace in the downhill S's that were carried by our new race leader, Emmanuel Collard. Well, he just did what Emmanuel Collard does.
But Collard, of course, will have to say of that elite penalty at the pit stop. So Kaddouri knows that he just has to keep it in sight, really.
So lap 1 is completed. The margin is 1.7 seconds. Emmanuel Collard to Tim Pappas. Philip Kaddouri still in third, a further half-second back. And then Sebastian Glazer, second of the Porsches. This is another GT2 Evo from 1999. That's why that's quick in the straight line as well.
I think Blinkermola is another that is on an elite penalty. So this will skew the whole result. So I think Pappas and Kaddouri could be the real battle for the victory here. Or what about the Corvette? Because Nigel Greensall, all his experience, all his race wins, is I think it's only a bronze. So I don't think he has the elite penalty here.
Right, look for the multicoloured striped car. That's George Gamble, top Porsche racer in the UK. He's making out ground. He's on the tail of Pierre Arret in that white Ferrari, who in turn is tucked under the rear wing of Mark Sumpter's 993 as they go onto the back straight. Another car with plenty of oomph in the straight line, but the first 4 cars have made good their escape. Now's the slipstreamer up the straight, and I don't know who's going to emerge into 5th place when they get to the scene corner. Up front, though, it's Emmanuel Collard. Tim Pappas stayed very close to him in that white Porsche. Then comes Philip Kaddouri, who thought he'd made the move of the race at the start, but it wasn't to be.
Pappas goes really well, doesn't he, for a gentleman driver?
Oh,
didn't race for a little while, but is really back in it now. And look at George Gamble having a push in that car with the blue front, but the other multicoloured car, Gamble, the reigning Porsche Carrera Cup champion in the UK and in the series again this year, currently lies 4th. He's got his lights on, look. Well, no, actually, it's not him that's got his lights on, it's the car behind, but having a big push is George Gamble and one of 2 racing brothers. Tom, also well known, of course. But it is Collard in the lead. He's pulled out 2 seconds from Pappas, and Kaddouri has dropped another second behind that. Anybody else making a move up the field?
No, the main move has actually become with Pierre Arret getting ahead of Mark Sumpter and George Gamble now following him through. But here is our first 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. Therefore, it's Collard, Pappas, Kaddouri and Glazer. Who's going to be best the rest? Here it comes in 5th place, the white Ferrari of Pierre Arret. Tucked in behind is George Gamble. Then comes the white and red Porsche of Mark Sumpter. And then Nicolas Joffre. The car in the full BMS Scuderia Italia livery, red with a red and white stripe roof.
John Emberson dropped to 10th place in the Corvette. Needs to get back on the pace. Collard, though, fastest of the last laps. Can he break the 2 minutes here? He's done a 2:01.58, which is faster than he went in the race yesterday. It's already gone faster than yesterday's race.
Well, that's the way to go.
Yeah. Paul McLean, another one going very well in 9th. Lee Matchstead Page, our guest, leading the invitation class and up in 12th position.
So still chasing their way up the Mistral Straight. Pierre Arret still holding down 5th place, but the first 4 cars have made their break. They're nearly 8 seconds clear. Here comes Arret, the white Ferrari being pushed very, very hard indeed by the multicoloured car of George Gamble in behind. Then Mark Sumpter, but he's being pushed. The BMS Scuderia Italia car coming on up, coming on through potentially. Nicolas Joffre at the wheel of that. Paul McLean tucked in behind. And then John Emberson started in, what was it, 4th position, down into 10th position for now. We'll see how that car can advance in the second half of the race. start under investigation. There's a message on our screen, but that's a fairly standard procedure there. But the other message we need to heed, it's only a 40-minute race. Pit window opens in 9 minutes' time. And who is going to come in early? You'll feel John Emberson will come in fairly early because he knows he's got a quicker teammate to propel that yellow and black Corvette up the order. There it is, being challenged by another yellow and black car, which is Ferrari number 30, and that's Mauro Ricci. We saw him have a bit of an off-track moment yesterday. He recovered, but it cost him a fair bit of time.
Yeah, quite a lot of classes in this, and we've got the GT2B class is being led by Scooter Gable all the way over from America to race here this season in the BMW M3, ex-factory car in America that's run by the PTG organisation. Tom Milner, remember him, and obviously his son Tommy is a great driver over in the States these days. But that's one of the Milner ran the factory BMW outfit in America until Bobby Rahal came along and managed to get the gig. So Tom was always a great character, one of those people you like to interview because you always got some pretty controversial stuff. He's in line together, doesn't do it anymore, but when I interviewed him, he was one of the greats, along, of course, with Wayne Taylor, who you're always going to get a bit of controversy from.
Well, you know, sometimes you need a few of those. Unfortunately for Mauro Ricci there, he's just lost a fair few spaces because Baxter Page, Traber, Dusick all have gone through.
And Collard's gone even quicker now too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Collard's on a charge here. He's really got the racing juices going, having just won that previous race, hasn't it? Been a dust still on the circuit from this morning, really, isn't it? From all
it is by and large, and I think the car that really was kicking it up was the red Porsche of Nicola Joffre, the BMS Scuderia Italia livery car with the red and white stripes on its roof. Right, first a 3-minute penalty for car number 9 and 11, and that's down towards the tail of the feed. Christian Kuhn, unfortunately, he's in about 20-something position, overtook before the start line at the start of the race. So that's why we suddenly had the message saying the start was still under investigation. And it hasn't helped him a great deal. It hasn't propelled him up the order. Might have gained a place or two, but losing 3 minutes, well, that's a lap and a half, effectively.
Sad to see our friend Patrick Simon did not start. So it's not on that screen, but it was... I don't say he didn't start. Yeah, he's got a 3-minute penalty as a 9-11.
Yeah. Right, looking for the changes. This red Porsche is not in the battle. He's a lap down. George Gamble has now got ahead of Pierre Herret. So the multicoloured car going through, car number 27, now into 5th place. Herret back to 6th, Mark Sumter hanging on. But he's about 4 seconds further back. He'll be in the background of the shot. Now, there it is, white car with the red nose, just ahead of Nicola Joffre. Red car with the white roof. Now, let's take a look. Was there a sort out of position? 35. Has Mark Sumter getting closer? Yeah, pulling off. I was trying to see why someone was dropping down the order, and that is proof there.
That was Paul McLean, wasn't it? That dropped right back. Presume has a problem. There's a four-star in a car that isn't gold, look.
Yeah. It's quite throws you just having a black and white race livery there.
Yeah, that's Eric Maris, who races all kinds of stuff in these French championship championships.
Yeah, and the car tucked in behind Matthew Holborn at the wheel, another one with an extravagant sort of livery. No extravagant livery on Emmanuel Collard's car, but he's pulling clear very nicely indeed. 4 seconds clear now.
You talk about Collard. When Penske were coming back into sports car racing, of course, they ran that program just to get back into it with a LMP2 car, and they chose Emmanuel Collard to drive the car. I mean, effectively, as a professional racing driver, a big team like that, he was past his sell-by date, but they just knew how good he was.
Yeah, entirely. Word gets around if you're competent, capable, don't make mistakes.
Don't cause waves either.
Exactly. Do what's asked of you, understand, and do not be a prima donna.
No.
Racing has attracted many over the years, but a lot of them have come unstuck.
You can tell from the interviews we've done with Collard.
Yeah.
He's far from that, is he?
Yeah, and this is not the environment in historic racing to be a prima donna. The battle for second place between the Porsche of Tim Pappas and the chasing Philip Kaddouri. That's looking very busy indeed.
Oh, look, Kaddouri looking really racy now.
Yes, he's come back the last lap or so. He gained half a second on the last lap. He's right on the tail of Tim Pappas, and Tim will offer him only one option. You're going the long way round if you're coming, but this is the point on the circuit as they punch their way onto the Mistral straight. The Porsche's got a bit more get up and go, so he should stretch his margin. And this was a really great little battle between 36, Mark Sumpter and Nicolas Joffre in the 1-2-3. So it's Porsche on Porsche, but the 1-2-3 car is a good 11 years younger. Makes quite a difference.
Yeah, Collard, I think even turning the wick up a bit further now, Bruce. Pulling away 5.4 seconds because he's got to try and make up for his elite, not bonus, absolutely the opposite. His
built-in deficit.
Yeah, handicap.
So longer pit stop coming his way. Just till I fancy the bonnet's coming up a little bit. Yeah, it is. And something just flown out the front of the Corvette. The bonnet lifted up, coming up the Mistral straight, Andrew. Bonnet is up on there, and about the halfway point where you'd be turning into the chicane, something flew out from underneath.
A belt, maybe?
Possible. Yeah. It looked about the size of a Coke can. It also looks see-through, but then again, this time with the low sun.
We might see it again.
Quite hard to pick up. Yeah, I'll leave you to take a look. So Collard 7 seconds clear. This little battle between Sumpter and Joffre, delicious. If you're a Porsche fan, two cars doing things in very, very different ways, but achieving a very similar lap time. So here's our race leader, Manuel Collard. We've had the change to second place. Kaddouri's now got past Tim Pappas. Pappas will be trying to fight back. Not likely to go down the inside there, but certainly the last couple of laps, Kaddouri was finding his form and really starting to get in under the wing of the Porsche. So it's a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment, and behind them, quite a bit of a gap. And then running all on his own is fourth place, Sebastian Glazer. He's 4 seconds down on Tim Pappas, but he's 6 seconds up on fifth place, George Gamble. So he can run at his own tune.
Yep. Pappas' team in America called Black Swan Racing, and Tim, a family property development business, has gone through several generations, certainly 3, and running with the 540 number and driving very nicely indeed. And right tucked up there behind the back of Philip Kaddouri. We're still trying to look for that Corvette, aren't we, Bruce? Maybe that problem. It was the Corvette you said that had.
Yeah, it was a Corvette.
Yeah, I was looking at the timing.
But it's still circulating, hasn't pitted, but he may get a black and orange warning flag, because we saw that in...
He's got to hang on because the pit window opens in 1 minute 35 seconds. He can get in and get it taped down if it was just some bonnet pin problem or something like that. Look at Kaddouri is all over Pappas.
Pappas used the punch.
Yeah, Pappas got through, and now Kaddouri's trying to get back. Terrific struggle between these two.
Yeah, the concern is, hold on, a warning for driving standards, 29 and 761. The driver of 29 is Christian Traber. And the driver of 761 is Johannes Dusik. So they're running just outside the top 10. And that will probably have them, just 11th and 12th, or 12th and 13th. So you've got to watch out for that. But
what can Kaddouri do here? Remember, Kaddouri won this yesterday. Helped, of course, by the two drivers with the penalties for their experience and success.
What I'm looking to see is when we next get a shot of the sort of middle point on the Mistral straight, I think it actually, whatever came out from under the bonnet, bounced away out of sight to the right-hand side, but there may be something lying down there. So let's take a look. This is the move where Tim Pappas uses the grunt of his Porsche to go past the Ferrari of Philip Kaddouri. I can't see anything that came out of the Chevrolet lying on track. It'd be very small and hard to see, but up into second place he goes.
Interesting, didn't it? On sheer power. Maybe he got a bit of slipstream as well, but I think this battle could go to the end of the race, because it could be the battle for the outright victory. They just go past a slower Porsche there. Not troubled by that.
Another bit of something just bouncing up from under our race-leading Ferrari of Emmanuel Collard. Don't know if it's the same thing. About the right point on the circuit, but Tim Pappas now being the hunted rather than the hunter. He knows that Porsche's very, very quick in a straight line. Got a bit more oomph than the Ferrari behind it. Maybe 11 years younger, but the Ferrari F 4:30 GTC, doesn't have an answer at this point, but as soon as he gets to scene, he does have an answer because he'll close in all over again.
Pit window is open, Bruce, so maybe that Corvette will come in. I'll have a quick look at what happened and put Nigel Greensel into it and see if he can row it back into the top 10 and with a sharp end of the top 10, I would think.
Well, the forgotten face in this race is just coming to shot now. This is Sebastian Glazer running in fourth place overall. Hasn't been caught by George Gamble, but again, he's got a GT2 Evo Porsche from 1999. So like the driver of this one, who just lost second place again to Philip Kaddouri.
Now they're side by side.
Now, who's about to pit? Kaddouri's coming in.
Oh, yes, he is.
So we'll have those GT2 Porsches in second and third positions if Sebastian Glazer avoids the pit in, which I believe he has, yes. So on another lap they go.
So Kaddouri in, Pappas stays out, Collard stays out, Sebastian Glazer's in fourth. George Gamble, the reigning Porsche Carrera Cup champion, is actually now shown in fourth place overall. Mark Sumpter is up to eighth, man with a lot of success in this series in the past. And a lot of success in Britain. And the Red Bull,
yeah, that's
Porsche.
Giancarlo Tanzi's Porsche that's gone for a little bit of a rotation there. That was a late entry for this event, but I'm sure he's been enjoying his race up until that point.
Yeah, I think that was the car that was raced towards the end of Dieter Cresta's 50-odd-year-old racing career, wasn't it? So Collard, Pappas, and the Glazer. No sign of the Corvette yet. We haven't seen the Corvette for a while on the telecast. Yeah, just the rear end getting away from him. Paints some black lines on the Paul Ricard tarmac.
Black on blue.
Black on blue.
All right, Tim Pappas able to press on without any interference from Philip Kaddouri, but I think it was a wise choice from Kaddouri because he'd just fallen back behind the Pappas's Porsche. I thought, why don't I just try and get a good pit stop and then get out onto a different bit of track and then maybe build an advantage. Bit of oil's been dropped in the pit lane there, and 911 sitting in the pits there, Christian Kuhn. He was one who was warned for driving standards early in the race. Or no, he had the 3-minute penalty.
Yes,
that's what it was. And look how much.
What's blown up there?
Well, everyone's been driving on the right-hand side of the circuit as we look at it, but this is Nicolas Joffre's Porsche pulling off. That was fighting for about 5th place. That long battle with Mark Sumpter, 6th place.
The Corvette's just gone through and the bonnet is propped up. Look, you can see it quite clearly now. And surely you should go into the pits.
You think so? The pit window's open only been open for a while. You're going to come in at your first instant.
Get that fixed. Oh, there's two interesting names on the side of the car, Leo Mansell and Roman Rusinov.
And Pierre Eret, and of course Pierre is in this race, but in a different Ferrari. He's running that white one. So what we're going to see, we've still got time during this pit window, is for some people to stay out a little bit longer, but the car coming out second in this line is the one that Philip Kaddouri came in from as soon as the pit window opened. Comes out just behind Pierre Eret. He'll be about 5 seconds down on Pierre's white Ferrari, but he, of course, Eret will have to come into the pit stop. The real question is, in the next lap or two, we'll have all the front runners in and we'll see where they slot back. But I think that was a good move from Philip Kaddouri, running the old Team Modena car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make an early pit stop.
Now, Emberson hasn't come in, and surely the team will see that bonnet flapping around, just purely from a safety point of view. It's worth making the pit stop now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't like to ride very fast with the bonnet that was loose, but you don't do just slightly fast up the Mistral straight. You're absolutely flat out. And maybe, just maybe, there's a feeling of safety by racing on a circuit like Paul Ricard, because there is a lot more space around the cars. But imagine trying to go down the straight at any number of modern Grand Prix circuits where the barriers are not that far away, and you wouldn't want the risk of suddenly your bonnet flapping into your face. However, no such problems for our race leader, Manu Collard, yet. He is streaking around the circuit, but the driver just coming into view behind the Marcos, that's Philip Kaddouri. He's the first of the front runners to pit. He's waiting to see where his playmates are going to come out. Will they be in front of him or will they be behind?
He's just go around the Marcos then and leaves that car behind. Where has Kaddouri? He's cycled into 20th place.
Yeah, but with about another 18 cars who were behind him needing to pit.
Yes, absolutely.
He should be back to about second.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where he comes out compared with Tim Pappas, who will have Bleekemolen in the car, but of course that will take the extra penalty. I think it's 20 seconds in this race.
So it was a shame we lost one of the rarer cars in this field, having lost the Moser before the start of the race.
Yeah.
We've still got the Marcos going well, and that's just behind another car that's relatively unusual in this field, the BMW M3. But the one that is best placed to sort of upset any of the Ferraris and Porsches is still the Chevrolet Corvette of John Emberson. That will come in for a pit stop sometime, I'm sure, very soon. Well, it has to. 3.25 minutes remain until the pit window closes, and then that maybe will pick up its pace a little bit more, but most importantly have the bonnet put down so it actually sits in the right position.
So the Swiss entered car there, the number 29, that is in. And
yeah, that's the Traber family car. Christian and Nicola sharing that one.
Yeah.
And again, a few words passed, just go well, you could sort of imagine.
Yeah. Pappas just turned the middle sector purple, so he's really flying. Unless that's Bleekemolen presumably in the car now, is it?
No, it's just come in from Tim Pappas. That was his in lap.
Oh, that was his in lap. That's impressive then.
Well, you focus on what you can focus, and then when you think, my last job is this last lap before my pit stop, what can I do to just find a tenth of a second or more? So in comes Manuel Collard, leading by, well, 33 seconds, but that's because those behind him have come into pit, and Pierre Eret had stayed out a long time, fellow Ferrari driver.
It will all shake itself down in the next 2 or 3 minutes, but then we'll have the race to the flag for the last 15 or 16 minutes of this race, where the two elite drivers will be making up for their deficit, but Bleekemolen and Collard. And the Corvette. The Corvette must come in now, otherwise he's going to get a penalty.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll be getting the message across. I'm still slightly concerned as to what came out from under the bonnet, but we're still seeing Scooter Gable in his BMW. He hit something that's just blown onto the Mistral straight.
I think we're going to go down for an interview in a moment for the 29 Porsche. Well, not yet.
Okay, now Jeroen Bleekemolen coming out, Tim Pappas out of his car. Let's go for an interview.
Jones avec une histoire. Bon, mon micro est allumé. Dans l'endurance, disais-je, de ce circuit Paul Ricard, avec une histoire familiale parmi d'autres, les Trabert. Alors, Christian Trabert, on connaissait depuis quelques années. On a découvert Nicolas il y a quelques petites années maintenant. C'est chouette la course en famille, Nicolas?
Bah, en fait, c'est vraiment un grand honneur que je puisse représenter maintenant la 3e génération. Et puis, ouais, c'est du fun.
Comment s'est passé ce relais pour vous ici?
Pour l'instant, très bien. Je crois que j'ai gagné quelques places. Je crois que j'en ai 6e, je crois que j'ai déparé 10, 9, quelque chose comme ça. Alors plutôt bien. Je crois qu'on va voir si on peut garder.
Si on peut garder, bien évidemment. Le RL2, on sait que c'est assez viril. Sur la piste, c'est assez sportif, c'est compétitif. Ça va, ça a été avec les autres?
Je crois que j'ai aussi touché la Corvette, ou elle a touché moi. Mais oui, c'est très compétitif. Alors les temps qu'ils font tout devant, c'est impressionnant.
Impressionnant, voilà. Une histoire de famille parmi d'autres. Christian Trabert vient de partir et Nicolas Trabert est avec nous dans la pit lane.
So again, one of those very busy racing families, Christian and Nicola Traber. They were out in a race not so long ago, the 635 for BMW, but a change of scenery and into these GT cars from the 90s into the 2000s. Emmanuel Collard, after his pit stop, bang, out onto the track and settled down. Just put in the fastest first sector of anyone, the fastest final sector of anyone, and seems to have the race in the palm of his hand. But who else will rise up the order? Just waiting for the last few cars to go back out onto the circuit. But certainly it's going to be a case of if anybody can change the order by being the quicker driver in the second half of this race, have to wait and see on that front. Because you do have this, in a two-driver race, you don't always have an equally balanced pairing, that's for sure.
Scooter Cable then leading his class still in the BMW from Tampa. And he made the headlines about 10 years ago when he banned loud children from his pizza parlour. Things you can find on the internet. But Collard has, I think, cycled back in.
Well, we want to see where Collard will be.
Yeah, compared with, well, Bleekemolen.
Well, Philip Kadori is what we need to look at. He was the first one to pit. He's coming up the Mistral Straight. It's a question of who is in his mirrors. Sebastian Glazer is possibly the next in the sequence. There he is, the silver Porsche with the yellow flashes up its wings. So it's Ferrari from Porsche, but just a different way round to before the pit stops when it was Ferrari. That'll be Emmanuel Collard from Porsche, which was Tim Pappas. The Pappas car now in the hand of Jeroen Bleekemolen, who, immediately effective, puts in the fastest first sector of anybody at this point in the race. So last night we had victory for Philip Kadori, and he's pressing on again today.
With the elite penalties, I think Bleekemolen has less penalties than Collard because Bleekemolen's got Pappas in the car as a gentleman driver. Collard is driving the whole way through, so he gets
absolutely
a
fair
double penalty.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. So that's why Jeroen is now shown in 4th place. So we've got to cycle through a bit. And Greensel is in the Corvette and has gone out and immediately made the car go quicker than it was going with John Emberson, but that's a pro against a businessman driver.
Smoke reported on car 27, and that makes it the Stephen Edwards George Gamble car, which will be Stephen Edwards on board. George did a terrific job. Stephen's running down in 12th position, not good news. And the 997 sitting in the pit lane, Lee Maxted Page. It's the curse of coming up to talk to us, the commentators. He was running just at the tail of the top 10, maybe in 12th position, but that is, with the closing of the door, that is that.
That's a shame for Lee. Gave us really nice insight. So, I think it's cycled through now, Bruce, to Kadori leading from Sebastian Glazer, Eret, Bleekemolen, Collard, Sumter, and then Greensel.
Yeah, the two cars delayed in that reckoning by the longer pit stop. Bleekemolen, and even to a greater extent Collard, who was leading the race before.
Bleekemolen is doing 2:01, 2:75, and he's going to be going really quickly to the flag. So I think we're going to be able to hear from Lee Maxted Page and find out what happened to the Porsche, because Walter is doing good work down there. I think Eret might drop out of that top 3, don't you?
Oh yeah, he's going to be picked off very, very quickly. So let's head down to the pits for an interview.
C'est un véritable expert de Porsche qui est avec nous dans cette pit lane du circuit. Paul Ricard, Lee Maxted Page. Lee Maxted Page, Porsche expert, but not so lucky today.
Yeah, no, not so lucky. Just coming into double right, I could hear that we went down on a cylinder, and slight loss of power and a vibration. So there's no point just running on to blow it up. So just gently brought it round and switched it off. Unlucky. We were doing nicely in the race, but it's one of those things.
How is it on the track? We know that this category is very competitive. This category is very competitive. How is it on the track?
Yeah, the category is very competitive. It's more like GT3 actually, but the driving standards are high. The track is in nice condition, and it's couldn't be nicer really. But other than not finishing the race.
Thank you. Sorry. Lee Maxted Page qui nous disait, pas de chance naturellement, j'ai eu un problème de perte de puissance, un cylindre probablement qui s'est fait la malle, et il était plus utile et plus sage de rentrer au stand, et nous confirmer Lee Maxted Page que sur la piste, il reste un peu la guerre avec l'Endurance Racing Legends 2, ça va vite, ça va très vite, il suffit de voir le nom des pilotes à l'avant du peloton, bien évidemment. Il dit, c'est un super circuit, le soleil était là, j'aurais vraiment bien aimé finir la course, mais ce sera pour la prochaine fois.
Well, gone on to 5 cylinders. Fastest lap of the whole race. Nigel Greensel, 2 minutes 00829. The Corvette in 7th place, and he's closing on Mark Sumter. He'll get past Mark, I think, in the next couple of laps. And can he I'm not sure he'll make much further progress than that, just looking at the list. Well, I think this is looking very good for Kadori.
Yeah, well, I think it is. I was just looking at his pace, quite comfortable 2:02. He's much quicker than Sebastian Glazer, so he's got himself 8.5 seconds clear. Pierre Eret, I think you're right, will be picked off by Jeroen Bleekemolen, but that would only leave Jeroen about 5 minutes to see if he can advance from there. But he, in turn, is dropping Emmanuel Collard. Emmanuel had the longer pit stop, but thus far, and this lap in particular, I think Collard might have a slight problem, or maybe it's just the fabulous place of Jeroen Bleekemolen. Because he's put in the fastest middle sector of the race by anybody, and he's definitely closing in, just 2 and a bit seconds down on Pierre Eret. Yeah, that is where the change is going to come. Likewise, Nigel Greensill, you're quite right in that Corvette should rise from 7th to 6th, getting past Mark Sumpter. But Mark has been racing a long time. He's not going to make it easy for that Corvette to come through.
69 car got it all wrong with the pit stop window, and he'll get a 6-second penalty for that. That's Paul Phillips, somebody I haven't mentioned actually, and he's running down in 18th place.
Yeah, we just saw him in front of Philip Kadori, who was putting a lap on him a while ago. So we saw that black Porsche being passed by the red Ferrari.
Can they break the 2-minute mark? That's his question, because Bleekemolen has now done a 2:07.769. So he's a fraction quicker than Nigel Greensill. I wonder what Nigel's got in the can for the next lap. Just
just putting another one on the board, and Nigel does.
Much slower lap. He must have got held up in some traffic.
Well, he's got the front wing has broken away.
Has it?
Just behind the front wheel. That's because the bonnet came up, remember, and that ran for quite a long time without coming in to be fixed, and that has probably added an awful lot more pressure on the car. So Nigel hasn't quite got a complete car under him, but also Mark Sumpter is not fancying let him through. So we really need to see Mark Sumpter, car 36, the Porsche, and then the yellow Corvette tucked in behind. And when you get a chance, just behind the front right wheel, there ain't the full bodywork anymore.
Here's Jerome really charging, zapping past various cars and seeing whether he can get it on the podium. That's what he's got to do. He's got to get past Eret. I think he's just done it, hasn't he? I think he is past Eret now. And here, let's have a look at this. This is the yellow Corvette, and it'll come into our view under the bridge. There we go, back to the pace of the Bleekemolen Porsche. Absolutely flying, Jerome Bleekemolen.
Yeah, needs probably 3 more laps. He might be able to move up into second place. 3 more laps he will not have with just 7 minutes remaining on the clock. But the big question to me is how much further can Nigel Greensill advance? Where we need to see his car is if it's turning into the final corner, because then we get clear view down onto that flank of the car as he turns into the right-hander. But, you know, flying around ahead of Pierre Eret, and Pierre's been racing these Ferraris and all sorts of Ferraris forever and a day, and just doesn't appear to get any slower as he gets older, which is fantastic.
To get faster, I mean, he makes wine, which probably gets better with age, and so does he.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Bleekemolen comes across the line. He's not going to find 12 seconds to catch up with second place Sebastian Glazer, who's not going to find 12 seconds to catch up with race leader Philip Kadori. That's how it's looking at the front end of the field. Any further change? Waiting for Nigel Greensill to put another lap on the board. He's got ahead of Mark Sumpter on that lap, so he hunted him down. He's passed him. He's up to 6th place overall, but Emmanuel Collard is, well, 15 seconds up the road, so he's not going to catch him. But the big thing is, can the bodywork on that Corvette last the whole way to the end of the race? 5-6 minutes remain. Probably, but I do think by staying out for quite a number of laps with that body work at the front, the bonnet flapping up from the driver's point of view, front right, would have slowed the car in a straight line with all the extra drag, but put a lot of strain on the body going up the Mistral straight.
I didn't really understand that, because you put your pro drive in as well and fix the problem. And anyway, they run their car the way they like to run it.
So Emmanuel Collard coming up the Mistral straight, surprised to find him back in 5th place, but there is a clear reason for that. First of all, he had the extra long pit stop because he's such a high-graded driver, and also some excellent drives at the front of the field from those that didn't have to spend so long in the pits, most notably Philip Kadori. He was very early in relative to his rivals, and that clearly was a very sensible tactic.
Looks as if he's going to get the double here then, which would be great for him. He'll fly back to Hong Kong very happy indeed. Eret's just had a second warning for track limits. So Pierre Eret now dropped to 4th place, and he'll get a penalty if he does it again. Here's a nice simple livery with the stripes on the Black Swan Porsche, running with his familiar number from America, 540. There's the red car with the email address of the Flamingo Hotel. Well, not the email address, but the website.
We've got one car in this field in the Paul Smith fashion colours, but to me, the Black Swan, well, the Tim Pappas Euro Blakemole car looks like it's a car from a sort of Italian fashion house in the 1970s.
Yeah.
That belt, the tricolour belt running over the nose. I can just sort of imagine people like my mother wearing things like that back in period.
Well, we did talk to Tim about the colour scheme when he was in the commentary booth, and it was sort of based on the American blue stripes, and then he changed them to green, and then he added another one, which is these things evolved, don't they?
Fastest lap of the race. It might be tattered, might be slightly tatty. Nigel Greensill getting closer to going under 2 minutes, but he's not going to advance any further from 6th place without assistance from outside. So he's clearly not bothered by the bodywork slightly missing on that Corvette.
Collard could go past Tourette, though, couldn't he, before the flag? It's right on his tail, I think.
Could and should, and you really feel he will. He's 3 seconds a lap faster, so Eret, who really fought Blakemole for a while to keep him back, is going to lose another position. But Philip Kaddouri, there he is, tucked in that red Porsche, just making sure some of the people he's put on a lap on have seen him, knits his way through, goes past that Red Bull Racing sponsored Porsche of Giancarlo Tanzi, makes it look easy, but he had enough of a buffer to go, just wait, have you seen me? Yes, you have. So through he goes.
And the tall man, Sebastian Glazer, he's done an excellent job, hasn't he, to get that car up into the top 3 and keep it there. He wasn't so... Where did he finish yesterday, Glazer? Oh, yeah, no, he was second yesterday. So, actually, I think the result is going to look exactly... The top 5 is going to be exactly the same as yesterday. But,
so the Team Modena 430 looking supreme at the front of the race. A gap of 13-second over Sebastian Glazer's Porsche, a car fully 11 years older but running to GT2 category. Very neat and tidy running here. And yeah, at the end of play yesterday, it was Philip Kaddouri taking a win. Car number 48, the end of play today. And this is the penultimate race of the Dix Mille Tours. It could be the same.
Yeah, Bruce, it's going to be the same top 5, actually, by the look of things. Because yesterday it was Kaddouri, Glazer, the Blakemole car, Collard and Eret. It's going to be the same, unless one of them has a problem on this last minute and a half of the race. A good race for Mark Sumpter as well. Just looking at the classes. And GT2B, chap we haven't mentioned at all, Gilles Boyer in his 2002 GT3 Porsche 996. And yeah, he needs to be. Sorry, no, he doesn't. Sorry, Scooter Gable wins that class, and it's the other guy that's now in 2nd place. That was Gilles Boyer. But well, good run then for Scooter Gable and the ex-PTG factory car, all the way over from America. The man with the pizza parlour.
Well, tail happily being hung out there by our flamboyant race leader, Philip Kaddouri. And just the sad side of the number 123 Porsche being brought in on the back of a flatbed. That was Nicolas Joffre's car, but when the entry list was issued, it was Emmanuel Collard who was supposed to be driving that, but Joffre decided to swap them over. He took over the 95 car. Collard went into that, so he put him into a Ferrari, and he's done a great job, but no one's done a better job, obviously helped by the rankings and the length of the pit stops, than Philip Kaddouri, who's just been super smooth. He's been very judicious in his overtaking. This is the final lap of the meeting for him at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, well, climb back into, not sure if he's into the private jet status, but he'll certainly be climbing probably into first class, I think, flying back to Hong Kong, wouldn't you? A man who runs Peninsula Hotels.
Yeah, you'd very much think that would be the case, and I think on the form of this weekend, he deserves a chance to
a nice glass of decent champagne,
kick up his heels, and
he just went wide there, but he probably knows he's got that in hand, because he's only got the chance to do 3 of those now, really. So it's going to be a substantial win by 14.8 seconds. Bleekemolen is going to come through in third place. And
Nigel Greensword needs this final lap to try and break 2 minutes. He's down to 2 minutes, 191 seconds in that Corvette. He's not going to catch Pierre Herret. He's 8 seconds down. He's gaining 3 and a bit seconds a lap. But, you know, the target, you know, would be a bit like the 4-minute mile when that was broken in the mid-1950s. So if you can get below 2 minutes in anything around the circuit here at Paul Ricard, it's impressive. But, of course, Nigel would love that. He's not going to gain any more positions. He will close in on Pierre Herret, but nobody is going to have a chance to close in on Philippe Kaddouri because he's not got a great deal further to go in this race. The sweepers will be completed. He'll turn into this corner, which is the tight right-hander Virage de la Tour, and then the even tighter right-hander that follows the left. And the race is done, barring anything breaking. The car coming to a standstill as he accelerates out of the final corner. The team Modena Ferrari, the team very happy there. Champions on their back, and the victory will be by 15 seconds, maybe even slightly more, but they're very happy indeed. Philippe, 2025 champions. Well, if you print the shirts, you have to get the job done. He's certainly done that. So, yeah, he may well actually stay tonight, not get on the plane. Eventually, 15 seconds to good over... excuse me, Sebastian Glazer. Jeroen Bleekemolen comes home in third. He was catching all the time.
And interestingly, he was 20.5 seconds behind, and I think his penalty, extra penalty, was 20.
Do the math, as they say.
Yeah. So he would have had a big old battle, even if he hadn't had the penalty with Kaddouri, wouldn't he? Outstanding job by Philippe. Greensword he didn't break the 2 minutes, so 2:00.775 that last lap.
Yeah, another couple of laps he might have caught Pierre Herret. But today, you know, taking in line the handicap system and everything, it was a phenomenal run from Philippe Kaddouri. Manuel Collard did all he possibly could. His pace fell away a little bit towards the end of the race, but the fastest car at the conclusion was the Corvette in 6th place. John Emerson started it. Like to look at that car after the race and just see how much of a chunk came out of its flank.
Little word for the driver of the Marcus, because Stephen Keating did finish the race in 22nd place in by far the oldest car in the event. So well done to Stephen Keating to getting that Marcus home.
Yeah, well, we're about to take a look at the highlights of this race, the penultimate race of the 2025 Dix Mille Tours. And it was a race Porsche against a Ferrari. Let's see how it unfolded. 40 minutes of racing ahead, a wonderful rolling start, and Emmanuel Collard at the very sharp end. A quick start from Philippe Kaddouri. Everyone else trying to be neat and tidy in behind, but Collard was soon escaping, and giving chase was Tim Pappas. It was Ferrari ahead of Porsche. Pappas would come under pressure. His car, quite a lot older than some of the GT3 cars, but it was quick in a straight line. That was always a factor. Fantastic race liveries up and down the field. Some from period, some reinvented. Mark Sumter very much in the mix. And then Paul McLean just pulling off in front of them, but Sumter having a real scrap with Nicolas Joffre. Meanwhile, up at the front, Philippe Kaddouri was having this fantastic battle for second place. Collard going through the corner ahead of them by about 8 seconds. Scooter Gable having a lovely run there. Good to see the BMW in the mix.
Yeah, a class win for him.
Yeah, you have to beat the people around you in your class. And again, I talk about the flamboyant liveries. Red Bull livery, we will show you both sides of that, because unfortunately, a little rotation there for Giancarlo Tanzi. Flame spitting, just to get Andrew Marriott's attention as well. The Porsches, certainly the older ones, entertaining us. Jeroen Bleekemolen then took over from Tim Pappas, and he really started to fly. Philippe Kaddouri, though, had made an early pit stop right at the start of the pit window, and it worked very nicely for him. Emmanuel Collard would do the entire race, but he would have a difficult time in the pits because he had to spend longer at a standstill because of his driver ranking. And Team Modena, they took victory in the first race and the second, and champion for 2025 in his class, Philippe Kaddouri. Happy, happy man from Hong Kong, and really gaining his spurs with every single outing. So it was
yeah,
job
but
done.
he hasn't been racing that long, has he, Philip? He's come up, I think, through, did we say Ferrari Challenge or something like that? And
then quite a lot of historic, increasing the number of historic events as well. So here we suddenly find ourselves at just coming up to just after 6:12 in the evening. We're approaching our final race. I almost feel like weeping, but the Gentleman Challenge will bring us to an end. And all of these last 3 races, we saw the cars before, we're seeing them again. And for a lot of them, the chance to race once at Paul Ricard is fine, but it's even better if you get to do it twice. And that's precisely what they're about to do. So we will, there is happy faces up and down the pit lane. Privateer, it says, but let's hear the thoughts of the champion, Philippe
He is the 2025 champion in this Endurance Racing Legends 2. Congratulations, Philippe.
Thank you very much. It feels good to be champion.
How was this last race for you?
It was great. Emmanuel Collard is so fast, fighting against him, worrying about Giron, where he would come out. And of course, the other 993s have really quick pace. But eventually, through the pit stop, we had the pace and the gap kept growing. And at the end of it, I had a wonderful last lap where I could just relax a bit and enjoy.
This championship is a really good championship, very competitive.
It's an amazing championship. I was lucky enough to win the GT1 championship a few years back, but the competition in GT2 is a different level. There's so many more drivers who can get the most out of the car, so it's amazing. The team at Pastorelli have done an amazing job. The Ferrari is so much fun to drive. I wish you could all try it because it's fabulous.
This guy is the champion. He's very happy, and he's Philippe Calorie.
Thank you very much. It's great to see a happy face, and you can see how Philip was enjoying that on the final lap. He's a little bit loose coming in. He'd relaxed because he knew this job was done. Eventually, victory by 15 seconds was enough for him to take his second title. But this one, he said, far more competitive than the previous one. All you can do in racing, 2 things: you can enjoy yourself and you can advance. That's what you need to do, and he's doing both of those. No wonder he's so happy.
he most certainly is. So the Gentleman Challenge, second race, it was pretty much a Portuguese affair, wasn't it, yesterday, with Portuguese drivers first and third. So I'm sure that will be repeated. And we had a Bizzarini one too, which was a pretty rare kind of thing to happen, wasn't it? But anyway, that's all coming up. The race is scheduled to start right now, but I think it's going to be about 5 minutes. The pit lane is open. Nigel Greensall's going to have to rush back to his pit because he will be driving the Morgan SLR in this one. Obviously, John Emberson will start it. John, who did a good job in the Corvette before handing over to Nigel, although we weren't quite sure why he didn't come into the pits a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's quite hard to communicate when drivers are out there on the circuit. There might be, as they're coming down the start-finish straight past the pits where they could see a board, they'll be looking into the setting sun. Driver excuse number 42. But certainly, you know, it is something that might have been questioned, but still it gave us plenty to look at. And last night, you know, the Pires Tavares, Bizzarini, you know, put on a fantastic show. They make a phenomenal rumble. And here we have 2 of them, front 2 positions on the grid. Car number 80, which will be started by Diogo Tavares, and the similar Bizzarini 46 with Volker Hickert. So they will be having a lot of fun, and it's going to be a lot of pride at stake to see who can come out ahead in that battle. And then Hipólito Pires, again, you're talking about that Portuguese flavour on the grid, will be starting third in a Porsche 904. 6 Carrera GTS that was going very nicely indeed, thank you, yesterday, and doesn't have the grunt of the front-running cars, but certainly has the handling to stay in there. So Pires will be looking to see how long he can hang on to those ahead. Or with a nimble little Lotus that starts in 4th, have a chance of keeping up, because certainly it won't have the grunt, but that will definitely have the handling.
Yeah, certainly. We saw at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, Johnny Molam almost win a race in a Lotus 15, which was the successor to the 11, beating much quicker cars, and then I think broke on the very last lap, which was a disappointment for him. But
so we've got quite an incredible range of performance here, and a range of cars that always entertaining. These are from the 50s and 60s, sports cars from those decades, but as you can see, some almost sit up and beg. The tall but elegant Jaguar XK140 in the background. Up front, though, we're looking at those 2 Bizzarini 5000 300 GTs. There they are. Red one on pole, white one with the gold flash on the bonnet. And then in behind on row 2, we've got that 9046 Carrera GTS, the Lotus 15, the Morgan SLR, John Emberson, who's just was in one race, now in the next one. And that will be starting from 5th on the grid. That's something a little bit different, and that's a car that absolutely can fly. Nigel Greensall, hello, is that name familiar? They've just been in one race in a Corvette, now they're in the next race in something, as we'd say, completely different. It's a Morgan, but not as you know it, unless you were around when Sprinzel Racing and the gang, Sprinzel Lawrence Racing, put that sleek bodywork on it, so it had a half a chance at Le Mans.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how it got on, actually, Le Mans. We'll check that out. But I think it ran down the Mulsanne Straight a lot quicker than it would have done without.
Absolutely so. So if you're looking at a car with bicycle wings, forget it. The SLR bodywork made it a fully enclosed car. It's running just behind that Lotus in 5th place in the grouping. Car 57, John Emberson will be starting that just behind the graphic on the left of the screen. But it's the 2 Bizzarinis on the front row, 5,300 side by side. Tavares on the red one, and Volker Hickert in the white one. And they're accelerating out of the corner. All the drivers down the field looking up at the starting gantry. Quite hard to see the lights. There's the Ashworth family TVR in the background. 45 minutes of racing. A long hold to keep them on their toes, waiting for it. And now the power of the Bizzarini rumbles past our commentary positions. One of the Porsches going out a little wide to get past an Alfa Romeo, not quite managing it. Those glorious little TZs, the Giulia TZ, Carlo Vogele in the white one with the green, with the stripes up over the roof.
So it is Tavares in the lead from the Porsche 9046. Hipólito Pires, who runs a company in Portugal, actually putting together cars from kits. And there you see, just going out of our picture, was the Morgan, which is running without any paintwork on it, just running in the aluminium as it was built. And I think they did win their class at Le Mans, actually, back in 1963.
It sort of rings a bell. Then down in the middle order, you suddenly get a couple of great big listers, and then you got the Austin Healey's 104s and 3000s, and they're making up the pack at the back. Couple of Lotus Elites, a white one followed by yellow. Behind that, Lister Jaguar and Volkswagen onto the Mistral Straight. This field, though, will be having the chicane. They'll turn left, they'll turn right, brake heavily, rather than running the whole way up to Scene. Oh, the grunt of the Bizzarini almost getting back into second place to make it a Bizzarini 1-2. Car who lost out at the start. It's the black one with the yellow stripe. It's the little Lotus. Lack of power is a problem for Francois Bourdin, but he's just up ahead of this Giulia TZ, Carlo Vogele and Didier Maris in the very elegant little Porsche 356.
Yeah, just going back to the Morgan story, because people do love Morgans, don't they? They did win their class at Le Mans in 1963, but that was actually with a car without that body on. But it was that success that decided Morgan to try and go forward with the aluminium body, which is built by the very famous firm of Williams and Pritchard, who I think are still in business to this day, building bodywork for cars.
Well, Bizzarinis are now first and second as they were on the grid, because the white and gold flashed one of Volker Hickert picking off Hipólito Pires' 9046, but pulling clear as one expected it to by a big margin is Diego Tavares. Best part of 6 seconds clear. That may come down a little bit now that Volker Hickert has got back up into second place. Talk about two massively different cars. The XK140, and sitting on the outside is that little Porsche 550A with Oren Nataf head and shoulders out of the car.
Absolutely. Here's the Bizzarini coming into view, and the Bizzarini company is back in business, building a new supercar called the Giotto, which I believe has been designed primarily by Chris Porritt, who's a very well-known designer, was actually the technical chief at Tesla recently. But we've got the two Porsches running together, and we have the replay as how the 49 didn't quite get past the 940 and hit him in the door, look, and caused that damage.
His own door came flying open there. Bear in mind, we'd only just had Stefan Koenig getting ahead in that little 904 Carrera 6 battle, and there are definite scars of battle on both of those cars. One with the impact on its side door, on the door of Koenig's car, And then I'd like to see a replay again, because you had the door of this car, the car that had fleetingly been second in the race, flying open. Hippolyte's Perez got it closed, but I'd like to see that again, so I could, not so I could apportion blame, so I could just see and understand the dynamics of what happened.
Absolutely. And well, we got these Portuguese drivers at the at the front. Is a very good Iberian historic series, and so they get quite a lot of racing in, mainly in Estoril and the Spanish tracks. But the Bizzarini, which grew out of the ISO Revolta, and those are two Porsches still going happily, aren't they? And there's the Morgan trying to attack the 49 car. And the 49, of course, is Hippolyte Perez, the automobile construction entrepreneur. I think they're building their own little car in Portugal now. They had hoped to put together Daihatsus, believe it or not, from kits, but I don't think that happened in the end. But here, now those are the colours of Holland, I think.
Yeah, race
stripes, and that is because a guy called Ben Pon used to race one of these cars.
Wow.
There's the damage.
He liked it not to have a door shaped like that. Ben Pon, really interesting character, because I'm fairly sure he was a Porsche and VW dealer. And I've got an inkling, I might look it up during the race, I may just talk to you about it later.
Yeah,
he was quite responsible for something fairly major in the Volkswagen world. I will come back to you on that.
No, do have a little bit of a Google.
No, not a Google. I'll go back to a file that I may or may not have deleted.
Yeah, there's the 49 Porsche with the different stripes on it. And here is the Morgan, the special Williams and Pritchard body, which was built on it, and John Emberson at the wheel, and going well in that. He's going to hand over to Nigel Greensall, and I wonder if he can hang on reasonably well to Diogo Tavares. Tavares doing a 2:39 at the front, and what did he do? Yeah, 2:37s yesterday, Tavares, so he's got a little bit in hand, really. But so we got these two Porsche 904s together, followed by the Morgan, and then with the Lotus 11 with the 1500cc engine, and already Bruce has managed to find out about Ben Pon.
No, I haven't.
Oh, he hasn't?
No, what I was about to point out is you got just behind in this incredibly diverse battle, Carlo Vogele in 7th place in his Julia, but then the Tajero's starting to make moves for Dr. Afshin Fashemi. But my concept, in my mind, I'm fairly sure that something's telling me that Ben Pon was the person who encouraged VW to make the camper van.
Oh, really? Well, that'd be interesting. Yeah, so pointing out that the Tajero, which has been a winner in the gentleman's category and had problems and stopped yesterday's race when I think was he splitting the Bizzarinis, or was he actually leading the surgeon from, well, I think he's based in Cologne now, Dr. Hashim Fatemi. Yeah, Fatemi is already up to 5th place now. Yeah, the plastic surgeon, Dr. Afshim Fatemi, loves this Tajero. Only ever built 2 of these cars and various different engines in. It was because the famous Scottish team of Courier Cos, who did so well in Le Mans, I think they might have fallen out with Jaguar, and they decided to have a car built. And were you right? I bet you were right.
I'm homing in. Ben Pon, just listen to this. What a life he had. One-time Grand Prix racer, 1962 Dutch Grand Prix. He was a vintner, and he also represented the Netherlands in the Olympics.
Wow.
In clay pigeon shooting. However, his father, Ben Pon Sr., was an importer of VW Beetles into the USA, and is considered Ben Pon's father is considered to be the father of the Volkswagen Type 2.
Right, okay.
So it's sort of partway there.
Yeah.
And his big friend, of course, was Karel Go down to Beaufort, the Dutch aristocrat, who was such a character. And
he raced in Formula One, of course, in a private Porsche, as you could in those days. And it was pretty effective. I think that car was painted orange, but...
This sounds a little bit Monty Python-esque. In Ben's only Grand Prix, he failed to finish the race due to an accident, which flipped his car, throwing Pon out of the cockpit into a shrubbery.
Oh dear, well that broke his fall, no doubt.
And he vowed never to race single-seaters again, possibly quite wise. There you go.
Here's the Tajero then, the number 100 car. We've seen it with various different patterns of bodywork on it. Still only got a bit dented at the front, isn't it? So the story there is that the good doctor damaged it a couple of times. Rather than repaint the damaged bits, the mechanics told him he had to run the race, or run 3 races out damaging it, and then they repaint the car. I think they're having a bit of a joke with him, really, because he's paying the bills and he could just tell him get on with it. Don't argue with me, but I think he found it rather amusing, actually. But and then he hasn't then had the accident, because this car should be painted in a Curie across blue, of course.
Yeah, so did we pick up while I was looking at research that Hippolyte Perez has got a drive-through penalty?
We did not. Well spotted.
That just came through. I got a little bit engrossed, and it was Curie Masbergen for which Ben Pon raced, which of course was the team named after the castle from which Carol Go Down to Beaufort's family came.
Yeah. Good info.
It'll do for
if
now.
a little historical.
A little historical, only going back the mere 63 years.
Yes. But all these
in this race,
all
though,
these great stories, you know. And these are great cars from the 60s. Go along with some great stories.
It's looking very easy for Diogo Tavares at the moment. It's 10 seconds clear. Banged in the fastest lap of the race just now.
Yeah.
Hickett doing his best, but he's about a second a lap slower in second place. But Bizzarini's, they've really come on strong in historic racing. A handful of years ago, you probably only saw about one. I think Martin Stretton was one of the few people racing them, but the people have looked at his progress and whatever he could do, a lot of people want to sort of see if they can manage as well.
And yesterday, I was trying to remember a British driver who was one of the first people to start racing them again. And I knew he was a racing car dealer, and one of the very first people that had made a living out of dealing in racing cars, and a very successful and quick racer. And now, overnight, his name came to me as Brian Classic. Some people out there will remember Brian. He used to race a lot with Willie Green, another great historic racer.
You know, one of the beauties, though, of historic racing is not just because it brings back cars that we might have seen, we might not have seen. It's the diversity in this field, the Gentleman Challenge. Look at this picture. Carrera 9046, tucked in behind a Lotus made for different purpose, in behind a glorious Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, and pushing it hard.
Oh, look at the Lotus going round the 904 now. And is he going to make it stick? Oh, very close, wasn't he?
Yeah, bear in mind that number 49 Porsche does owe us a run through the pits, a drive-through penalty earned by Hippolyte Perez for his contact where he slammed into the door of Stefan Koenig's car. Stefan, ironically, is further up. He'd just overtaken him. He's now safely in third place. This Jaguar is in too soon for its mandatory pit stop. He's going to have to come and make one of those.
I think he's coming to have the radio tuned. He can't get the right radio station.
Well, it's attention to detail. This car beautifully prepared.
It is. But it's got some problems, obviously. Out it goes.
Pit limiters on.
And Fatemi is having a push now. Fatemi's the fastest man out there. Oh, look at this Alfa, though. Unusual colour scheme. That's the...
That's the one of Alan Vogelet. So we've got three Vogelets covered by 4 positions in this race. Peter is leading in the 904 Carrera. He's in 9th. Then Carlo Alfa Giulia TZ. And the second Alfa Giulia TZ is Alain. There he is. That's the one we're looking at. Sort of, what would you call that? It's pale avocado.
Yeah. It's almost the colour that the UDT Lacestone Formula 1 team race.
You're right.
Yeah.
The colour that's never been repeated in Formula 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyway, they're having fun. Look at the cam tail at the back of their little Lotus Elite chasing behind. And what's Fatemi is definitely clears up to third place, and now he's chasing after the 2 Bizzarinis, and he's going to catch them very soon. Interesting that Alfa had a UK number plate on it.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
So, but Emerson's hanging in there, which is great because he can hand that car over to Greensall in good shape, and the pit window is going to start in 4 minutes. So they could have. I think Fatemi could win this race, and I think
problems coming the way of Stefan Koenig. He was the one whose door had been given a bit of a chewing, a bit of a shark bite by the other 9046. But next time you get to look at the door on the passenger side, not of this car that's gone into third place, that's the Tajero. The car behind, number 940, the lower part of the door is beginning to hang down. So there could be a worry of a flag telling the driver to go into the pits to have it secured, but certainly not the fault of Stefan Koenig. Not this car, that's the Tajero in third place. The next one, with that red, white and blue stripe up over its silver nose, the lower half of the passenger side door, the door closest to us, is definitely damaged and more to the point getting slightly worse. Maybe we'll get a shot of that later. Really nice little run from the Porsche 356, Didier Maurice. He's right on the tail of a rather younger 904 Carrera, but the 356, such a popular car in Porsche culture.
There's very Portuguese tint to this, because yesterday we had first and third for Portuguese drivers. We've got a Portuguese driver leading the race, and the bloke who's chasing him is Dr. Afshin Fatemi, and he is in a Tajero. And John Tajero
was Portuguese,
half Portuguese
of extraction.
Yes, yeah. In fact, he was born in Estoril, where, of course, there's a famous race circuit.
Okay, now that is the drive-through penalty being served by car number 49, and that's dropped Hipólito Pérez. Remember, he got up to second place early in the race, splitting the Bizzarinis, but then Stefan Koenig in a similar 9046 Carrera GTS came through, got past him, and then got clonked. So Pérez paying the price for that. His car looking far more resplendent, or rather less dented, than Stefan Koenig's, but Stefan is running in fourth place now. Pit window not open yet. Another Julia TZ, unfortunately, in the pits when it shouldn't be. Carlo Vogele.
I love the air scoops at the front, which are just reminiscent of the 250 GTO Ferrari, of course.
Absolutely so. Italian styling, truly fantastic back in the 50s, going to the 60s. This, of course, is Italian styling as well. This is the race-leading Bizzarini being swung around with great abandon but control by Diego Tavares. He's sitting, let's call it 10 seconds clear. Volker Hickert in a similar car, but he's not seemingly putting too much stress on this. He's very smooth. It's good.
The same, he's got work to do. He's got there's 22 seconds between him and the leader, Tavares.
First sighting in this race, the little Matra Jet. That will be absolutely gobbled up as another lap is put on it. I mean, the performance difference between this car and the big Bizzarini that's coming alongside and round him. But I must say, when we looked at the Jet yesterday, the driver was absolutely always looking out for faster cars coming.
Yeah, he was
very polite.
Yeah.
And when you're driving a car, Eric Bouffard, well, it's a René Bonnet Jet before the Matra Jet, but he knew what he had to do, but he just doesn't want to cause waves. So again, you have to be super aware of all that's around you when you're in a slower car. It's actually much harder than being in a quicker car.
Big Chevrolet engine in this Bizzarini. Giotto Bizzarini, and the new car, the new Bizzarini company, their new supercar is called the Giotto. I look forward to seeing that. Look at him sliding that car through there and gobbling up the tarmac before he reaches that Lotus Elite. He'll go hurtling past that.
And another car, the car at the front of that group, absolutely exquisite, but very unusual. It's an Aston Martin DB24, so far so good, but with very special bodywork for competition by Bertone. So quite a phenomenal car in terms of value and rarity. So a handful of cars shown on the graphic didn't get to start the race, but of course this is the second race. They had the other race yesterday afternoon. And historic racing cars, not always as robust as you'd like them to be.
The pit window starts, well, it's open now. It's just open now. Be interested to see who dives in.
Another sighting of Oren Nataf looking in his mirrors in that little 550A. So that's 1956. It feels like a model car in comparison to the mighty Bizzarini that was coming up just close behind it.
He's really sticking out of that, isn't he? Well, here, sadly, this Porsche has been abandoned. Alpha, sorry, has been abandoned.
It's Carlo Vergle's car, but what I'm just looking out for, I think there is still a chance that Afshin Fatemi in the Tajero, after the mandatory pit stops, may just be able to catch Volker Hickert for second place.
Yeah, there's 26 minutes, isn't there? And
he's a second and a half faster per lap. He may just run up short, but you can be sure there's always a charge with Fatemi, so
yeah.
take a look at how that pans out later in this race.
I mean, the mechanics were only half joking because he had, you know, we've seen him going very quick and then throwing it into the weeds, haven't we, in the past? So there's a couple of listers in this race, and our friend Wolf Zweifler is in 9th place in the 92 car. That's a very genuine Nobly. And the Bizzarini is in, look. Here is the other Bizzarini with its asymmetrical gold and white design on the car. For me, it doesn't have the form of a Ferrari, does it? The flowing lines.
No, it's more purposeful, and I'm not sure the extra length actually helps it in terms of its desirability. But it's when you look at the radiator hanging down low under the nose of the car, under those rather aggressive things. But, you know, in historic racing terms, it's a car that's actually much lighter than it looks.
Yes.
It does look as though it's going to be incredibly heavy because it's so long, but it isn't. And I think that's something that's really began to dawn on people, and why they're being recreated and brought out to play.
We'll see the Teixeira again. One of the interesting things about the Teixeira, it was perhaps the first mid-engined sports car. Because remember, it was racing against Jaguar D-types and so on. And John Teixeira did build a car that was very similar to a D-type with the same running gear, the same Jaguar running gear. But this was a different project, and he put the engine behind the driver. And obviously, that had been happening in Formula One cars, but in sports cars, it was a new thing. I think he was very much a pioneer in that. So a very interesting machine.
Oh dear, the Austin Healey in the background just cut the chicane.
Oh, did it? Well, it would be a quicker lap then.
He didn't have anyone particularly near him, but he may well get a penalty, or he may be just about to pull off on the Mistral straight. Can't tell. Volker Hickert now leads the race because the number 80 Bizzarini has already reported to the pits, and Diogo Tavares sitting on board that. Volker Hickert, who very nearly had a spin.
Oh, he did.
Just heard he'd taken over the lead of the race.
Yeah.
And, was wagging his tail in delight, but that is going to be handed over to Bjorn Ebsen in an all-German driver combination, but Bjorn very nearly didn't get a car to drive just then. I
just wonder when John Emberson's going to come in the Morgan. It's in 4th place overall, and it's quite a short pit window. This is only 6 minutes remaining. Right. And already the car that led is back on track.
Yeah, nice, neat job from them, under no particular pressure, because it's been such a good first half of the race for them. Just get the pit stop done, get it out of the way. That's precisely what's just happened there.
Well, Hicker's turned it up because he knows that Fatemi is charging. Fatemi now shown in 2nd place. And Hickert has gone to 2:37, and then the Teixeira is answered back. He's just done a 2:35.9, which makes that the fastest lap of the race. Stephen Koenig has just come in the Porsche 9046, which has been going so well. And I just wonder if John Emberson will follow very soon. There's the 60 car just being called.
There's that glorious little DB24 Aston Martin. In fact, whereas the bodywork on the Bizzarini suggests that the car is huge. Talking Aston Martin, let's just move through the range. This is number 52, which is a DB2, so slightly older, sports saloon coupe. But the DB24 looks more nimble than it probably is because it's so sleek, whereas the Bizzarini is nimble, but it looks bulky. But it's very, very effective with that big Chevrolet engine. So when the pit stops are over, I'm fairly sure they'll be 1st and 2nd.
This is the Gentleman Challenge, and certainly that DB2 sports saloon driven by Norbert Spitzkup is definitely a gentleman's car, isn't it?
Yeah, quite right. A lot of the others seem small, nimble sports cars. His seems much more staid, but the DB2, very successful car in a lot of competition for a large number of years through the 1950s, and always been popular in historic racing because, of course, Aston Martin Owners Club, very, very strong on the British scene, and strong Aston Martin clubs all around the world.
Absolutely. Emerson has bought the Morgan SLR from 1965 in the special streamlined machine, and no doubt Nigel Greenswell is going to row that along very quickly. And our intrigue is ready to see if he can get into the top 3. The other intrigue is to see when I think for team he's going to take the lead, you know, Bruce, because he's only 7.5 seconds behind Hickett, but they've also got to execute their pit stops well. They haven't made their pit stops yet.
They haven't, but with each lap he's gained a second and a bit on the current race leader Volker Hickett. However, that is a position that is marginally false just in terms of the other Pizzarini. Number 80 has already made its pit stop.
It has.
Diogo Tavares doing the entirety of the race without handing it to anyone else. So, of course, he knows the car. He knows how the track is, just as it was before his pit stop. So he's now pressing on very nicely. But fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 35.9 seconds to Afshin Fatemi, the doctor in the Tajero. That's the EE from 1955. Car number 100. Good to see the Austin Healey's. You know, they were fantastic in rallying, popular in racing, and
there's a Morgan in, and there's Nicky Greensall there, ready, just shutting the door. Nigel is strapped in. Look at the sheen on that aluminium. Somebody's been polishing that. It's got the odd little dent in it, hasn't it? But that's a lot of racing for you.
Yeah, but what I like in that incredibly reflective surface, you can see the blue sky above us. And
you can.
Paul Ricard. What a wonderful 3 days we've had. Everyone's loved the weather. Not too hot, certainly not cold. And last night we went racing through until about 10:30 at night. That was quite magical. We had the full moon above the grid. Fantastic, well-attended grid walks. A lot of fans getting in there. And a lovely shot with the trees in the background. That's out beyond the final couple of corners. And Morgan Esselar coming down the pit lane. Coming in, I think that's Francois de Chanterac in the background in a 104 Austin Healey. Coming in to make his pit stop. Pit window about to close in 2 minutes.
I got a silly brain fade here. That Morgan must have a Triumph engine, isn't it? What engine did the Morgan have then?
Did they have Triumph? They hadn't gone to Fords at that point.
No.
Okay, well, we can look at that after the race. Into the final 20 minutes. Here comes Wolf Zweifler, another doctor, Dr. Hafshim Fatemi, and Dr. Volker Wolf Zweifler. There he goes in the only Lister in this race, because the other one didn't get to take the start in this, the second of the races for gentleman cars.
Most Listers had Jaguar engines in, but the ones that went to America, not all of them, most of them had Chevys in them, and they had different wheels on them as well. Because the Jaguar ones had Jaguar wheels, and these had some American brand. I think we call
Hallibrands, yeah. Hallibrands, and of course, when you're racing in the States, the availability for Jaguar engine isn't as good, and certainly if you can find them, more expensive than get a Chevrolet. So.
Exactly. So, got a V8 engine in there instead of the straight 6 Jaguar. Well, this car I particularly like. I think it's, you know, it really is smooth, isn't it? So. I understand we're going to have an interview, see who's down there in the pits, and probably one of Vaught's last ones. He's done lots of great interviews for us today. As the Austin Healey gets all sideways and he manages to collect it up. So, and then he's still throwing it sideways, isn't he? So now we can go down to the pits and collect our latest interview.
Dans cette pit lane du circuit Paul Ricard, on vous a présenté beaucoup de pilotes en 2 jours, et même en 3 jours d'ailleurs, mais on n'avait pas encore fait de pilote au féminin. C'est fait avec Diane Legras. Diane, vous venez de sortir de cette MGB, ça s'est passé comment?
Ça s'est super bien passé, j'ai amélioré mes temps d'hier, je suis encore en apprentissage, donc je suis super contente d'être là, je partage ça avec mon père, donc c'est le plus important.
Alors l'apprentissage, mais qu'est-ce qui est le plus dur finalement une fois qu'on se retrouve en piste avec tous les autres?
Je dirais le trafic, faire attention aux autres, mais sans trop rester bloqué là-dessus. Et puis parfois déconnecter, de se dire qu'on peut freiner plus tard et que ça fonctionne. Mais ça, c'est quand on débute, c'est quelque chose qui est assez difficile à avoir en tête. Donc j'apprends encore à freiner et à réaccélérer aux bons endroits.
Alors il y a Jean Legras, Diane Legras, c'est une histoire de famille tout ça?
Oui, exact. Avec mon père, on partage ça depuis longtemps. Et puis il m'avait dit, bon, bah, une fois que tu as fini tes études, on se lance ensemble si tu veux. Donc je suis contente. Je me lance depuis une petite année, donc c'est que le début pour l'instant.
Alors ça, c'était une MGB, il y a des projets pour 2026?
Alors on a fait le tour auto avec une Lotus Elan cette année aussi. Donc c'est une super voiture, mais rouler en 60 c'est trop tôt pour moi. Donc on verra pour l'année prochaine, j'espère.
Voilà, c'est l'atout charme de Peter Otto et de l'Historic Racing. Elle s'appelle Diane Legras.
Well, lovely interview there with Diane Legras, racing that MGB with the father Jean. We like father-son, we like father-daughter relationships just as much when they go racing, and certainly we're seeing a lot of families have a lot of cars or a lot of children to spread across the cars, a lot of generations. We've seen the Vogelets, we've seen the Halusas, and another one in the mix there, the Legras family. What they're going to be racing next year, of course, we'll wait and see, but sometimes you have brand loyalty and other times you just think, what car would fit well onto this particular historic?
Yeah, I noticed she had a Lotus badge on her race suit, so maybe she'd like to race a Lotus Elan or something. But the whole field has made a pit stop now. In fact, the Porsche 904-6 of Bangladesh, who had such a good result yesterday, has made 2 pit stops. But currently it is the 2 Bizzarini still first and second, with Tavares and Ibsen now at the wheel, and Dr. Fatemi, Afshin Fatemi, is still in 3rd place. And I thought he was closing on at least one of the Bizzarinis, but doesn't seem to be the case, does it?
Well, I'm just waiting for him to come through and get another lap under his belt. I think he's going to be quite close to Ebsen. And also, he has the advantage, Afshin Fatemi, that he did the first half of the race, so he knows how the track conditions are. I must say, the track's been very good all day. Unfortunately, we had some oil dumped all the way around the lap right at the start of the day, but that was the marshals did a fantastic job of drying that up. But clearly, no concerns in terms of handling and grip from our race leader, because Diogo Tavares, 16 seconds clear. Oh yeah, Tavares is well clear, but Ebsen has got Fatemi right under his chuff, just 1.4 seconds back. Jerry getting closer and closer. Yellow flag at turn 2. Don't know who's gone off down there. Hopefully they can rejoin and not interrupt the flow of this race. You have to say Diogo Tavares, with quarter of an hour remaining, barring disaster, has got this one under control, but certainly the second Bizzarini driver, Bjorn Ebsen, has not. 0.3 of a second is his margin over the Tejero. Here they come, 46, up to the chicane they go, and the Tejero, there it is, slightly battered, coming through. Still in 3rd place, but he's got nice grunt when they exit the corner. His car will be lighter, I would suggest, but than the Bizzarini, not by a lot, but where it really has an advantage is in the tighter corners. It's got a shorter wheelbase, it's more nimble. Fatemi, though, coming up on the left-hand side of the screen, car 100, has got to bide his time unless he can make it stick here. Doesn't want to take too much of a risk. You know what? Bjorn Ebsen was very, very respectful there. He could have squeezed him over. This is historic racing. Okay, he goes, you got past me. Let's see if I can stay with you. Maybe I can look and I can learn. You're driving a completely different car. The back markers, though, slightly obstructed. Now how about that? 2 British marks, Jaguar and Aston Martin, minding their own business, and the battle for 2nd place comes through. First of all, Fatemi gets caught out. So into 2nd place, or back into 2nd place, goes Ebsen in the Bizzarini. Then he finds the Jaguar. He too has to back off, chopping and changing. Sun in their eyes, who can see better? The pace overall is always going to go the way of Fatemi, though. He's caught up with Ebsen, now got past. What's up ahead on the track? Is anything else going to trip them up?
Yeah, great scrap. Those are 2 very different cars, and this very long Italian machine, the Bizzarini, and then one of the very first rear-engine sports cars in this Tejero, the only rear-engine car in the race, of course. So it is Fatemi hanging on to 2nd place. Terrific battle. Koenig is still in 4th position, and then it's Francois Bourdin who leads the E2 class in his little Lotus 11, great Colin Chapman design, and then in 6th place is Nigel Greensall, and Nigel not really closing on the Lotus 11 at the moment. He's got he's 7 seconds behind it, and then a long way behind the rest of them. So.
Well, more traffic right in front of Afshin Fatemi. Just been watching a replay of the moment where he got into 2nd and then almost immediately lost it as he was obstructed. You know, no fault for anybody. A portion down there. He wanted the wider line through Double Droit. He found the Aston Martin where he wanted to go. Aha, said Bjorn Ebsen. He went through, but then where he wanted to go, there was a Jaguar, so he went off the circuit. They're running 2nd and 3rd, but it's the Tejero ahead. And look, 1, 2, 3. Now all the traffic is in front of Bjorn Ebsen. So they've been picked off nicely by the Tejero. Up the Mistral straight they go. If they're running the whole way to the far end, up to Scene, you can imagine the Bizzarini with the gold tail will get through. But he doesn't want to take too many chances. Up the inside, has the Alpha seen him? Has the driver of the Alpha seen him? Waiting to turn in. Just about gets his nose in front, but he can't brake as well as the Alpha. So the Vogeli family car cuts across his nose, and I'm afraid that has now separated Epson from the Tejero. Fatemi now safely into second place.
Yeah, absolutely right, Bruce. So he just got the brakes for Fatemi there. Now he's going to chase after this MGB. Maybe I wonder if that's the car from the lady we saw interviewed with her dad now. At the
well, it will be, because it's the only MGB in the race.
Oh, well, process of illumination, you're right. So the car that was built for Kurikos, raced by Jackie Stewart. They had Ford engines in, they had Buick engines in these rather unusual looking Tejeros. And he'll find a way around that Austin Healy in just a moment.
Healy was a bit wary.
Yeah, he was being a bit careful.
Yeah, Paul Anson's car, they can wag their tails a fair bit. And he raises his hands and says, so what are you doing coming past me? Well, I'm faster. That's the answer. So here we go. Diogo Tavares leading with just over 10 minutes to go. He's best part of 20 seconds clear. It probably will go north of 20 seconds clear, because Ashton Fatemi in the chasing Tejero rather obstructed just towards the end of that. No real fault for anyone there, but over the start-finish line, 19.8 seconds in arrears. Bjorn Ebsen now falling best part of another 4 seconds further back. Still got line of sight, but he's got one more car to pick off before he can fully see the Tejero that we're looking at, but that is going to be getting smaller and smaller ahead of him. Oh, whenever you get a purple flash on the screen, you think, who's in trouble? Car number 400 under investigation. One of the Lotus Elites, that's Ciro Charava, for pit window infringement. See, every single race, pretty much, isn't it?
I wonder if Dr. Fatemi's team will paint that car back in the Kurikos blue in time for the end of season Estoril race, which is coming up.
No, I think they said not just finishing, it's winning. So look at the repairs, the running repairs on the door of the 904. That has spent a lot of time having its door taped back up. Sorry, the 940, that's Philip Koenig in third place. I can't read the number on the door because it's quite hard with all the tape on it. But that was a car that was assaulted by the other 904-6 Carrera in this race that was running near the front of the field, but that has gone down the order somewhat. That was a car that was running in second place early on and really troubling those around it, but unfortunately contact drive-through penalty has separated that Carrera GT6 battle. That was Benito Perez, wasn't it? So yes, it's now Tiago Raposo de Magalhães.
That's right. Nigel Greensall finished 5th yesterday in the gentleman's race, and looks like it's going to be the same today. He's just closing up on the Lotus 11. I think he might go past him on the next lap, but then I don't think he's got much chance in the last 8 minutes of this, not only this race, but the whole race meeting.
Yeah, the sun is going down. It was a beautiful sunset yesterday, but for the drivers out at this turning of the day, it's a time to get blinded at certain points on the track by the low sun. So certainly having a windscreen strip helps the taller drivers at least keep that sun out of their eyes through the final corner to make it 13 laps on the clock.
But turning Diogo Tavares going to score, we think, his second victory. 2 gentlemen wins, and he's done a great job with this victory. It's lovely to see these cars racing again.
It is, and it's also it's lovely to see cars that people decide, hold on, that one could be competitive in this. Let's get it restored. We found an old competition version, sometimes just an old road-going version, and they get it sorted. But I love the diversity. I love having the Tejero in there, not just because it's quick, but it's also interesting. I mean, likewise, this glorious Bertone-bodied DB24 Aston Martin. It's just something different. I love coming across cars I haven't seen. I like having cars that have got their doors not taped up, however.
Well, I love seeing cars I haven't seen for a very long time, and I actually saw Jackie Stewart drive the Tejero at Alton Park Gold Cup meeting.
Great to see. There was a fantastic event I was telling you about earlier we had up in the Scottish Borders 2-3 summers ago now, and Jackie Stewart pushing the fight against dementia, you know, for his wife, Lady Helen, and he basically had almost every car of his competition career up there.
Marvellous.
And the great and the good of the Scottish racing scene, generations up there. It was a great gathering of the clans for them, but it was all driven by Jackie. Little hill climb, some exquisite cars, but you know what people today would look at the early career cars of Jim Clark, who's got a big celebration of his 1965 world champion next weekend at Goodwood, and Jackie Stewart. They raced some incredibly basic cars at the start of their career because there wasn't a big jump from road car to competition car for a lot of people.
First time I saw Jackie racing was at a rough track called Ruffeth in York. It's an old airfield, and he was in the family Jaguar E-Type demonstrator. Literally, it was the company's demonstrator. He wanted to buy an E-Type, a bit of safety equipment in it, and a bit of set of decent tyres, and off he went. He won the race.
Bit of Jim Shoe whitener for the number on the door, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. So just seeing if Nigel can get the Porsche Carrera. This is the battle. Would be the battle for fourth place. Nigel's 55 seconds down the road from Philip Koenig. He's done a great job in that 9046 Carrera.
No, he has. Very, very neat and tidy. Must say, Diogo Tavares will have the message. He doesn't have to push too hard. He's best getting on towards 20 seconds clear. And that's quite a nice way to feel at the end of this race meeting. You've already got one win in the bag yesterday afternoon.
Fatemi is not making any progress. He's in second place now. He's got 17 seconds to make up on Tavares. He won't do that. But he's got a nice 11-second buffer over Ebsen. So Dr. Fatemi, having had a problem in the first race, will at least get second place here, having had, I think, a couple of wins in this category this season. So he's had a pretty good year with the car.
Setting their fastest laps are just coming good towards the end of the race, but they're all pretty much just outside the top 10. In fact, 10th place Paul Ancelan, he's just set his fastest lap in his Healy 3000. Alan Vogelet running a little bit behind him, 1.5 seconds further back, his Julia TZ. But the drivers still at the very front end of the field, pressing on. A little bit of a moment with Ebsen going slightly off the circuit in third place overall, but things looking neat and tidy for the driver of the other Bizzarini. It's car number 80. It started on pole position, and Diogo Tavares, he's coming up to lap Wolfsweifler's Lister, the Lister Nobly, as they go up towards the chicane. Still plenty of grunt to be put down on the circuit. The Bizzarini coming through. He'll turn left, he'll turn right, and then the number of laps he will have will probably count to 2 more. Actually doesn't get the passing manoeuvre done, and then a spin for one of the Vogelet Alfa Romeos. That's car number 9. So Alan Vogelet is the driver at the wheel, just set his fastest lap, and then unfortunately blotted his copybook with that spin. Can he get going? Was he helped in this? Paul Ancelan was very close to him, and I think 2 didn't quite get to tango together, but luckily round went the Alfa Romeo and nothing was hit.
And just a note there, looking down the field, running nicely in Austin Healy. And moving up, actually, to 12th place, Francois Fillon. Francois Fillon was the Prime Minister of France.
Yeah, but now he's competing in a historic race at Paul Ricard, and we know which is far more important.
Yeah.
Well, in our minds, at least.
He was the Prime Minister of France in 2007 to 12 under President Nicolas Sarkozy. And his brother, of course, is the head of the ACO.
Indeed so. Beautiful drive from Diogo Tavares. You've really whetted my interest on the Portuguese racing scene. And of course, the final round of the Peter Orso Series will be in Portugal the weekend of the 3rd and 4th of October at Estoril. So let's hope the Atlantic weather stays offshore and we can have sunshine to match this here at Paul Ricard. 3 days of glorious setting, brilliant weather, fantastic car. We've had some wonderful racing as well.
Just going back to Fillon, he's got a Welsh wife. So I wonder if that's why. Yes, I wonder if that's why he likes Austin Healy's. Maybe she introduced them to him. But I've done a really nice job there in 12th place.
Car in 3rd place has got a slight concern because it's 2 warning. It's a second infringement, therefore a warning flag for Bjorn Ebsen for track limits. He went off the circuit a little bit down at turn 2. enough to pique the interests of the race officials?
Well, he's got 2 minutes to make another mistake and get a penalty, and I don't think he's going to do that. Look at that Bizzarini 1-2 yesterday. Won't be the story today because that Tajero's got between them, but it still would be a Bizzarini 1-3. And that's a pretty unusual thing, not anything I've ever seen in commentary before, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're probably quite safe in that position.
And you know, I think Nigel Green's have just been passed actually by Tiago Raposo de Magalhães. So he was quick yesterday, wasn't he, at that 9:04? So
yeah, well, bear in mind that 9:04 got up into second place at the start of the race in the hands of Hippolytas Pires. So we know it's quick. So Nigel would have been hanging on, but yeah, that's been the place change. It might be the last one through to the end of the race. No scraps that are enormously close in the top end of the field. Diego Tavares stroking at home. He can back it off now. Fatemi is quicker at this stage in the race. Last lap, actually, Fatemi gained just the mere 6 seconds in a lap. However, what are the splits this time around? I think it's all under control from our race leader, Diego Tavares. I see no smoke from his Bizzarini. What have you spotted, Andrew?
Well, that Lotus 11 has slowed right down, which means our friend Wolf Zweifler, the former doctor, is going to win the win with the Lister Nobly in the E2 class.
Well, I tell you what, I feel quite sorry for Francois Bourdin. All race he was around 6th to 8th position against cars far more powerful than his, but yeah, he stopped out on the circuit in that Lotus 11, the 1500cc model. Such a shame, so close to the finish of the race as well.
Yeah. But we had a really nice chat with the doctor, didn't we?
Yeah.
From, very proudly. Didn't have the German flag. He had two flags on his race suit, one of Israel and one of Bavaria.
Yeah, both blue and white, and obviously the Bavarian flag is just a blue and white checkered flag. Maybe it's a bit of a portent about a racing career to come. So on to the final lap goes Diogo Tavares. The sun gets lower. His advantage is now under 10 seconds. Afshin Fatemi crosses the line, 9.8 seconds down in the rumbling Tajero. He surely won't catch the race leader. In fact, their lap times last time separated by just 0.6 of a second. There was that slower lap that gave that feeling of slight fear for those of us in the commentary box, having said it was a done deal. Maybe not, but I think at this point, around the final lap, going down into the S's turn 4, now it seems almost like a job done. The second of the Bizzarini, just coming across the start-finish line now, is running 3rd overall, but he's fallen 25 seconds behind Fatemi's Tajero, having been passed. I'm not sure if this car is running quite as smoothly as it was early in the race for Bjorn Ebsen. He's also been given the warning, if you transgress and run off the circuit again, we're going to clip your wings. But at the moment, it looks though 3rd place is going his way.
I think the only way you know of those warnings is if it's shown on your pit board. I don't think the organiser's got any way of telling you.
Oh, no, not the organiser telling him. No. The team have to send the message to the driver.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
So here comes the 2nd place, Tajero, braking for the final time at racing speed into that chicane, halfway up the Mistral straight, turns in, nimble, slightly raucous, very short wheelbase.
Yeah, mid-engine car. I said it was the first mid-engine. Porsche must have had engines in the back, but not in a real sports racing car like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean in your differentiation there. So here comes Diogo Tavares, twitching, sliding, but it's all under control.
It certainly is. And meanwhile, Dr. Fatemi's just gone purple in the middle sector.
Yeah, he's got the gap down before the end of the race to 6 seconds, 6.2 seconds. He's going to come down even more. Race leader Diogo Tavares has got one, if not 2 cars between him and the chasing Dr. Fatemi in the Tajero, but a hairpin, tick, job done. Through the S's, job almost done. Hang the tail out, bring it back into line, and here comes Diogo Tavares. The gap down to 5.6 seconds, it's coming down, but he's got this one in the bag. Penultimate corner. Position the car for the final corner. It's more than 90 degrees. There's a slight camber onto the inside of the circuit. Don't get the tail out, get it straight. Nicely done. So victory for the final race of the 2025 Dix Mille Tours will go to a Bizzarini. It's the Bizzarini of Diogo Tavares, and hand out of the window in delight, and closing all the time to 4.6 seconds down at the end. Charges the Tajero of Dr. Afshin Fatemi. If he hadn't qualified so far down the order, that could have been a very, very different matter indeed for the Chasing 100. And third place will be going in a short while to this car, the second of the Bizzarinis. Car 46, started by Hickert, finished by Bjorn Ebsen. That will take third, and best of the rest, well, the next two cars will be Porsche Carrera 904 GT6 GTSs, and of course they had contact, and that led to the car that's going to come home in fifth place, having to have a drive-through penalties. Did well to get back to fifth.
Absolutely, very good drive. And then in sixth place will be the Morgan SLR of Nigel Greensall, and then seventh, the Porsche 904 of Peter Vaugelet, one of that Vaugelet family we talked about most of the weekend. And then winning the E2 category, the number 92, the Lister Nobly, the lovely original car with the Chevy engine of Wolf Zweifler. Then in ninth place, it's the Porsche 356 of Gabriel Balthazard. Then it's two Healey's, Paul Ancelin and Guy Fabrice Mestro into 11th place. And actually, I think Francois Filo just dropped back a little bit at the end. But in 12th place, it's the lovely Alpha Giulia TZ of Alain Vergelet. And then it's Fillon, and then Frank Ogis, Marc Julie, and Mark Ashworth, the TVR, he was 16th. But a very big field there. Just incidentally, talked about Francois Fillon. His brother raced an Audi R8, you know, at Le Mans Classic, and did a very good job. I was quite surprised how well he went.
Yeah, no, I think he's probably got the bug again now. So really enthralling end. The last few cars finishing the last lap of the last race of the last day.
Have we had 10,000 laps? I think we have.
I'm still trying to get all cumulative laps for the last race, but it's been 10,000 smiles. We can certainly take that.
10,000 smiles, 10,000 overtakes, I would have thought. And
so I think pretty much only 2 or 3 cars still to come to take the checkered flag to bring this meeting to a conclusion. It's been a wonderful meeting. And Peter also, with his historic events, goes from strength to strength. And we already have news about next year. We've got many changes, but a lot that's going to be the same. But we will conclude the season for some of the group over on the banking at the Daytona International Speedway. And that certainly brought a round of applause from the drivers when the announcement was made.
Next year, of course, I'm sorry, that's next year. This year, we've got one more race meeting to go, some championships to be decided, and a couple of championships decided here. But that will be in Estoril, and we'll be bringing you that one. And going to see some highlights in just a moment of that race with the Bizzarini victories and the De Giro charging up, and quite a bit of action all round with that particular race. So for the last time, Bruce Jones is going to show us his true talent at bringing us the highlight package and calling it just as it was. There you go, Bruce. Away you go.
The 2025 Dix Mille Tours was brought to a conclusion by the Gentleman Cup. The challenge for the gentlemen. 2 Bizzarinis at the front. A little Lotus, nimble but without the power to challenge them, but certainly making moves, was Hipólito Pérez in that little gorgeous 904 Carrera GTS. Austin Healey's are plenty in all shapes and sizes, the 300, the 3000s and the 104s in there. But all along, the number 80, Diogo Tavares driven Bizzarini, just edging its way clear. That little Lotus so strong. A little bit of very near contact there. Hipólito Pérez getting a little bit caught out. But all along, Diogo Tavares advancing. He could concentrate, he could relax once the pit stop was out of the way. Exquisite DB424 Bertoni competition model around the middle order, something different. Likewise, the Morgan SLR, that was much closer to the front, particularly with Nigel Greensall making a charge, having taken over from John Emberson. The more sit-up and beg earlier, Aston Martin, the DB2, great to see that out. So much variety. Jaguar XK140 in the mix, glorious little short-tailed Alfa Giulia TZs. Chance to see a little bit more of that elegant Bertoni Aston Martin being given a twitch and a save. Something to talk about after the race is over. But all along, the Bizzarinis were coming through. This was a move. One Bizzarini regaining second place, having just lost it to the little Togero in behind, and both of them got caught out by back markers, no fault apportioned, and recovered. But the Togero would go through into second place, had no answers to the Bizzarini at the front of the race, the red one of Diogo Tavares. However, the gap came down, and in the final lap, it came down eventually just 4.6 seconds, but Diogo Tavares would have his arm out of the window shortly because the checkered flag would fly, and there it is, victory to him. Beautiful job done, a real chase from the Togero of Afshin Butemi. And a Bizzarini 1-3 with Bjorn Edson coming home third. So, the show is almost over for 2025. The striped environment, the open high plane here at Circuit Paul Ricard. It's been a brilliant place to go racing. There was a huge amount of action up and down the paddock as well. And so many smiles from so many people. It really is a family atmosphere at Peter Auto events. And Andrew Marriott and I, we've covered a whole load of them this year. Can't wait to get involved next year if they'll have us back. But final thoughts from you, Andrew?
Yeah, let's hope so. It is a terrific racetrack. It is a full Grand Prix standard racetrack. It's doing lots of great history here with wonderful drivers having had successes in Formula One races here. It's also used as a test track, but it's a wonderful venue for Peter Auto to go to. There's quite a lot of club races here, you know, the French. But we have had some double winners this weekend. We had some great performances. We've seen some marvellous racing cars and some great action. So we go home, I think, happy, as I believe many of the fans will. Had a big crowd here, and of course beautiful weather as well, and it always lifts the spirits. And I feel that it's one of the best rounds of this whole championship. So I'm delighted to have been here, delighted to see the action, seen some great racing cars. And Bruce, I'll say goodbye, and from you also.
Likewise, it's been a fabulous event, a brilliant season so far, but how can you not like the country club atmosphere of Circuit Paul Ricard? It's a brilliant part of France here in Provence, the mountainous backdrop, but the circuit is what counts. The racing and the heart of Peter Auto is beating very strongly.
Goodbye.
In the beginning, there were only roads, people, machines, and the desire to go faster. These roads, these people, these machines are still here to share this passion, to echo through time, and to live on in the hands of those who still believe. Nothing has changed, and whatever happens, we will always keep classic motorsport alive. In 2026, all the legends unite under one name. Time is a curve. We take it flat out.